We are now on stream. How you doing tonight, Dan?
A bit tired, and I'm gonna do some editing and read a bit for other things. You?
Oh, I I had quite the adventurous night last night. Started out on a panel and then hopped off the. Well, actually, I had a conversation with Dr. K. Then we did the panel. Then I was going to play games just to wind down or whatever. And Boy Meets Mini rated me with like 72 people. So I was getting ready to get off at probably like 1 or 2. And I got this raid with all these people, and I'm like, oh, wow, let's stay on for a while. What's going on, guys?
And so you end up having a good amount of people.
Oh yeah. It was crazy. It was nice, and I got a lot of follows. And one thing I'll say is it seems like, and I don't know if it's maybe my approach or something, but I get a lot of love from people on Twitch. Like, I've got to say, I was worried that this wouldn't necessarily be a very supportive community, but I've gotten a lot of support, at least in the early days. I mean, less than 2 months in. So.
Yeah, I have big plans when I eventually get onto Twitch. I'm not as you know, I'm not a streamer.
Right.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the current owner of this place. Is like very much hard to budge on internet issues, and I'm pretty much open. Like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck it. I'm gonna get probably something that's gonna worth it. But right now, just I'm dealing with what I have. Sorry for the dark. Do you want me to turn the light on?
Whatever's comfortable for you, man. If you're comfortable in that element, I'm okay with it. If you want the light on, turn on.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Sure. My camera's looking real nice tonight. I gotta say that, though. Hey, there's the man. There's the man. So
I'm gonna pull up your chat.
Yeah, I did have something that I had asked about, and I think that it's right in your area of expertise.
Okay, what's the question?
So let me pull it up. Let me pull up that chat. Hang on. Gotta do a little pop out thing here. Boom. Now I can pull your chat. Come on, do it. There we go. Okay. So I was posing the question to you, or thought that a good topic of conversation with your background would be the like actual positive and negative impacts of current immigration practices, and what historically and potentially could be solutions to the issues surrounding the immigration problems in the U.S. It's kind of a broad question, but I figured with your history knowledge, you kind of had a deep understanding of that, especially when it goes back to like the 1800s. I figured you'd have a little bit more of a background on like the Monroe Doctrine, some things like that.
Yeah, when Monroe, it was like one of the kind of policies was put forth on originally was trying to be very isolationist towards anything that's going on in Europe. So, like, there was a famous speech that no one really talks about anymore, but that I believe Washington did it at the end of his administration about you should not go out to wars of Europe, and there's other speeches or terms where people says we're not going to go out to Europe to find monsters to slay or whatnot, and the Monroe Doctrine specifically was the standard of the foreign policy put forth by obviously the President Monroe to make clear to much of the European powers that they're not supposed to be allowed in the spheres of influence in North and South America. It's like theirs and whatnot.
Okay,
but
So then somehow that's been kind of bastardized and used for like American interventionism in Latin America and things like that.
Interventionism, all of that ends up being very clear for justification through Woodrow Wilson. He's like the one guy I always keep explaining why I hate him so much as a president and a person.
Uh-huh.
Even as like someone who's somewhat left, you're probably more left than I am. That like I would say Woodrow Wilson is the worst president that ever came to office. And I'm speaking as a lot compared to like Trump, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
To be on the week's hands panel. Good luck. I hope you'll be on the hands panel. That would be cool.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'm telling you, Mike Lightyear is probably the best mod I could ever ask for. He sets up a lot of stuff for me because he's like, yeah, I know you're either not going to get around to it, or technologically you're not quite there yet because you're just getting into all the Discord and Twitch stuff. So he's been my saving grace with a lot of this stuff. I got to give it up to him. Just in case when you set up your Twitch, if you happen to need a mod or something, I'm sure that he'd definitely like to help you out. He actually is a big proponent of yours.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Well, I definitely for sure if I'm starting out I'm going to just say this to those who are only listening here and just for people that my plans for when I finally get onto this Twitch is that I'm going to be hosting a politically leaning more like a activity with much streamers called a improv show. Okay. I come from a background of improv, and nice. I could think of a lot of things I could probably do with it.
That's actually really cool. You could do like some of those like whose line is it anyway type of exercises and such.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty and I know that I have one person for sure that I'm going to do it with, and it's Maddie Cakes.
Oh, right on. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to is Maddie Cakes, Pyro Tyrant is probably one I'm for sure. He's still thinking about it because for Pyro Tyrant, he's very good at impressions. If you've seen him talk a lot.
I'll have to check him out. I haven't seen
him. And you seen it? You was on the panel, I believe, on Saturday.
Okay.
Well, yesterday, so for a little bit. And I've pretty much those two so far. I want to get as for the third person. I'm looking to be like a 5-person show with one guest streamer coming out every once in a while. Mm-hmm. So
like a recurring guest or something like that.
Well, yeah,
or just different rotating people.
For sure. And the plan of this stream is that I'm not looking to make money off of it. I'm looking much of the subs or the subscriptions to the donations will go completely to the performers and the producers.
Oh, that's cool. That gives everybody an opportunity to kind of come up. I mean, it raises your profile, in the community, while also giving some people some cheddar in their pocket. That's nice.
Yeah. It's mainly a way to help get people who end up doing Twitch for a living, like Demon Mama, Sansol, or other figures who are kind of like in that area of like making it, but not like. But like it's still hard to pay the bills.
Right. You still got to hustle for those subs and bits.
Yeah, and in respect, I mean, to be respectful to Prime, like I'm very thankful for him allowing me to be on his platform and end up doing the talk stuff for the political debates that happen for the open panels,
mm-hmm.
And to be respectful, I always will be kind to him and respond to a lot of the stuff that goes on. even the stuff that happened with him and Katarana, I ended up turning around a little bit. You're familiar with that situation, right?
Oh yeah, we had somebody in our chat like trying to blow us up about it yesterday, and I was like, "Listen, man, like, you know, it's a tough situation. It should have never been like hashed out in public." And I really feel bad that Prime kind of got put on the spot like that. You know, it's not an easy place to be, and you know, you don't want that stuff blasted out for people.
Obviously, the stuff that should have been private. That it was very disappointing on how everything went with people using their platform to go to the position of like accusing him of mishandling like friendships or whatnot, or sexual, like what's the term,
advances or
all of that. And a lot of into that and to be clear, I end up was against Prime in the very first day, but I end up changing my mind over hearing both how from both talking to people who were still part of the Prime, and also seeing how the amount of information progresses to where now I obviously is just it kind of got out of hand with about the information given, and it's like too close. And to be clear, like it's I wish people can at least understand that a lot of people here are don't end up trying to have like those we call what's their term of their like a relationship online, but you have a relationship with like a famous person or someone that's big, but it's kind of like not, but they're not exactly well
like a
thought out.
parasocial relationship.
Yeah, parasocial relationship and all that. Yeah, I find you have to be clear to much of those people who are, if you're the one who is the one who has the power, and those who don't have the power, that don't ever put things forward like I'm really into you or what that, because obviously it's always going to backfire.
Yeah, you know,
it happened to Vosh. It happened to many other figures that probably are notable on Twitch.
I always said it this way, and like, because I know that there was kind of a working relationship, and it's an old cliche, and I don't even know if it's really acceptable anymore. But you know, my grandma and my dad always told me, you know, don't dip your pen in the company ink. You know, just the people that you're working with and the people who are your colleagues or your peers, like even in situations like Twitch, right? I don't think that me personally, I would date another Twitch streamer, just because of the propensity for there to be drama or issues that would end up getting fleshed out like this, in the open, in the open platform, Unfortunately, I think the other side to that is a lot of people are looking for content. It's a content race. So people jump the gun a little bit sometimes, And I think that's a big part of kind of what happened there. I don't want to say that that's solely what Dylan's and Katarana's intent was, but it did provide a lot of content.
Yeah, for sure did, and it was in this spotlight for days on. And a lot of people that were really upset. I mean, literally like left doing Prime for like a good while. Like Chris Cosmo, he was really upset about everything went on, and he basically just like fuck everything and left and did his own thing for a bit until he felt like he was comfortable to come back on. As for me, like I was very much into a position where like I didn't want to be like, I was both kind of like friends of Katarana too. Like we both talked, like friends in the term of like we have talked to each other and whatnot.
Sure, like acquaintances, friendly, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And it was very much a difficult situation to see her go through. People like misconstrued what she said to what other information comes out, and I'm glad that she seems to like moved on from it. And don't get it wrong. It was much of the toxicity of either side of who, or like if you're for her or for Prime. I find to at least be aware to. It did not help me in my situation of what my thoughts on Destiny. When after he came on and explained, I mean, he did help Prime. I mean, don't get me wrong, he saved Prime's career. Don't you
Yeah.
think so?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't.
I'm not a big Destiny fan, just because I feel like he's flip flopped on some shit over the years. But I do think that what he did with regard to Prime was right on the money, and I'm glad that he went head to head with Dylan on it, just to try to address it and say, "Hey, come on, let's really flesh this out. Come on, man. You know, I think it was necessary."
Yeah.
So
Yeah, don't get me wrong. He literally, like Destiny, sent a PM to me saying like, "You are a worthless piece of shit. I hope you rot in hell," or whatever.
whoa, wow.
Yeah, yeah. I'll message. I'm not. Don't please. Like I'm to be clear to the orbiters of Destiny. I'm fine with him. I understand that we disagree on stuff, and he thinks that me being friends with Demon Mama is like a thing where he would say that that's beyond the pale, but that's how it is.
Right.
It's just
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't like that whole thing of policing people's friendships. Like,
yeah.
I think, you know, take people at face value. Everybody's got different reasons for why they maintain friendships with others. Now, if somebody's doing some totally heinous shit, you know, and I mean, that's got to be pretty damn heinous for me. Like, I mean, you're ripping people off, you're you know, messing with kids, you're sexually harassing people, like really sexually harassing people, you know, shit like that. You know, like, yeah, I mean, me personally, I would distance myself from people like that because, you know, I don't want to be caught up in that orbit and that drama. But outside of that, like, if it's ideological differences and things like that, I don't care, man. I don't care. You know, and even when it comes to some of the drama on Twitch, because I can't personally control what everybody else does. All I can do is say, hey, these people have been really good to me. If I felt like they crossed a boundary or a line, of course I would disassociate myself, but I just haven't seen that, you know, so far. Like, I didn't see that with Prime. I thought the visceral reaction, the knee jerk reaction to everything. And I was saying that before when that all happened, I was like, we need to wait, let everything flesh out, because I was telling Mike, I was like, you know, like, there's going to be more on this. Like, we can't just like, and he was pretty much Team Prime from the beginning, but you know, I was like, "There's more to this story. We can't just knee jerk reaction everything and hope that it's going to come out right."
Which mic is it?
Oh, Mike Lightyear, the one. My
yeah,
my
yeah.
mom.
I do. Yeah, as I said, like I do agree that that Prime has been really weird to women for most of the time I've been on here, but I understand where he comes from. It's not exactly he could explain it. It just simply miscommunication through social signals or whatnot.
Yeah. And some people are better at reading those than others. You know, I mean, if you spend a lot of time online, sometimes that social interaction, it can get awkward and can get, you know, it's easy to misconstrue signals and signs. You know, if especially, come on, we've been isolated. Most of the people in this country have been isolated for like over a year and a half. You know. And so I do think that people like, and you know, this could be part of it too. I think a lot of people are desperate for human connection. You know, and sometimes people, you know, their emotions get the better of them in those situations. And, you know, like I said, I feel bad for the entire situation. I can see how it could have been misread easily. And, you know, it's,
obviously,
you know, it seemed like there was kind of some interest somewhere along the way for a while, but you know, so I get it. And, you know, I mean, I think ultimately there was it sounds like a pretty big conversation behind the scenes that resulted in I mean, Dylan coming out and prostrating himself amongst all his community and Prime's community. So once that happened, like, it's like vindication, bro. Like, I'm off of it, you know. Like, that's why I was kind of irritated last night when somebody like brought that up, because I was like, man, like, you know what? Everybody's good with this. All the people. all the people that were making the statements have recanted all their shit, you know, like.
Yeah, we all mess up. I've messed up. Like, if Mike was aware, are you aware of the the rapper drama? Or I know you weren't around Jason when that happened, but I'm just going to see if he remembers. You need more content?
Yeah.
Okay.
More context.
Well, it was a regular debate I had on the open panel with Fanatic, and I misconstrued him that he was a rapper, but I missaid that he was a rapper, and he's not. He's just a regular R&B singer.
Oh, okay.
He's a singer, and this turned into he was a fuck up. People called me out for it. I got a strike from one of his mods saying, if this happens again, you're gonna get your banned and stuff like that. But and to be clear, I went to like a Fnatic stream, and I kind of end up becoming a bit worse because I end up doing like I have black friends comment.
Oh no, yeah, that never bodes well.
But to be clear, I was like, I really was sincerely apologizing that I messed up. I literally wasn't trying to be like angry. And then like literally like people saw this, and Destiny literally made a video about it. And
Wow.
I mean, that was like one of the first things I heard about me was basically of this weird thing of me socially awkward trying to talk to Fnatic, and ends up being even more awkward in the process, and being kind of like unknowingly racist, but ends up and to be clear, I completely learned from this.
But and you know, that's the thing though, these are instructional moments, and I think that, you know, if you can realize your missteps and you own up to it, like, that's the point where we say, okay, you know, it's not like Dan was sitting here dropping the N-bomb on somebody, you know what I mean? Like, it's not,
no.
You know, or over generalizing, you know, a lack of plight in the black community or something like that. You know, these are mistakes that can be like easily rectified by just a little bit of education and a little bit of empathy and forgiveness, you know. And I know some of the community can be very militant that way, because I think a lot of people are just really fed up with kind of, you know, with discrimination and with, you know, so I think a lot of people feel like, you know, especially people of color, like a lot of their plight has been marginalized a lot, and they are reduced to like these generalizations about them, these caricatures of their culture. And so there are definitely some that I think take it a little bit more hostilely than others. There are a lot I know that are, and I can't speak for all black people. They're not a monolith, but the black people that I know are more in favor of like, here, let me educate you on like where you misstepped here. You know what I mean? Like, they, you know, they can kind of tell people with good intentions versus those with bad. But I honestly can see with the way that R&B and rap at least overlapped in the era of music that I grew up in, it would be easy to make that mistake, because there were a lot of R&B singers that rapped, and there were a lot of rappers that could sing very well and would do both. You know, my example would be Bone Thugs and Harmony, right? They're singers, you know. Yeah. They're singers, but they're rappers, you know. And so there's a lot of overlay there, and I could see how there could be some confusion, you know. I feel like that's one of those things I talk about a lot, is how the left likes to cannibalize itself, because that's generally where I see it. I don't see the right doing this a whole lot, you know. But it's like little things like that, those microaggressions turn into these big ordeals, and it's like, stop pushing away the people that are generally trying to do the right thing and maybe, you know, just need some further education, you know, instead of just being like treating them like, oh, you're the scum of the earth now. No, you can do no right. You know, that's it. You're done. You're fired. You know, type of thing. You know, that's ridiculous. That's not a healthy place to be, especially not for a movement that's trying to, make some progressive changes. You know.
Oh, of course. Was it trying to think of something like, I mean, if you talk, if when you bring up like how the left loves to eat itself, it's so true. Like, bring up straight up like all the left like civil wars and like Russia to civil war in Spain, where you end up having left leaning people like anarchists and communists fighting each other.
Yeah.
Because of little to no difference of ideology, and it just into then causes much more harm than good in the process of trying to help create a cohesive coalition of people that are willing to do good things and change for everyday people. And as to, and we could all like admit that, like, or just think of no crime discussion. Put people pineapple pizza crime, is it?
Oh,
I'm distracted from that.
No, pineapple on pizza though. As long as there's jalapenos, I can do it. Ham, pineapple, and jalapenos.
I used to be like a avid like anti pineapple on pizza, but I'm like now, eat whatever you want.
Right.
Like because I want to be because I keep thinking about, like, if I was in that position of like, if I like pineapple pizza and have people yell at me, it's just like, you're fucked up, you are messed up, like, and like yelling about pineapples and all that, and I'm just like, it's just food, man.
Right.
Yeah.
I've always done it jokingly. I'll be like, no pineapple on pizza, but just joking. I don't really care. My daughter loves it. If I didn't do that, my daughter would never get pizza because that's her favorite pizza. So I'm kind of hosed.
Yeah, I think pineapples, I mean, pineapple juice tastes great.
Oh, yes. Pineapple juice is excellent. Definitely get down with that. It looks like Princess Leonie was pretty satisfied with the... Oh, no, that was an answer. That was Casey Heel's answer. So did that satisfy your question, Princess Leonie? I like it when the chat gets a little wacky like that. Kind of breaks up some of the tension of the seriousness.
Yeah. Look at much of this. I was like watching a bit of Joe Lewis before I came here. He was like watching a debate between Lauren Southern and like Hunter Avallone about immigration, and I think was it the thing that would made me laugh the most was that Lauren Southern says there's no that much records in the 1800s for owning slaves, and I'm like, what? Are you out of your utter damn minds? Do you know, like, a slave can literally, if you don't have paperwork of proving that this is your slave, the slave can like run away and then literally says and literally go to, and you capture him, you go to court and says, nope, this man is not my owner, and the owner is like, and the owner, like, the judge would come up and says like, do you have paperwork to prove it? And you obviously, like, an owner would like have it. Like, if they don't like hold the paperwork, or he says, oh, it's lost to history and whatnot, like, of course much of this information is heavily like written down. And a lot of people do care about collecting them for, obviously, like, the evidence put forth like by former slave owners, slaves who want to prove that they were on the plantation and would want a certain rights if they're in a certain state or whatnot, or a certain app, all of that. And it's kind of dumb. And like I don't, and this is like one of the main. This is like one little thing over the many things I've seen about Laura and Southern making an argument to like for this white guilt, or I mean white guilt, like to like saying like white people did nothing wrong or whatnot, and I don't buy it.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was somebody, I think, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was making the argument that, you know, like, oh, when they abolished slavery, it hurt the white working class. And I'm like, well, what are you talking about? Like, everybody at that point, people needed workers because they no longer had slaves. If anything, that should have provided more work for, you know, for people, you know?
well, white working class, like, you're aware during that time they did care about race, but they didn't like, but they have more of an issue of your ethnicity over specifically if you're white or not.
Right, yeah, because I know Irish people were treated like shit. I know Italians were treated very poorly. There were definitely subsects of what we would call white that were marginalized within the white community, you know? I won't say,
Yeah, and
I would never equate that to what happened to black people, because chattel slavery is a whole different animal. It's a whole different beast. But,
yeah.
you know, there was a hierarchical system in place. You know, you could definitely tell that, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of people who well, actually Bays. Yeah. Just I wouldn't say much in chat. There was even a party in the 1850s called the Know Nothing Party that tried to like take hold of their anti-ethnicity, like anti-Catholic, anti-Irish as their main form of like of their stances.
Wow.
So
it's like, screw those guys. We want a whole party about this shit.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to put it down. Know Nothing Party. They're like the first major third party, but they end up going. They kind of like lost like their momentum since the Civil War. It just, I mean, and like I mean, there's always those people who are just like, to then like when a lot of these conservatives or racists realize that in order for their ideas to survive, they have to big tent much of their ideas to be broader, to just simply like, I want the Anglo-Saxons over just like, but the damn Irish.
Right.
So like much of these Irish Americans end up eventually just slowly end up turning into just white people, and other different ethnicities, like the good, like they would say the good immigrants, like Irish, for like Irish, Germans, Spanish, like those from Spain, or like Sweden and whatnot. Like they realize is that much of these immigrants, only what they had to do is show that they're in good health, and just put their first and last name on a piece of paper, and they're good to go to live in the United States. Now it's one of the immigrating to the United States is one of the most like complicated process you could probably come from.
Yeah.
If you're looking to immigrate here from like other countries.
Oh, sure. In case in point, I have a coworker that has been working with me for just under 4 years now. She's originally from India. She has to go through getting her work visa renewed every year. It takes her out of work for a minimum of 3 months every year. She is a highly valued employee. the work she does is very specialized and needed, but she has to wait. And we have to put a hold on a lot of work that we do for like 3 to 6 months a year so that she can go through the work visa process. The company is very cool, and they're not going to let her go or anything like that. They're huge proponents of her. She's just such a valuable person. But she has to go through this process every single year. And so during that time, she doesn't make money, you know? And that's a lot of money to lose out on, especially at the pay rate she's at, because she's a specialist in the tech industry. So,
yeah, there's others in like different areas, like in colleges. So there's like many of them end up being like away from having to renew it every year just so that for the sake of living in the United States. And the process is difficult. I mean, other countries it's much easier, but I mean, but much of to these people who came from other countries is much worth it, because obviously, back in India, it's the average wage is way lower to what her specialty is right now in the United States.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, she's had to go back and see her family in India, and they don't live in great conditions there. She's talked really openly about it. And so she's kind of like the one that is like in her family that they consider to be like making it. You know, her and her husband are coming out. You know, they're the like the pride of both of their families, because they're the ones that are getting ahead. You know, and every year, you know, both of them, it gets thwarted. You know, for several months. You know, and it's like that's just a barrier to success for them. And you know, if we want good, solid workers in America, and we're going to take immigrants, that we need to be open to like letting those people in and really embracing. I mean, if you've been here for 3 years, like working here, there's no reason that you should have to keep going through this process over and over again. It sounds so ridiculous to me. It sounds so redundant. You know, I mean, obviously they check you from your mouth to your butthole, you know, and everything in between, you know, to like make sure you're legit and, you know, qualify you. It's like, you'd think that like one time would be enough, with maybe a check-in like the following year or something, you know, just to, hey, you know, are you still on the up and up? You know, you got any legal trouble, you know, stuff like that. You know, I could see that, you know, that's understandable, but, no, this shit is horrible. Like anybody that has to go through that, you know, it's such a, and you got to think in the middle of a pandemic right now, you know, I mean, if they weren't really smart with their money or something like that, or had, you know, an unfortunate incident come up where it drained, you know, their savings, they would be totally screwed, you know? And,
and you can realize, like, one of the reasons why the United States is like the United States was the open for like immigration policies that we had during the 1800s was very much open to all these new kind of workers who are willing to pay for a low wage into a drastically new kind of settlement where they think they could get more out of it than to their own country. And we still have that in the United States, where people still want to come here because their countries suck. Right. And there's issues now where there's a lot of like low paying jobs that need to be filled. And much of these jobs are not fulfilled because much of those who come here, live here all their life, including myself, don't want to take them because we obviously know they suck. But these people who come from lower countries are not, and even to certain people who could understandably are for exploitation. They're like notably exploiting. Understandably, they want to take these jobs. These are way better than what they had before.
Right. Yeah. Or in safer areas, you know, I mean,
in safer areas,
cartels and corrupt governments and, you know, things like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
they would rather take that and then live in Honduras, where they end up having to pay rent to some drug lord who keeps having a supply of children in their closet or what. Like, I'm just think of like all these difficult situations where these people think that their place is living hell and want to come here and just say, well, I'm willing to take a 9-hour job because that is better than living there.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why I try to like advocate much of these immigration issues to these conservatives, because don't they understand that much? If your fear is their culture or their color of their skin, then that's just simply your fear is just bigotry.
Yep.
I care of if you care about making this country great, allow these people to live here, make money, pay taxes, and then allow them to eventually assimilate to our culture and their children's to our culture, and then they would end up making part of what our American pie is today,
Sure.
of where like a mixed race of a lot of different people that are willing to come together and living in many different states and willing to elect a person through democratically ways, even though that there's some things we disagree on, which we think it's terrible, like the electoral college, but that's another problem.
Right, right. Yep. And you know, it's interesting. I was just watching something with who was it? Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, who went on this whole rant about that shit, about how, you know, it's a slow, it's a revolution without firing a shot, because the Democrats are going to let all the immigrants come in, and within the next 2 generations, all those people that came in are going to be so grateful to the Democrats, they're all going to vote Democratic. And I'm like, I don't know. I live in Arizona. I've met a lot of Latin people that were huge Trump supporters, that were huge Republicans, because there are some fundamental carryovers from their culture that remain, that the left is not in favor of, i.e., a lot of them are pro-life. A great number of them are pro-life, and that's a huge issue for them.
A lot of them are way more religious than people normally in the United States. Specifically, those who are from Latin American countries are very religious.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Like,
go ahead.
Like fundamentalist religious types. Yeah, like if much of these people would like do great in a society, like will do great in the Republican Party. However, the Republican Party are filled with racists who think that, oh, these are white, like brown people,
mm-hmm.
and like fuck them, and then they literally they could just been way more stuff like the CTV route. Like, don't get me wrong, CptAJones has important views. I disagree with him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing he could get right is that he is a much more open tent kind of guy, and being open to all different kinds of people, not based off of the color of their skin, but just simply that they're just simply like religious humans and all kind of stuff to this ideology.
Right.
And to that, I think it works for someone like CTV, because I think he'd be great as someone new. But sadly, there's so many people in the Republican Party that are so racist that they can't see through the amount of benefit they could get from having immigrants in their country.
Yeah, it's such a, you know, it's one of those situations where they really just end up shooting themselves in the foot, because you know what, letting more immigrants in, sure, you may get more votes for Democrats on some level, but yeah, overall, I mean, it's going to be a mixed bag. I mean, look at Cubans, look at Cuban Americans. They do not, traditionally, most Cuban Americans, and you can look at the numbers in like a place like Florida, they do not vote for the Democrats. They do not vote for them. They think they're socialists because of the situations in their country, and you know what, the problems between Castro and Batista, which I wish people would talk more about Batista, because he wasn't exactly a great leader either. He was pretty damn authoritarian as well. But you know, that propaganda was, you know, pushed by the U.S. and we supposedly went in and helped, you know, Cubans out, and so naturally they went way to the right. I mean, that was Reagan's baby, you know. I mean, he had a lot to do with that. So you know, people look at that and they say, okay, well, I'm going to go to the party that helps my people emigrate from what we feel is totalitarian rule, right? And that's I think that's you know, I don't want to say that Cuba's actually been wonderful to its citizens. I think it's done a lot of damage. I think that it is very authoritarian, but I think that with any government, there are good things and there are bad things. And I think that to completely dismiss all of the positives with Cuba, and the Cuban regime is not wise. I think we should learn from people's mistakes, but we should also learn from what they get right.
Yeah, for sure. Like there's stuff to learn from Cuba. Like their healthcare is amazing. The couple of the best doctors, like learning centers for medicine in the world, is in Cuba, is because of the amount of they put emphasis on medical care in their country. There's a lot of these people, I think, go out to other countries and end up doing their work for free, helpfully.
Yep.
Like subsidized by Cuba. And I think that's something that we can learn from the United States and put forth in some manner of an emphasis to much of the populations.
And they have
however,
go ahead.
However, it's like, oh god, they're like socialists.
Yeah, that's such a buzzword. They use that word for anything that would like take money out of the pockets of the rich. I feel like it's just, oh, you want to help poor people? You want to help people in general? You're a socialist. I'm like, that's pretty broad. You're painting with a pretty broad brush there, I think
obviously.
And truthfully, I think the best we're ever going to get in our country is the best we can hope for, at least. And I'm the democratic socialist, and I know that the best I'm going to be able to hope for is a blended economy with a stronger social safety net. That's about the best I'm going to get. I'm never going to see socialism realized in my life in America. It's just not going to happen. So I'm long past the idea of shit in the bed trying to hope that that's going to turn something out. It's just not. It's not. But I can do the incremental changes. I can, try to advance policies I think are worthwhile that would ultimately, hopefully, lead to a more equitable society, at least. And if we ever got to the place where we could be democratic socialists, great. I just think it'll be probably when my daughter's grandkids are adults.
Yeah. A lot of these situations with these, obviously, groups of societies. Discussion is better than an entire Prime panel. Thank you. Also, you have to think beyond to. I'm for just taking the best things on every different things, like the best economic system, the best system, commerce system, to and take ideas from all of that and put that together into something that could harmoniously work with each other in some way to make everything great. I don't care of on the ideal backing of like you look at economics, for example. There is a left economics, like I believe is Keynesian, to those like a left bias to those who are from the right. Have their other ones, which is I don't remember the Austrian guy. I can't pronounce. Let's go beyond with Dan. Okay, thank you. It's just called the Austrian School of Economics. Korean School of Economics. Yeah. Yeah, and these are to which then we look at to each position.
Carl Mengers. Is that who you're referring to?
I guess I'm not super familiar with economics, but there's things that you can. If you're very much in depth in economics, I'm not super in depth, but I could understand the difference between their systems. A Keynesian system works great getting out of a rut situation,
right?
Getting out of a depression. You have to spend a lot to get more people working, and eventually will invest into a greater position as a economy. However, when you have that a little bit too long, you end up having called stagflation. and that happened straight up in the 70s. So I'm willing to look for maybe a system that could at least mix the two ideas so that we can keep the stop stagflation from happening, but while still investing in the many of the people in the United States to then become a future bigger investment 20 to 30 years from now.
Yeah, and that seems reasonable. And that's one of the things I try to bring up is we have to be contextual in our approach, because ideology is great, but some things aren't. The shoe doesn't fit on every foot, right? Like sometimes there are situations where we need to swing the opposite direction in order to balance ourselves out, right? And so static ideology I don't think is very functional in terms of governing. There's just, you need, and I feel like it's good to have like a strong conservative party and a strong very progressive party, because it's like strings on a guitar. You need tensioners at both ends, right? And you do need an element of extreme on both ends. You just want to make sure that extreme doesn't get too extreme. I think right now we're at a boiling point. It would be nice for us to pull back in a little bit. But I think you need those tensioners, because that's how we usually find the middle. Right now, it's just not happening that way. And I think that's just because the ideological divide has grown too broad. And I think that there's a lot of people that are dumping fuel on the fire, like massively. And and it's for their own political ends. You know what I mean? It doesn't really benefit us, because when our government can't come together and find a solution, it's us that loses. It's not, those guys are going to be fine. They're making $130,000 a year minimum. They're going to be all right. It's the working class and the poor and the middle class, people like you and I that bear the brunt of the burden when they screw up, or bear the brunt of the burden when they neglect to take care of their people.
Yeah, there is a video I would suggest to watch on an associate that I kind of work for. I always keep a cynical historian. He has done a series. He's currently doing a series on political polarization, and the most recent one, he basically talks about how it comes to the position now where we end up are at each other's throats. A mix between technology, neoliberalism to counterculture wars or whatnot. And we'll link one of them to you.
Yeah, drop that in there.
Playlist here and to the chat.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and plus we don't have a parasocial relationship, so we know we hang out with each other in real life a lot. So, and plus he pays me an income. So.
Oh, well, there you go. But yeah, I mean, that's your root is in in history, so you've got some good backing to help with this project as well.
Yeah.
So that's awesome that it's being realized in that way.
Yeah, and to be clear, understand this guy isn't like a leftist, he actually was in the right side of politics, but now I call like a outside of the box a cynic, like a cynical historian. Side of the box cynic. He calls balls and strikes on both sides and still points out how the system is wrong and how to get past it. So he's sometimes when I talked about like my own ideology to him, he ends up ideally, even though maybe you might disagree, he kind of pulls me back into that without going too far left, because I can see the contradictions. It lets me know about the contradictions and what ideology ends up going to extending to like other things like conspiracy and whatnot. Like I used to be a big fan of the business plot, if you're familiar with that.
No, expand on that for me.
The business plot was a plot that General Smedley Butler a two-time like Medal of Honors recipient and Marine general. Like he was a Marine, probably considered one of the most famous generals of U.S. history. Said about there is these two like people went up to him and wanted to create. He wants him to lead a fascist coup against the FDR administration.
Shit.
The only person who says it's true is only Smedley Butler, and so we only have to go by specifically his reputation. So, and to me, I used to be like, yeah, he's right. He's a general. You should trust him. But after reading, like, I mean, to be clear, Smedley Butler became a socialist in the end of his life. So he was very much this. He much felt that all what he did as a general was being for the capitalist system, and ends up exploiting many people and doing harm, more harm than good, because he was a part of like literally locking up people and making concentration camps in the Philippines.
Yeah, so that's not necessarily a humanitarian effort at that point.
Yeah, and to him, like I think he kind of like, I think it was something like a guy talking to him about it, but I don't think it was like some giant plot that he claims it is. Now, as to I used to think like, oh yeah, the capitalists they want fascism, they don't care, they fuck America, they want to fuck America. Like it was way more complicated than.
Yeah, you know, and I could concur with that. I don't think that capitalists all like necessarily want to screw over America. I think what it is, and I'll just be like quite honest about it, it's not the intent to screw up America. It's that they are self-preservationists and they do what's in the interest of their company. It's always going to be in the interest of their company to maintain, you know, an American hegemony. It's never going to be in their interest for the American dream or the ideal to go away. They would lose workers, their businesses could fold, the complete infrastructural breakdown. I mean, it would be absolute pandemonium for a business owner if that happened. It really wouldn't favor them in any way. Even if you move to a system like fascism, because some of those businesses aren't going to be accepted by the government, right? And, you know, that's what's happening there is a marriage between the government and corporation. So if those businesses aren't accepted, like let's say, here's an example. Okay. So let's say you've got Donald Trump and Amazon. There's no way Donald Trump is going to allow Amazon to exist in its form, right? If he had that kind of control, it would be completely disassembled or restructured or whatever they did to it. But the people that were at the helm of it sure as hell wouldn't be in power, you know. There have to be a complete shift. So they've got enough money and interest to say, hell no, I'm not going for that. You know, guess what? I'm swinging to the left because I'm not going to let you do that to my company. You know, but I think that's what it is. They're very malleable based off of where they see their ability to profit and continue to generate, you know, profits for their stakeholders and for them to exist, you know.
You have to realize that much of these people who end up becoming like fascists or whatnot, they a lot of it comes from the fear of something happening to what they view as their people or society, and to that is to them is ends up stemming to themselves of what I think is the cancer of everything is reactionaries.
Mm-hmm.
They are someone who reacts to whatever situation and keeps things like they think will keep things afloat or whatnot, and doesn't want to change. It is kind of like what I think is the death of many civilizations or governments.
Status quo. Yep. And that unwillingness to like peek into the future a little bit. I think right now we're in a dangerous place in the U.S. where that's concerned. I mean, certainly, you know, I know a lot of people have issues with socialized healthcare. They dislike it, but we have to look at what the rest of the industrialized world is doing, and we are way far behind. And if we want to maintain competitiveness with the rest of the world, we're gonna have to do some things that may seem a little left leaning to some, but it's preservation of our workforce, and that's the thing I think people are missing. And I also think to that end, that's why there are some corporations that are coming out and being like, okay, yeah, we probably should do some of these things. I know Intel here in Arizona, they held off putting a fab here because of our education system. They're like, we don't want to have to bring in all of the employees that we need to run this fab because your citizens are undereducated to provide the work that we need. So they just simply they pushed the fab back like 2 years until we did some more. We passed some more bills where there was education funding. It's still not enough. It's still anorexic, but it was enough for them to go ahead with it, right? But that happens all the time. So there are companies that are looking out for their own best interests, and in doing so, end up kind of helping, the working class inadvertently, maybe. And that's okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah. Think of this. Like, when I try to talk to people who are like very, just pro business. Oh, I'm gonna need to get more after this little spiel. I'm gonna get water. But
Cool.
Like I've talked about things like Medicare for all being like much of these people you want to keep your workers paying around a certain price point. They find it hard, like asking them for a raise is difficult. But to what I think would help much of these businesses, specifically even small ones, if you have a system where you have Medicare for all as a system for much of the people in the workplace, to then the problems of them asking for raise will be less full because then they have a medical system that helps pay for much of their medications or other medical expenses that need to be done. Also, it's insurance. Medical insurance
Right.
is a big pain in the United States.
Well, and why is that exactly? Why is that burden always put on the business? And why would anybody, outside of our system who's lived in a system with like socialized medicine, why would they want their employer having such a heavy hand in their medical decisions? Because whether or not they are indirectly by the policies that they choose and the policies they choose to subscribe to for their employees, they are making those medical decisions,
Yeah.
And I don't know why a business would want that liability or that responsibility. It's a burden on them, like you're saying. It's a burden on the businesses. And you can create better paying jobs with Medicare for all. You could reinvest that money into your company if you're already paying very well, to make the company better. So from a business standpoint, I've never understood why businesses wouldn't be in favor of Medicare for all. Why would you want the burden of having to insure your employees?
True, and I brought it up to people, and I haven't really brought it up to much conservatives because, to one, I never really had an opportunity to really have like an in-depth discussion like right now with them, and a lot of that, and also I probably was didn't want to I tend to try to just stay. I'd rather be nice than to say fuck you with your opinions, like doing a Vivian, if you know who Vivian is.
Yes. I was on a panel with her just recently.
Yeah, Vivian.
I think she actually rage quit in the middle of the panel.
Why?
I forgot. It was she was on one of Prime's walk-ons. It was super late. I think I was pretty damn buzzed at that point. But I can't remember what it was. She got mad about something and just was like, I'm out of here. Just left. She was in there for maybe 15 minutes before she was like, nope, that's it. But yeah, I had a brief experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen her go full angry when she talks about stuff like the like when after talking about religion or her political views, to her view, I mean, I would be respectful to her. She doesn't think there's a point to even talk to him and have a conversation because they're all bigots. They're all against me. They all want me dead.
Right.
Help me God. It's just that's I kind of get from probably maybe she kind of had that view for a while, coming from a down with a lot, I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I don't blame where she comes from. Like I speak both to those who are like African American, who are like black nationalists, to those who are like her, who are just very jaded towards the whole entire system and end up saying like fuck everyone, I want to have my own for my own people.
Yeah, I feel that.
But
Thanks
yeah,
for the
and
follow,
just
Freshinkcartel.
and to that I've been called out, I think, by like GSU says I like you don't understand like the African American experience and you don't like black people because of this happened in the past. To me, like, of course I do. I try, or at least I try to understand that they come from this position. I'm speaking more of a better position than when Vosh did with Professor Flowers. That
Right.
her experience is very much jaded due to much of the decisions done by what she viewed as the white race, who viewed her as a different person due to the skin color.
Yeah.
Including her parents and that or adopted parents. And that's, and to me, I get where they're coming from, but I would rather talk to them and get to a calm conversation to come to a focal point that we both can agree upon, saying that they're like our disagreements. Obviously, you're going to end up preferring to have an ethno state than like. I mean, that the conversation was, ends up becoming where she's wanted an ethno state. If you remember that, if you watched the whole debate.
Yeah, I did, and I thought it was kind of curious. Like I felt like in some of that Vouch was hyperbolizing some of what she was saying, and other parts of it. Like, well, one thing I would say about that particular interaction is that, you know, she did make the comment was, you know, like I was really just her being sympathetic to the idea that some black people want to have their own country, you know, or live separately. And you know what, like if I had gone through the trauma and the pain and the suffering that a lot of black people have in this country, I might feel the same way. Like, I'm not necessarily mad about the feeling. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean you want to put it into practice. Sometimes people just have feels, you know, and it's okay to have a feeling about something. It's okay to be frustrated and sometimes feel that way. Like, your actions to me speak louder than words. And
you're exactly like, we're on the same point here. It's just like their position obviously is not great, and a lot of their situations ends up saying where, if we're in a position where we don't have a group of people that she views to be hostile towards her skin color, then society will be better. I get that. That's her conclusion. To me, I don't view it that way. To the point where I disagree on specifically is her I'm gonna put a top on it. I feel like that's my dabbing time. Brain scans of black women experiences themselves trauma-like effects, putting them in high risk of future health problems.
Eesh. Yeah.
Sure.
Mike's always coming with the good articles. He's always dropping some shit in there for me to take a look at. So.
Yeah. As for Mike, I want to say, we can talk later about stuff when it gets to that, but just give me a second. I'm gonna get water.
Yeah, go right ahead. Take a moment. You're good. I'm gonna take a moment to take a pee real quick. So, guys, if you can give me just a moment, I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? I don't have to pee. Never mind. I don't. It went away. And I ain't mad at it, because that means I could sit here and drink more wine and talk to you guys. So, Fresh Ink Cartel, what is up, dude? I love seeing you on the panels. We are doing great. We had a huge raid last night. I was so surprised, and it just like I was flooded. I didn't plan on getting off at 4 a.m., but I had who was it? Guys, Boy Meets Mini. He flooded me with like 72 viewers, and I was just about to close up, and then like all these people came in. I'm like, oh shit, this is more viewers than I've ever had before. So tried to pull up some content, do the thing. It was awesome. Oh yeah, that's awesome, man. I'm glad you were part of that. Captain A. Jones, thank you for the follow, sir. Glad to have you on board the ship. The Argo. That's actually what I should have named my Discord, is the Argo, if you guys know anything about the Jason Society. The origins of it. We love having Captain Jones around. Another weed-smoking Politico. Captain A. Jones. Yeah, Captain A. Jones, you are welcome on any time. We will do a Stoner Politico convo. Good times. Yes, a weed panel. I'm all about it. Freshink Cartel. If you're in for it, we could do it. I like to bring on Beer Bash Johnson too. If you guys haven't seen his content, he's great. I love that guy. I bet he would be so down for it too. I don't see a whole lot of stoner panels for lefties. Maybe I'm not like following the right people, but that would be so dope. I'm absolutely with it.
Okay, I'm back.
Rock and roll, sir.
Is Captain Jones coming in?
He just dropped in the chat. He's welcome to come into the Discord if he wants.
We're gonna get very in depth. Get in here, Jones. Captain David. I'm gonna put you in Davy Jones' locker.
We're in the blazing room in my Discord if you want to hop in. If you got time. Captain A. Jones loves Dan. He says, hi. Hey. I love it. Oh, he's going to do the dishes and hop in after. Hell yeah. We will love having him.
Well, we have a plan. He's kind of a part of the whole entire thing I told you about the improv.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
He's one he did say yes to it, and I hope he has the chops to do good impressions and be very witty with your words.
He's pretty witty. He's got a lot of one-liners. I'll give him that. He's pretty funny. I really enjoy the banter with him. Like I find like myself and him like laughing at each other a lot in the panels.
Yeah, dude. I think probably my favorite if he comes in, I could talk about it. But yeah, he's great when he's mad.
Oh yeah.
Like when after if he comes in, he would talk. I mean, if he's listening in, do you ever remember the super broadcasting debate?
Oh, that guy, man.
He was like, oh, he literally like super broadcasting called Captain Jones a racist for stuff. Like. I have no idea why it comes to that conclusion.
That guy's
But,
unhinged. He just wants to drop nukes on everybody. Like he's perfectly content. Let's just nuke. We'll just nuke North Korea, and we can just hit these strategic areas. It won't hurt anybody. I swear. Like,
yeah,
what the hell, dude?
He's peak Wilsonian.
Wilsonian? Oh yeah. I could see it. I could see it from the way you described the Wilson administration. Absolutely.
It's they are a threat. Take them out before they become a cancer. Yeah, that is, you have that literally one that never worked. Go around like in Afghanistan. Oh, we need to go and attack like Saddam Hussein because he has weapons of mass destruction. He's going to use it on all of us.
Yeah, and remember how he didn't use them?
Yeah.
Hey, he's got sarin gas that we gave him. Shit, we better go get that back.
Yeah. I'm eating rice, by the way.
Oh, enjoy. I'm a big fan. I love rice. Freshinkcartel. I asked if nuking North Korea had toxic effects on the water supply of South Korea, and he said he didn't like corporate America. Yeah, Fresh Ink, he demurs so much. And then on top of that, like every argument that you place against him is always a straw man. It's like, no, dude, it's not a straw man. Like, it's a legitimate, like, argument, dude. You can't just call it a straw man because you don't want to have to answer to it because you want to blow shit up. Like, useless ass lamps. This is chat gold right here. I'm loving Pixar beta lamps. Yeah, I love teasing him about those lamps in the background.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious, Mike. It's like about power, touching tips. This is like I know more about nuclear weapons than you do. I was like, why the hell you have your thoughts on nukes in the first place?
Yeah, like
so you spend your time like, how can I nuke North Korea? This will happen. It's ridiculous.
It's such bad take. It's such a bad take, no matter how you slice it. Like, you're not going to convince anybody after Hiroshima and Nagasaki that nuking anything is good. Like, there's nothing. We saw what happened. There's been years and years and years of nuclear fallout as a result of that. Now, maybe like our nukes have gotten better and more targeted, and we're able to control the blast a little bit better. But we're still annihilating every single thing in the area. Like, nothing is going to live for many, many years. The soil, the groundwater, everything is toast. You know, like, Jesus, like.
Yeah. Yeah,
it always bothered me, too, because he's a Canadian and he wants America to be the world police. And I'm like, well.
I just.
That's very.
Yeah, that's like very confusing. He's like, the Canadians never had nuclear weapons. Like, they used to.
They
when you were a baby.
They were smart.
Oh, God. I mean, I'm afraid. I mean, I'm glad the guy isn't that charismatic enough to ever get like a power base, like a fan base, but it's just sad. But it's just sad to see how far what someone will go to like for a whole entire ideology to work.
Yeah. They don't care who they hurt.
How's your COVID so far?
Oh, you know what? I've tested now 3 times. I am not positive for COVID. The vaccine worked. My daughter's got it, but she's toughened through it. She actually she's got just a little bit of a like I'll call it a throat cough because it's not in the lungs. You know, you can definitely hear when there's a cough in the lungs. You know, She's not experiencing that. She's not having any issues like that. So good on her for that. The worst of it is that she's got a lot of fatigue and she's got a lot of like body aches and shit. So luckily she didn't get the lung part, which is what I was really concerned about because she's got a history of bronchitis. So I'm like, this could be really bad news. I was really scared for the first few days.
Even though I got the vaccine, I still got sick. I still had symptoms of it.
Oh yeah, you got a little touch of it.
Yeah, like that's why I was like joking sometimes with Primes is like, you got me sick because we got sick around the same time. So, like, this is like you got and just joking around those conspiracy theories that like, so it's like you could get COVID across the internet. Damn.
There were those people in New York, and this is what frightened me the most, and why I was so kind of pissed off with my daughter's school, is that there was a study done in New York. There was a contact tracing done. These people were sitting outside in an outdoor restaurant. It was on the sidewalk, right? Somebody walked by, they said it was like a 2 to 3 second interaction with them. Both of those restaurant patrons got sick with COVID. Both of them ended up in the hospital. 2 to 3 seconds. That was the length of time of contact it took for them to get the virus. And so I'm like, holy shit. Like it's that fast. It's like, it's not so much that it's always going to be deadly. It's just how absolutely contagious it is. It's ridiculously contagious.
Yeah, I got, even though that I have the vaccine, I got what you call the worst symptom for men.
Oh, you got the ED? Shit.
No, what's ED?
Erectile dysfunction?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, I've heard about that. I heard that people did get that, though temporary. Thank goodness. I did hear about that was a big problem.
I noticed that for reasons, and I'm like, and to then I was like, fuck. I mean, it's not like I'm like 24, so it's not entirely like it would come back, I guess people will say.
Oh yeah. Well, and plus, Pfizer makes Viagra.
Yeah.
Just saying. No, that was one of the critiques we were having with people is there were people, and I was trying to explain this before, there were people saying like, oh, the pharmaceutical industry wants you to get this shot because they make so much money on it, and blah, blah, blah. Well, I had my friend Cindy on who spent a lot of time working in the medical field, works in microbiology, has a pretty good understanding of a lot of this stuff. And one of the things she was saying is the pharmaceutical companies don't make shit on vaccines. It's like the lowest yielding product that they have. Like the things they make money off of is like painkillers. EpiPens are a big one. They make a lot of money off EpiPens, stuff like that. Vaccines aren't the one. They make more money off the treatment of the virus. Like it doesn't behoove them to have you get a vaccine. It behooves their bottom line for you to have to go to the hospital and use the other treatments that they have,
Yeah. I was well aware of their of people being afraid because they're just obviously for reasons of the pharma companies.
Oh, sure.
And
sure.
Justifiably so. But but to the point of not taking the vaccine just because a company made it, like Pfizer or Moderna, is kind of ridiculous. So you're shooting yourself in the foot just because of a fear.
Oh yeah. And Freshinkcartel out here in AZ, oh baby, it's the same way. There's a lot of them, a lot of anti-vaxxers out here.
You live in Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm in the Phoenix metro area. I'm a little bit closer, further east than like Central Phoenix.
Yeah, I have been up there a couple times. It's not. Yeah, I've been up like it's not that bad of a drive. Like I'm from Albuquerque,
Okay, yeah. Duke
so
City. I actually got I have a huge back piece, and my tattoo artist is from Duke City. So I went there for the tattoo fest, and he did a bunch of work on my back there, and got it judged and shit. No, I've got a lot of tattoos. They're just usually covered up by my shirts and shit.
so you came up here just for the tattoos?
Yeah, and to get one of those what are they, Bob's Lotta Burgers or whatever they are, the green chili amazing burgers. They're so good. Maybe
You went to Bob Burgers?
is that what it's called? Bob's Lotta Burgers or something like that?
No, the Frontier. Yeah,
Front-
we have a Bob's Burgers here, but what we have, but the one thing that's notably famous here is the Frontier famous burgers. Famous burgers, the number. Albuquerque. Yeah, Bob's Burgers first came was up.
Yeah, yeah. I went to that spot, and that was like supposed to be like the New Mexico place. It was like the place to go. So,
I've been living in here all my life, and whenever people talk about Bob's Burgers as being the burger of New Mexico,
oh yeah,
I'm usually people who talk about like the best food in New Mexico. They would probably talk about like
green chili, everything.
Sopo green chili or Dion's. Dion's is a pizza place we have here.
Oh, it's Blake's Slaughterburger. That's what I was thinking of. Blake's Slaughterburger.
Oh, Blake's.
Yeah, because they got the green chilies on the cheeseburgers, and them shits are so good. I ate 2 of them. I'm not gonna lie, I got down, and then I took home like a big basket full of like the Big Jim's green chilies, because I like to make my own pork green chili at home. I make it from scratch. Like I roast the tomatillos and all that shit. I do it all from scratch. Yeah, so I love going there for that too. I'll go there and pick up green chilies. No question, man. It's so good. It's really flat there though. I noticed that it's really, really flat there. No? Is there more mountainous regions too?
It's very mountainous up north.
Okay. So
Up
that's where
north,
you get that.
the plateau stuff, you get a lot of it in the west because of like Arizona has it probably the most.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of plateaus.
But the where you get like completely like Great Plains style stuff is just the west. I mean the east area, it's like like straight up like a desert, like a rolling grass hills.
Yep.
Look at my down.
Yeah,
Look
but
at my down.
no offense, I've been to when I've been to like Phoenix, it's so freaking hot up there.
Oh,
That
it's miserable. Like I always hear people in the like in the east. Like I work with people out of Florida. The company I work for is out of Florida, so it's all remote, and I'm always talking to them, and they're always like, "Oh, well, at least you don't have the humidity here." I'm like, "Have you ever put your head in an oven? An oven isn't humid either. It still sucks, you know." And that's the thing. That's why people fall out here all the time, because they don't sweat as much because it's so dry, and they don't think they're getting dehydrated. So you have these old people that go out on the golf courses and there's pounding back alcohol, you know, doing the most, not drinking any water, and then next thing you know they're having strokes and shit. Like we have it every year during the summer here.
yeah, we have yeah, it's actually drier up here, but we don't have a old amount of old people in here compared to Phoenix, where
Yeah, they are in abundance here. They love coming here. Tax breaks are a total attraction for the retirement community. They love that shit, and we got a lot of those at the expense of everybody else.
My grandfather was down here for retirement in Phoenix.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, he's like live down there, and it's like perfect here. Like I love the. But I mean, like we have like even though technically over here in Alberta is drier, you don't get it as hot as in Phoenix, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah, you guys do get it's the climate's a little bit cooler there. I did like that there. You know what else I thought was cool there? Walking around. I don't know like what part of town I was in because I literally had people shepherding me kind of everywhere, and they got me real drunk. But there were tons of like little food trucks and shit all over the place, and I love that shit. I love that. I have a friend in Arizona who is also has a sister shop in Wisconsin, but both of them are taco trucks. It's called Lumberjack's Taco Shack. And dude makes amazing tacos. But yeah, and after kind of hanging out with him and seeing him actually build up his food truck from
I'm just
scratch.
Curious for the taco truck. Do they have like all the meat on like a spike and they like cut a bit off and put it in a taco?
Oh no, it's not like one of those like the Euro type thing. No, they have like the metal little sectioned off like what do I want to call that? The dishes, that like the back end kitchen dishes type stuff where they have all the meat in it and stuff. A lot of it's pre-cooked. Some of it they'll cook. If it's like a special occasion or they're catering or something, they'll bring out like a grill and they'll cook the meat next to the truck. Otherwise, a lot of the meat is prepared and warmed and like basically ready to go, because usually within 3 hours they've pumped out most of their product. So they don't have a lot of time with it. They don't have a lot of time to cook, like really like get down and cook. So a lot of it's, they've prepped for it and they're just ready to go. So that's my experience with them. But yeah, anytime they do like catering events or something like that, they have this like crazy big ass grill they bring out, and they'll like do the carne asada, pollo asada, all that stuff right there on the grill. It's awesome.
Yeah, it was Jesus. This chair isn't the best. What kind of wine is that?
I am drinking, dude. This has been my go-to ever. I called it prime wine in the beginning when I first started doing streaming, because it just seemed like every time I ended up going on Prime, I was drinking this stuff. And it's the Snoop Dogg Cali Red from 19 Crimes. Just by sheer coincidence.
I need to get more into wine. It's the only alcohol drink that I'm like fine with. Like I don't drink beer, and I'm allergic to weed.
Oh no! I do know people like that. That you're not the first person I've heard that's actually allergic to it. So it's not surprising. It's rare, but it's not surprising.
I don't have severe weed reaction. I have my allergies is just like as much to like sneezing and congestion.
Oh yeah, those like almost like hay fever type allergies, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be frustrating. I couldn't do that. I'd be like, no, because I'm
He's
one
like,
of those...
no. It's like, no, I love weed, and now I'm cursed with with this sickness.
Oh no! The best one.
No.
Freshinkcartel, he's been on some of the panels too with us. He was saying the best wine he ever had was a bottle from Italy. What was it called? Do you remember, Freshink? Yeah, not having weed would probably ruin my life too. The only reason I'm not on opioids right now because I have serious back issues.
from like an incident?
I was
Like a back.
so I'm also semi a victim of spousal abuse, and my daughter's mom ran me over with a car.
That. Well, I mean, it's not the worst thing I've heard of someone hurting their back.
Yeah, there could be worse things that
My-
happen, but yeah.
My aunt's husband fell off the roller coaster that he was working on.
Holy shit, that would scare the crap. I mean, the whole process of that is scary as hell. I can't even believe that.
Yeah, he fell like 30 feet and lived, and doesn't have, and he still claims that he's like, my back is great. It's like, no, like I don't believe you, man. Like you, like anyone with their back like that will be like, I don't know, dead, or just like still forever dealing with the problems of that incident.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that there was a lot of like bad disc degeneration and stuff like that. Like, oh shit, yeah. Freshinkcartel, dude's making dad noises, picking up the remote. Yeah, sometimes it's hard. She dropped something straight on the floor, and I gotta bend over and pick it up. Life's not great some days. Hey, there's the man, CptAJones, dropping in the chat. Hey, sir.
Yeah, Captain, we were talking about the best of your debates.
Oh, wait, what's the best of the debate?
The best debates, the best moments of your debates you did was when Superpower Broadcasting told you that you're racist.
Definitely, that was definitely the best. I actually, I still talk about that.
Anybody that can comfortably advocate for dropping nukes on people, I don't think has a whole lot of room to talk about any kind of isms. You're essentially anti-human and anti-Earth at that point.
Ever since I've gone on the Prime Kai's panels, I've been called a racist. I've been called a sexual harassing apologist. I've been called what else have I been called? I've been called what was the first one? That was that was Aircraft Sparky calling me an anti-Semite. That was the best one. I think that was the best one.
Oh yeah.
And it was the same thing with Superpower Broadcasting. All I said was Saudi Arabia, and he jumped on me. And all I said was the word Jews, and not in like a I get what you're thinking. I get what you're thinking, but no, not in like a negative way. I was just saying something like there was like some Jewish guys or something like that. I just said it, and he just fucking jumped on me.
Of course he did.
It's like you're just doing like a Ben Shapiro, like you just willing to say you're racist. Like he's racist. He's racist. You said a bad word. Like
deflection is
it's
such
really
a bitch,
fucked
isn't
up.
it?
It's really fucked up. Is I gave both of those motherfuckers the chance. I gave them both the chance. I tried to tell Aircraft like. After the whole thing, I was like, okay, I'm going to turn over a new leaf. You know, Aircraft, you're not so bad. And then he literally doubles down right after that. And I was like, okay, you know what? Aircraft Sparky, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. And actually, you know what? Fuck you, dude. Like, I mean, hey, come over here. Come on. I'm so fucking pissed.
Yeah, and you know what? Fuck Aircraft Sparky, dude. Like, didn't he just get booted off Twitter? Like, banned from Twitter for a bunch of racist-ass comments? Like, screw that dude, man. I can't believe that so many people were willing to give him a platform, the shit that he was posting, because I read some of that shit. I was like, you're trash, bro. Waste of DNA, and somehow it's only black people that he seems to call a waste of DNA. I'm like, the coding is pretty clear here, man. I get it. I get what you're trying to say, dude. Like, you're a piece of shit. Sorry. I'm glad I didn't have many interactions with him.
Horrible.
I barely have interacted with that man. At most, I've gotten more interactions with Prime and Legendary than someone like him. Prime, if you refer to Prime as legendary, I think you were not around CptAJones. He was the guy. He was on Prime, and he goes and says in the middle of like, I think in the Black Everything panel, saying like, well, whites are inferior.
Oh wait, yeah. So then Destiny gets on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I was. That's like, yeah, back when I wasn't really on the panels or anything. But
Yeah,
I was a viewer.
like he hates me, and like he like I call him like I call his stuff out on like on the Discord, and then he goes and does like paragraphs of like, so it's like, yo, you can't speak of this, you don't know the experience, bro, like experience, and like a lot of it's bad spelling and saying your in the text message, like
Right.
text speech.
It's
But,
YOU apostrophe RE.
Why? Yeah, yeah, and there's like you could have just. You don't have to be like text to chat. Doesn't make you look good.
Yeah, that was funny. I definitely have had a lot of fun debating on the panels and shit. It's something I definitely like.
Yeah,
value.
Hey, Freshinkcartel wants to jump in. Do you guys cool with him popping in too?
Nah, fuck Freshinkcartel. You know what? Fresh Ink, actually. No, I really like that guy. He's cool.
Hell
He's
yeah.
cool. I
come on.
remember when he first popped on the Prime panel. And oh shit, now I'm speaking about
There
him
he
in the
is.
here, so it's a little awkward.
Oh, what's up?
Talking shit, so I joined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the kind of group we have
That
here.
I was-
Okay, we're very inclusive. You all are welcome.
Exactly. Very inclusive. I will be an asshole to everybody equally. That is what my solemn guarantee to you.
That's all.
No, exactly. Fresh Ink, I remember when you first got on the panel on Primes, and I my girlfriend was like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "What the fuck? Why are you asking?" But other than that, and then I was like, "Yeah, no, he's just, I just wish he talked more." But no, like, yeah, you're awesome, dude. I've liked what you've give and take so far.
Thank you,
No,
thank
Fresh
you.
Ink
I,
like pulls
traded-
back and then ends up like throwing out some really good takes. Just gives it the conversation room to breathe, and then just
Yeah,
here it is,
I
buddy.
mean,
No,
I
you're
don't,
for
I,
real.
I don't like to like bicker about like the whataboutisms and like the straw mans and all this stuff. So it's like, yeah, this thing that you're all arguing about is like skewed a little bit. So I'll just like throw that in and let you all go at it.
yeah. Was it I don't usually let things go that much if it's unless someone's like Azzy there, like you were there like yesterday, right? When Azzy was like talking about like baby dicks or whatnot. Were you there?
Oh god, it got weird. It got really weird for
Yeah.
a second there.
And I was like, so it's like you, it's like come on, you're backing off the question. Answer the damn question. Stop whataboutism. Like
I didn't enjoy the baby dick conversation.
you did.
No, I did not.
It was weird.
Yeah,
I didn't.
being a parent.
What's so
it
weird about
kinda-
baby dicks? We
kinda
all had a
threw me
baby
off.
dick at one point. So hold on. No. Absolutely not. Every single last one, solemn one of us has had a baby dick in our life. Okay,
I've never
And we're
had
gonna-
a baby dick.
I've never had a
I've always had a gigantic slong, dude.
came out and so the doctor was actually very confused. He was like, "What is this coming out?" And then it wasn't my head; it was my head.
Yeah,
They
if
just thought I
I
had
wasn't
two
a C-section,
umbilical
that'd be really
cords.
weird. Yeah,
I'm
it's a good thing they
actually-
cut the right one. I don't want that like non-consensual circumcision.
Oh my God.
Exactly. No non-consensual circumcisions.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if if I was an old person, I would totally make that decision for myself.
If you're
Yeah.
hey, if you're 50, you're trying to get back in the dating game, like that's a consideration you might take, right?
Exactly. Huh?
You know.
Yeah, that wasn't the weirdest conversation I ever had. On Friday, I do have this on record saved, so I'm gonna go and look get it from I have it on a Twitch.
BT Dub, if you guys smoke, it's cool. This is a 18 and over mature chat. I'm in a legal state. I don't really care, so
Same.
blaze up. We good with it. Except for Dan, because I don't want you to get sick, homie.
I'm already went through the COVID.
Ooh, damn, dude. I'm going through a cold right now. A cold. And I'm like sniffly. I'm coughing up a fucking lung and shit. It's horrible. And yes, I am also in a legal state. California, baby.
Okay. This was the weirdest thing that happened to me. You could play it, Jason. It just it's a Doobie thing. Doobie.
Oh, anything with Doobie is rare breed shit. That guy is just out of control. But I'll tell you what, I love the rhetorical devices he brings because you genuinely have to question your own values and shit when you talk to that dude. Because it's like, wait, he finds ways to back people into corners pretty good. I'll just put it that way. He's pretty good about that.
His position can change, so it's not fair. You could just
well, that's
find another step to just be like, okay, well,
first night we ran out of food.
now this one.
If I fell asleep, you'd
Yeah.
See,
And
like
then you
that's
just,
why
like, all
that's
in
why
outside together.
like a lot of
I
people
would
they
expect,
don't like
you know,
Doobie
the first
because
night we ran out of food,
he does
right,
tend to
that
just
if
take
I fell
devil's
asleep, you'd
advocate
bash
side,
my head
and
with a rock and eat me.
I think a lot
I
of
would
times
1000%
he will
expect that.
literally talk
Because I
out of his
expect
ass
you-
and
I
take a
expect you, Dan,
position
to
that
have
he
some
does not
survival,
believe in,
instinct, right?
just to
And
take
I'd
that
respect
position
and I'd have to
and
bash your head
argue.
with it.
You know, and I think there's like something admirable about that in one sense. And it makes a lot of sense. He runs a politics Discord where they argue politics all fucking day.
It's more
Yeah.
dangerous than-
Like 10,000 plus people on that shit. You
Well,
know, and I don't know. I respect Doobie, and plus, I don't know. And this is just me being the way that I am. But he did Prime solid
And
when
if we
Prime
were
needed
trapped in the mountainside
people
I
to
would
back
expect,
him up,
you
and
know, the first night we
that
ran out of food,
is
right,
you know
that
that
if I
I
fell
value
asleep,
stuff
you'd
like
bash
that.
Yeah,
a lot.
I think he's
1000%
pretty
expect
a
that.
loyal
Because I
friend, and
expect
I
you-
would
I
respect.
expect you, Dan, to have some survival,
Or I mean, I
instinct,
respect
right?
his
And I'd
loyalty
respect that,
to
and I'd
who
have-
he's friends with.
Yeah, and
Which
I'm gonna throw
I don't
this
know. That
video
just
up for
says a lot
just
about his
second.
character. In the end, you know, oh no, he's anti-porn. Well, who fucking gives a fuck?
Yeah, there are some of the
that's a shit
stances he
take.
takes where I know that he's bullshitting people too. Like you said, he's a contrarian, and that's what's great. That's actually great to have on a panel like that, because especially when you have a bunch of people who have consensus who all agree, you need somebody to play devil's advocate so you can have a conversation. Otherwise, what the hell are you talking about? You know? And so he can bring that, you know. I don't know where he really lies, and that's what's kind of interesting about it. And I love the fact that you don't know what the hell he looks like. It's a frog, with a crown on his head, and it's just kind of okay, well, there's all you have to judge is the words and how close he gets to the screen.
Well, I mean, the closer he gets, the more he's just begging. He's begging for me to fucking roast. I can't help it. I can't help it. I love debating with Doobie too, because he's the type of debater Freshinkcartel.
I'm mixed with him. There's times where I love Doobie, and there's times where I just gets on my nerves.
Here's the thing, though. Even when he's getting on my nerves, he'll be doing shit like the last time. I can't remember what he was defending, but I just know that he was talking totally out of his ass, and he was only taking the other side just to take the other side. He was giggling. He was just bullshitting. He was making ridiculous arguments. He kept ignoring what I kept saying to him because he knew that I was pinning his ass down. He just ignored it, because that's the best way to do it. Why would you engage with somebody who's trying to engage with you and point out the logical fallacies and shit like that? And of course, I love the blood sports
You know,
I mean,
it's
like-
just funny, dude. He's like, to me, it's funny because, like, I know that we're not changing the world having these debates. Like, this is good fun. It's conversation with people. A lot of us are just trying to have some social interaction too, you know, and like talk to other humans in other places and get different viewpoints and shit. So to me, like, you bring on the fun. You know, you can be bombastic and stupid or whatever. I ain't gonna be mad at you for it at the end of the day. Like, it's shit, man. I've said it before. I went on CTV for 3 hours. I sat in his wolf's den for 3 hours and talked to that dude and bullshit with him and got completely trashed. Believe me, it took me 2 bottles of wine and a shit ton of weed to be able to do that for 3 hours.
Yeah. CTD doesn't know crap about the Civil War.
But
You know, what's funny is I actually
it's
know
good
way
when a
more about.
historian says that.
Yeah, I know way more about the Civil War than I care to admit because I follow one channel that does really good work. Actually, Dan, I would be curious if you've heard of him. Have you heard of Atun Shea Films?
I'm friends with the guy. I know who Anton Shea is. He's one of my
That's
favorite.
amazing.
And also the guy I work for, Cynical Historian, was the one who got Anton Shea famous in the first place.
Nice. Yeah, there he goes. There he goes.
So-
I fucking love Atun Shea. That's basically it's Atun Shea is where I have all my Civil War knowledge from, and I think from what I've seen and like whenever I've double checked it, it all seems to be very accurate. So like,
He's like, no, it's not, sir. No, it's not. And then then it goes like full Nazi. Then he actually becomes a Nazi.
yes, so good. The fucking the Checkmate Lincolnite series, one
Yeah.
of the best Civil War comedy series. Just it is the best. There's nothing else like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then what was your favorite Anton Shea? What was your favorite checkmate Lincolnites moment? So far.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Hold on. There's so many, but honestly, the first episode is, I think, the best. It's just it gets straight to the point. It's like 5 minutes long. I do like the longer ones, but I thought the first one.
And then and you have the guy just shoots him.
Yeah, and then turns into the Nazi.
Yeah.
Turns into the Nazi, and then the
Yeah,
Protestant comes out. It's just so good.
He's does the full we'll link it to you, Fresh Ink, but it's like literally he does the Sauron moment from Lord of the Rings. He's like, it's like, this body is mine. And he's like, and the Witchfinder General, I think was his name, was the one who's getting the Nazi out of him.
Is it what you sent me in the DM?
I'll send it to you. Just give me a second. Yeah, the guy I work for, was it a Cynical Historian, is the one who got Anton Shea big in the first place.
Yeah, post that in the oh, there you go. Yeah, post it in Twitch chat. I was gonna say so that we can all check it out.
Okay.
Hello, good evening.
What's going on?
Welcome to Checkmate Lincolnites.
What did I do?
Checkmate Lincolnites?
The pernicious lies of Republicans,
You're
carpetbaggers, scallywags.
wrong. Okay, you're offline.
I'm offline.
Oh, sorry, wrong. Shit.
The problem. Okay, so I'm also a historian, and anytime people just come in with their political beliefs backing up their interpretation of history, it drives me through the fucking wall. I literally want to shatter my head into drywall.
What's your area of study?
Art history post 1830s.
So are you in a master's program for that?
No, I'm going to be graduating in a year, and then I'm going to think about pursuing a master's program. I don't really plan on pursuing academia or conservation work.
I like the Rococo stuff, but it's weird bougie shit though.
Yeah, that's why I like most of the stuff that comes after modernity.
Yeah, Yeah, there was like a lot of cool artists. I think I remember when I took my introduction to art history. But yeah, I did post it in the Twitch if you want. I'll watch it together.
Hold on, I'm actually gonna change shit up a little bit so that we can do that and have you guys still on screen. Give me just a second. Boom.
Live editing.
That's
Actually,
right.
a lot harder than it looks. I respect it. Fucking, oh my god. Prime is a fucking professional. I don't know if you know how much shit he does, like literally on the fly for his stream.
Yeah.
It's actually one of the most incredible things ever.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
He's insanely fast. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard his audio, and like watching his stream and hearing the audio on his stream is the best experience. Why? Because he's literally adjusting audio on the fly, and he has all the noise suppression, noise and like equalizations for all the voices perfectly. He's adjusting it all as he's on the fly. So fucking crazy.
Yeah,
There's
and
so
you know
much
what?
respect.
That's the biggest thing with my stream that I hear all the time. Can you like? It's always adjust the sound this way or that way. I'm like, shit.
It's
am I
so hard,
missing?
dude. So like what I've done is I have like basically a quarter of my screen dedicated to audio on the screen that I'm looking at right now. And so like I can see the audio bars, but it's still just so hard. You have to like literally be looking at it the entire time, and then like kind of know where when your audio bar gets up to like this level, like what that sounds like by like listening a bunch and just testing it out and shit. It's a lot.
Yeah. I was trying to get my other monitor to show up. For some reason, it's being a jerk and it doesn't want to show up for me, so I can't add it in. But what I'll do is I'll bring it up, and I'm just going to, like, cover you guys up for a second. And we'll do it like that. Actually, like this. Hang on.
You have to share your screen too.
Oh, stop doing that. Oh, you want me to share it through the Discord? Would that be easier?
Yeah.
Do it that way.
Manny. What were you laughing about it, Jones?
That's the best part. Okay, that was it. I was trying to find this part and I found it. Fucking my favorite attitude shame moment. What do you think the southern states were doing before Fort Sumter? Chilling, yearning for freedom from Yankee tyranny.
Yes.
Amazing.
He's like, yeah, I was
So good.
So I could probably get I could definitely I'm pretty sure if I could get literally him to Shade to show up to my if I get my like dream career going, I could probably easily get him because we're a favor for my
using facts and logic. My guest
Oh yeah, play the other one. This one's
is the man who runs the lion thieving
Okay.
Freedmen's
Oh,
Bureau
they're all
loving
really good.
YouTube
This is the
channel.
first one.
the northern aggression one.
yeah,
the
the
northern aggression
northern
one.
aggression is just it's too good.
Stupid ads. Get out of my
Fourth one,
face.
fourth one.
Mate.
Okay.
What?
The fourth one.
There must
Fourth
be
one
somewhere
down?
old Jeff Davis can go. Nope.
Was
Might as well change his name
it
to
really the War of Northern? Okay.
Yeah,
So let's say
do
you
full
have to read
screen.
An incredibly long email from your
Boom.
boss that you have to finish before the big meeting
You got all the
starts
love
in
now.
10 minutes.
Enhance.
Yo,
Cramming for
seriously though,
exams before.
no.
Enhance.
Keep your eyes
If
open.
Google is so fucking good at writing the rest of my fucking emails, why don't they just write the whole fucking email? You know, because I'm getting real fucking sick of when I'm trying to write a goddamn fucking email and it's like suggesting exactly what I was about to say. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Like, why don't you just write the entire fucking email if you know exactly what I'm about to say? Fuck
Yeah.
Gmail.
Was
Yeah.
it because they
What I have
hated
to say.
Screw that bullshit.
No, it was
Stop reading my mind unless you're going to do the work for me.
Exactly.
Oh, this is
program
beautiful.
Where we pulverize the outrageous slander so often leveled upon us by carpet-bagging types.
Bagging
who
types.
seek to besmirch the reputation of our great and glorious country, the Confederate States of America. Tonight, we examine the pettifoggery, hypocrisy,
Pettifoggery.
and tyranny of our northern brethren, the meddling Yankees. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say
I love
something
this shit.
before? I simply could not hear you over the sweet sound of victory. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Just because abolition wasn't a primary Northern war aim doesn't change the fact that the South unequivocally seceded to preserve slavery. South Carolina, for example. South Carolina seeks succession from the Union.
Thanks, Captain A. Jones. That's dope.
Slavery. Debated upon.
You're like my 11th
Slavery
subscriber.
debated upon.
Debated upon.
Multiple acts of war against
Yeah, like look, he like literally they respond to each other through like the video, through like the like edited. Yeah.
So good.
South Carolina seceded before Lincoln was even inaugurated. Jefferson Davis was formed.
I just want to warn you guys,
seceded before Lincoln
don't
was even
ever, if you like the
Jefferson
seltzers, I do
Davis
like
was
some of
formed
them,
president a full 6
but if you
days before
ever
Lincoln
go
was.
to try
In
any,
event, slavery
do
was never at the
not,
forefront of the
do
Union
not
business
try
fight.
this one.
Most
Do not
Southern
try
states and
cacti.
generals
It is
That sounds
horrible.
bad.
It is the, well, I was like, Travis Scott makes some dope shoes, so I thought maybe his seltzer would be all right. Hell, no, it's disgusting.
Right after the attack.
Does it taste like a Ford Loco?
And in so doing, he alienated
It tastes like they put like a little bit of tequila in it.
Hell yeah.
And I love tequila, but it's the mix with the other flavors, it just doesn't hit right.
You have chosen to inaugurate civil war. The southern states never had any intention of invading the north. We didn't need to. Do you know what the seceded states were up to for the 4 months before Fort Sumter? Chilling. Yearning for freedom from Yankee heaven. Well, not quite. January 4th, 1860.
You look at Captain Joe loves it.
Alabama's immediate secession.
So good.
Yeah, like it like you could hear the Empire's Age of Empire sound effects from it.
Effectively
Yes.
putting Mobile Bay in Confederate control. January 6th, a group of
Motherfuckers
armed
out here
men
just
barged into the
vibing.
Federal arsenal at
All these
Apalachicola, Florida.
northerners
Demanding
come and ruin
the
their
city
shit.
bomber. January 10th, weeks before Louisiana's secession, state militia seized the U.S. arsenal at Baton Rouge on order.
Man, the South was just chilling, though.
They seized Forts Jackson.
They didn't do nothing wrong.
No,
The North
no,
was
no.
just like, fuck that.
Yeah, I
And the
literally
South
got
was just trying to like chill,
like,
dude.
like
dare you
literally
be in the South.
January 24th, Georgia militia seized the Augusta arsenal. February 8th, acting on orders from the governor, Arkansas militia volunteers seized the federal arsenal at Little Rock and escorted federal.
And look at he
troops
has
on
like he
Hardwick.
puts the citation to each of his claims, and like the look at the left, like the bottom left, he says he has a literally has a point for each one.
President Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers for 3-month service to suppress the rebellion. Call me crazy, but all I see is Southern aggression. You yellow-bellied horse thief! We raided those armories and forts because we needed weapons, and plenty of them, to facilitate our peaceful and equitable separation from the Union. Good thing we did, too, for soon after the war started,
It's a deterrent.
the tyrant Lincoln showed his true colors. He suspended habeas corpus illegally.
It
and
rubs
jailed
the lotion on its
multiple
skin. It does
enemies
this whenever
without
it's
any
told.
charge. What do you call that except despotism of the highest order? I call that pretty typical for a 19th century wartime government. Personally, I agree with you. Suspending habeas corpus during domestic emergencies is a very, very slippery slope, but it is constitutional. Article 1, Section 9 forbids the suspension of habeas corpus except in cases of invasion or rebellion. But in 1861, Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Taney challenged Lincoln on that exact point, arguing that the legislature
fuck.
alone
Party's over,
had
guys.
that power.
Pause the video. Some more bullshit's about to be said.
And not the president.
I just wanted to add to the conversation that kept.
And as he pointed out in his public response,
What's up, JJ?
he did it to make sure that the
What up?
rail lines were
You're live,
kept
just so you know.
Without them, Congress wouldn't.
No, I
have
know,
the
I know,
physical
and I know Captain A. Jones expected me to say some shit.
By the way, when
But all I
No,
want
no.
to say is that kimchi fucking deserves its place in burritos.
oh, that is just so typical of
Yeah.
you bootleg
Well,
Yankees.
he wasn't saying shit
You have
about
no
you. I'm just
appreciation
speaking.
for personal freedom.
He was about to say shit. Shut up, Captain A. Jones. You know you about to say shit.
On the other hand, you know,
No, you know what we've been talking crap about was
restriction of civil liberties
superpower
in the United
broadcasting
States
is the one we were just like making fun about.
ever was.
Everything.
The Confederate
Yeah,
Congress also suspended.
like literally, we're just saying like, man, that man is crazy.
They passed the Alien Enemies Act.
Well, yeah, he likes war and also wearing suits in a casual setting, and that's fucking deplorable, in my opinion.
Oh, by the way,
Weird.
when we were talking about being called things on the panel, the worst thing I was called was a racist for saying I wouldn't trust a white man in a suit walking up to my front door.
Draft in American history.
Oh my God!
How
dare you?
It's more about the suit than the white man.
That is
I mean, I'm a white man, and like, yeah, fuck hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, a white guy in a suit walks up to your door, you're kind of like, oh shit, what did I do? Am I in trouble? Like, is this an FBI agent? Screw this shit. I ain't answering that damn door. Are you crazy?
You'll be just devastated to learn that your Lord and Savior Lincoln didn't give a
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Like, you know, anyone wearing a suit is like, if you're not wearing a suit, they feel like they have the power over you.
Yep.
And that's some bullshit.
That's when I gotta run into my room and throw my suit on real quick, my tie all disheveled, and I walk out to the front door and I'm like, yes, I'm as important as you.
I own one suit, and it's a pineapple print. I wore it to one of my best friend's wedding, and he was fine with it. So you know what? If I can show up to like one of my best friend's wedding just wearing a suit with just pineapple print, and that's fine, then fuck the banks. Fuck the
I'm not
Check your DMs.
lawyers and shit.
I'm not
Check your
mad.
DMs.
We actually had a draft of the Emancipation
Me?
Proclamation already written.
Or just check chat because we've already outed you. Actually,
Put it into
sorry.
effect. And of course, he emphasized saving.
Actually, so now that I have the floor,
Intensely
pause the video.
racist during the Civil War, and as president, Lincoln had to
Pause.
placate both
Hold
white
on. We're
supremacists
pausing.
and our
We're taking some details.
Oh,
That's
there we
okay.
go.
That's
Okay.
what this stream is all about. It's about being malleable. So
no. Say, Mike, you're fantastic mod, Mike Lightyear. I love him, by the way. He's constantly standing me in Prime's chat, and I need that for my self-esteem. I have to say, I need that for my self-esteem. So thank you so much, Mike.
well, like I said,
Seriously.
we're trying to gather a good, healthy collection of stoners for like a socialist stoner panel. You know,
I'm the one who's not the stoner.
So, no,
That's
Dan,
okay,
no,
man.
Dan, you're a
You're-
Captain A. Jones is not the socialist.
There's a little asterisk
You
in the
both have
title.
been adopted.
Also, Dan.
Folks have been adopted. You know, you get adopted in, so that's okay.
exactly. You're a stoner in my heart, Dan.
That's right.
That hair,
Okay, thank
that's
you.
a stoner to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Stoner if I could. That's what you get.
Yeah, I'd like to. You know, some people just don't smoke weed. That's fine, but you're still like, we're all stoned. You know what I mean? In my heart.
Yep.
Same. Okay, what did you have to say, Captain A. Jones? We stopped.
Oh yeah, what I was saying was that it was really hard to understand the video at the same time as we were talking, and so like what Mike Lightyear said, right?
I need to switch
Just
fans
space
with my
bar.
partner because she's afraid of the fan that is in our bedroom right now. Be right back.
I'm not a fan of that. So I'm so sorry.
I actually went on Halloween one year as a ceiling fan, and I just had a shirt that said "Go Fans" on it. Or "Go Ceilings." I'm sorry, "Go Ceilings."
That's the way to go.
And that was it. And then another year I went as a
I wouldn't give your ass
404
any candy.
I went as a 404 cannot find costume error.
God,
Now
nope.
I work in
I was
the
gonna
IT
say-
industry, baby. Like people love that shit. They're like, hell yeah. Like,
Hey, what do you do?
Now that OnlyFans is going out, right? Do you think that domain's going to be up for grabs?
ooh, are they like failing? Are they
I
completely
doubt, I
folding?
doubt they're failing, but there's already like support a whatever the fuck platform. So once you take porn away, it kind of lost its niche.
But I heard they recanted on that. They're actually going to go ahead and continue with whatever they had going. They put out a statement saying that they were not going to stop them from well, they're not going to screw over the people they've been exploiting for the past 3 years or whatever since they've been open, because essentially that's what they've been doing. But
Exploiting? You mean the poor men who pay for these OnlyFans? Have you seen some of the bills that these poor simps rack up? Unbelievable.
They got to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, and
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
Yeah.
Socialized sex work.
Oh, I'm so down with that.
yeah, we should do that.
I don't know what JJ's doing, but it looked pretty great.
We would just get vouchers, you know.
How much more they pull is what I'm saying. They've been pulling a lot.
Yeah.
Why
way too
why
much.
bootstraps?
But I mean, what hurts more, their dicks or their wallets? You got to prioritize.
Yeah, I guess so. But like, I mean, some people just have fucking money just to give to sex workers, and like, why not just like let the sex workers, exploit themselves, as all workers do, for money? Why not? Come on.
I gotta throw this out there because ProblematicPann just got me in chat because I am so against vouchers for the school system. He's like, so now you support vouchers, Jason Society. Damn,
Got him.
I kind of owned on
yeah.
that one.
Come on.
That was pretty good. I could laugh at that. By the way, you did pretty well on the panel with Hans earlier today, Hans. That was great. Or Pan, that was great.
Yep, you seem to did pretty good. Yesterday. Is it yesterday, right?
Yeah, not yesterday, right? I thought both him and Sen did really well. I mean, they have different opposing views, but I thought that they both represented their arguments very well. And I thought it was cool that Hans was giving platforms to like other smaller creators and doing it in the daytime, not super late at night. So,
I
don't resent Prime for what he does at all. That's rad, but
Yeah,
I thought that was really cool though.
Hans actually offered me like a space to go on, but I told him just like I don't feel confident. It's like no, because one, I wasn't a streamer yet. I'm not a streamer, not yet, but like he wanted streamers, and I'm not a streamer, so I felt I didn't count for it.
Bro, you should still go on because you're building up a reputation, and as soon as you start streaming, that's going to help you. Like, so
I'm
opportunity.
Yeah, I am. I feel like sure, but I want to be fair to Hans' rules, and he agreed.
Oh, right on. Well, that's noble. So. That's really cool.
Yeah, I want to be clear.
That's a principled stance. That's awesome. I respect that a lot.
Yeah, I like. I mean, the reputation that I have right now, I'm very happy with. People very happy hanging out with me and whatnot. You guys. So
well, obviously you're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Dan secretly like all you guys.
And JJ's here. Shit, I love that people are dropping in like this.
Yeah.
And that's what's fun. When I first, so I'm on week 6.5, maybe close to week 7 now that I've been doing this. Doing debates and all of it, not just like the Twitch thing, just fucking even going and doing debates. No,
this is bullshit. I've been streaming for fucking years, okay? You motherfuckers are coming up so much faster than me. This is absolute nonsense. I put in my grinding hours, all right? Where the fuck is my goddamn following? All right? This is bullshit.
Are you serious?
CptAJones, it's because you're too much of a fucking lib. Like, no, like you're not going to get any radicals like to actually attach to what you're saying because like everyone kind of agrees and kind of disagrees with what you're saying. You're not actually
tankies. You got to pull in a couple of the tankies at least a couple of them. You gotta get all of them, but if you get a couple of them, then you start to get a loyal following from everybody else on the left.
Yeah,
it's like getting street cred. Just kidding, guys.
The other thing you could do is just do what Hans did and just like host panels, and you can be a lib and just host panels and be like, oh, I'm just in the middle. I don't have an opinion of my own. And that's valuable. Like I would watch that shit. I think you have a great sense of humor, and maybe you could do that.
Bless you.
And I'm working on the future of the cannabis panel. Like that's what we're gonna have here. That's what we're doing.
I'll be on that. Like, yeah, I got some weed right here, dude.
Hell's yeah, brother.
Not much, but there's a little bit left.
Pan.
What's it called? It's called Bruce Banner
Bruce Banner's
Oh
good.
yeah, just
I've
Bruce
had that
Banner.
shit.
Yeah,
Bruce Banner's very good. That's a great strain. I got.
I'll have some right now just for the sake of the panel. Oh yeah, why not?
Right now, I'm smoking for my flower. I have some Pineapple Express that I haven't cracked open. I actually bought it a couple weeks ago because I've been doing dabs like crazy. It's just easier to do dabs on stream. That's why, because I can just.
Oh, I can't do dabs. Fucking give me an anxiety attack. Like it's too much. Like at once. I barely have gotten like to not smoking like just CBD. Like I'm just now in the last like couple months just smoking like regular weed, not just CBD.
Mr.
And
Mr.
oh my
Pan.
gosh, yeah, it fucks my head up a little bit. But you know, I'll do it for you. This one's for Jason's Society.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Shame on all of you.
I can't wait till it's
Drugs
legal
are
here.
bad for your
Dude, you're not the
Dirty,
only one
dirty
that doesn't like
smokers.
weed, Pan.
I love weed. I'm just I'm very good at sacrificing. You know, I know it's bad for me, so
What's your position on ketamine?
big fan. I have a lot harder time resisting ketamine.
Oh shit.
You know who else is good at fucking sacrificing? The people who do like honor killings on their daughters because they kissed a boy.
Nah.
JJ with the problematic ticks. Unbelievable. Just coming in hot
He's
with
not
the
wrong.
bullshit.
He's not wrong.
He's kind of
Not wrong, dude.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's like saying, here's what JJ just said. Yeah, murder is bad.
Well,
That's what he said.
well.
I think
That's all
murder
he
could be,
said.
murder could be
JJ with that
Problematic murder is bad. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude.
Oh, no shit. Oh, you're so brave, JJ, for having said
Thanks,
that.
man.
I'm so proud of you. You've come so far from.
Oh, you don't know what that means to me.
I love you, JJ.
So, okay, you guys have total permission to clown on me. I know my Chargers lost today. I feel very sad about that stupid field goal that the freaking Cowgirls got at the very end. But, you know, if you're a football fan, it's okay to clown on me. I'm not going to be mad at you. It's part of what happens. I've just accepted it.
First of all, no one gives a shit about fucking football. Second of all, you lost to the Cowboys and you call them the Cowgirls as an insult. I know it's an all male panel, but pretty sure we're all feminists, and we will not stand for that.
Don't
Sir,
you
I
fucking
have
dare!
been
It'll
canceled. I
probably-
recant. I have been canceled. I am flawed in my language, and you are correct. I appreciate it. I appreciate
one-
the setting me straight. That's valid.
Well, I mean, I don't understand why you think it was
I'm
an
canceled.
insult. I think he was clearly just trying to expand the gender categories to include girls. Girls can play football too. I think Jason's Society was just being extra inclusive by calling them the Cowgirls.
Hold on, did you even watch the fucking game? The cowgirl kicked. The cowgirl, yeah, one of the fucking cheerleaders kicked the field goal. If you had watched the game, you would know this, but you didn't. So here you are, looking real stupid. So I'm just saying.
They kicked the field goal right
Yeah,
into the
yeah.
basket. It was a straight basket. It was a straight
A
three-pointer
three-pointer.
Hole in
field goal
one.
basket.
And honestly, I don't know anything about the sports teams, but I ate some beef today, and it was delicious. And I'm pretty sure it was from a female cow, like, because it wouldn't be from a bull because it would be too tough. And so, yeah, the cows win. All right, the Cowboys lose.
Damn it.
True.
Sorry,
I've been
but
canceled and
maybe you should
lost
go on the next
double
topic.
time.
I don't know.
Shit.
Owned you there.
I'm over. That's it. Guys, I give up. I'm handing off my stream to somebody else. Problematic Pan, it's all you. Just kidding.
Oh shit! I'll change my name to Jason just to fit in.
It's part of the society, you know, the inner sanctum.
Yo, I don't give a shit about football, but there was a period where I really gave a shit about the Chargers, and it was because I was dating the daughter of the defensive coordinator at the time.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
And I didn't believe her. I thought she was full of shit. But then I started getting like Michael Jordan like sweaters and stuff, just like as gifts that were like gifted to her by like Nike execs and stuff, and they didn't fit, so they just handed it to me.
That's cool as hell, man. That's cool.
Yeah.
We didn't
last-
vibe, so it didn't last.
Last year, or they just switched their defensive coordinators, but what was that? Gus Bradley or somebody like that, I think was last year. And before that, we had Ron Rivera, who was huge. He's now the head coach for the Carolina Panthers. But I won't get too much in the weeds on football. I know it's not your guys' jam, but
I'm gonna be honest. I don't watch sports that require any physical contact. The only sports that I watch are of the electronic variety.
I watch football and skateboarding.
So true. Are you guys excited for the chess world championships coming up this November?
No.
Yeah, chess.
It's gonna be so exciting.
The chess.
Yeah.
If you talk to Mad Lad, he'll be very, very excited because he's a chess master. That sometimes shows up.
He's a master.
Is he a checkers master?
He's almost a master.
Like an official master?
Yeah, Mad Lad. Yeah.
Damn.
You spent 30 minutes clearing your character, Captain A. That's a sport.
Yeah, I think he says that Nick Amara doesn't like him.
Wait,
I've been rolling
playing
this joint
against
for a
Nakamura?
long time. Okay, give me.
No,
give
he
me-
said no. He's like Nick Amara like banned him from a chat room or something like that.
You know what I like watching though, for video games and shit, like for esports? I love watching Overwatch championships. I am a sucker for Overwatch. I will get on that shit on the fly, like when, like I gotta go somewhere, right? But you know how you're waiting for other people to get ready and you want to go, but they're not quite ready, and you always have like that 15 to 30 minutes or whatever. Overwatch is my jam. I'll jump on that shit. I'll lose my ass every time, but it's so fun. I love that game.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
a long time ago,
Captain-
I was a scout coach for a League of Legends team, which was fun.
That's pretty rad. I know a lot of people that were like heavily into LOL, man. They were like all over that shit. A lot of people
I was never
worked
pro,
with.
but I did get to hang out with a lot of them because of the job, which was fun. I also got to meet Rick Fox, which was cool.
Right the fuck on, man. Oh, I owe a dab for that. I'm not supposed to say the F
Don't
word
know.
anymore.
Don't know
I
about
think
esports.
you guys got lost the conversation, like because Captain A. Jones said he doesn't watch sports, but he will watch electronic sports, and you guys thought he was talking about video games, but I'm pretty sure he was talking about how now the robot wars, they can use plastic explosives and small nuclear ordnances.
What?
I didn't think he was talking about that.
That sounds like some
I'm pretty
like,
sure that's what he's
superpower
mentioning.
broadcasting
Oh.
shit.
So definitely, I was definitely talking about StarCraft and StarCraft 2. But we can pretend I was
weren't
talking about whatever you were talking
miniature
about.
nuclear bombs.
I don't know what the hell you're talking. Well, in StarCraft 2, right? They kind of do have miniature nuclear bombs because if you think about it, a nuke would blow up like the entire map. What the fuck? But then it's like this tiny explosion. I don't know. I'm just saying. It's not like it's kind of like a pop.
Well, you just need to split a smaller atom, I guess, for a smaller bomb.
Dude, are they putting these on the robot dogs that they're putting in the streets and shit?
I don't know.
Yes.
They
Robot street nuke dogs.
Man, what a time to be alive. It's like, oh, you just don't know what they're going to come up with next.
What a time to be
Yeah, they
alive.
have-
There's so many ways to die.
I mean, I like robot dogs.
Tiny little-
They don't get any allergies, you know? They're like regular dogs, but no allergies. It's perfect.
Hey, and they don't have
There
fur.
are little helicopters, little drones that can go around. They're like this big, like from my eye to my eye, and they can hold like a little bit of explosion, and they can just like dive right in your head while you're standing there. Like,
Damn, I'm gonna have
drone
to start
warfare
training-
is fucking terrifying.
I'm gonna have to
Do you
buy
have
like
a
a
citation needed button?
something like I need like a Roland or like some kind of anti-aircraft cannon like in my backyard now. I got to worry about fucking drones coming in and face bombing me.
Thank God for the
And
Second
you
Amendment.
have a
Am I
right
right
to
or
that.
am I right?
I think it would be cool if the drones did just like have a little hand that came out and smacked you in the face, and we're like, stupid,
That's how we'll deliver pre-rolls in the future.
right? Drone delivered pre rolls would be awesome. I'd be here for it. I was saying once I hit 100 followers, I'm supposed to do a hatless stream. That was proposed by Send Streams. If you guys have seen him on the panels, blue shirt guy.
I'm not sure I'm even comfortable with that.
But yeah,
I've never seen you without a hat.
Well, here's the thing. I keep meaning to cut my hair, but now I'm on quarantine because my daughter got COVID. So I'm stuck for 10 days.
Sorry.
And I massively need a haircut. And it's like getting like big, you know. The funny thing is my daughter's been like surprisingly doing very well with it. Like
That's good.
I was kind of astounded because she has a history of bronchitis and bronchial issues. So I was like, this is dangerous. I was scared as shit. Like when she first came, like I got the diagnosis and shit. But she's like, yeah, dude, I feel good. Like, can I go to school? Like, I'm bored. I'm sitting here. Like, I want to do something. And I'm like, no, you have COVID. You're not doing shit. Like, I've had to order all our groceries and shit, which is so it's a pain in the ass. I don't like making people come to my house to give me food, you know, anyways, you know. I have a car, I have legs, I can go get my own shit. But so it's one of those things. It's a little debilitating. You're like, shit, man, what the hell? I can't do anything, you know. But I've tested 3 times. I took the vaccine. I've tested negative every time. I don't have it, but I'm just worried that, I don't know, maybe there's something on my clothes, you know, whatever, while I'm caring for her. Like, I'm not risking it. So I don't even go out. But damn, ordering shit sucks, dude. I hate it.
I have the exact opposite opinion. I love getting somebody else for like $7 or $8 to go risk their life and almost catch COVID to get my groceries. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know what I need? Almond milk. You know what I don't want to go outside and possibly catch COVID to get? Almond milk. So I'm like, I'm going to get somebody else to get that. And then on the way, they can grab like some Its. You know what I'm saying? Totally non-essential items, but like essential to my well-being and my mental health and happiness, kind of, not really. But like when I think about it, not too much, I can justify it.
I don't know. I can't afford fucking $7-8 delivery fees. I'm gonna go risk it.
Yeah,
I can't pay that shit.
Me either.
Couldn't
I'm not made of bucks. Like I hear people order Uber Eats, and I'm just like, how? Like I don't understand. They're so expensive.
They get Eats Pass and they pay the $5 a month to save themselves, because usually these people also order Uber Eats all the time.
Oh,
so
fuck yeah, you're talking about
that
me.
$5 a month is saving them like $40 a week. And I'm not kidding about that.
You're talking about me.
And he's doing it while it's like
it's free delivery, or like
really just like putting other people in danger.
I mean, for me, like I rarely ever have like went out and just ordered things from Uber Eats or not, because to me it feels like I'm paying twice as much to get them delivered here if I could just drive down there and get it.
Yeah.
It is horribly exploitative to the workers, though. And I worked Uber Eats. I did it, and it is exploitative. It's very exploitative. They don't take care of their workers. The pay isn't right. The Stride insurance that they try to get you on. See, I'm speaking specifics because I did it. Stride insurance is bullshit. It's horrible insurance. It's crap. It's utter shit. Like, there is no sustainability of life being an Uber driver. You're not going to do it. You're not going to sustain a good life. It's not the same as being a taxi driver like of old, where you actually worked for a taxi company that had to provide you pension. They had to provide you wage. They had to take care of you, right? These people don't have to do shit. Like,
I think it's pretty good for extra cash, though. My parents, they were struggling for a while, so and having an Uber like 10-15 hours a week on top just really helped them get by. So like I'm kind of thankful to Uber for that, at least like for like part-time work. You know, I agree it's probably not a good full-time job, but with the flexibility, it's a nice way to get some cash if you really need it.
To your point, it's a good way to create work-life integration, right? Like, because you can do it when you need to. You can turn on the app when you're ready to go and turn it off when you don't want to do it. You know, like, I'm done. I don't want to take a job. Done. You know, so there are some benefits. There's always some benefits, and I'm not going to say there's not. But a lot of people have, and you can watch several videos of people breaking down the numbers of like what Uber made versus what they made. And that's where the issue lies. And I think overall, like, it could be a net positive for people to be able to do it, but I think we need to create a better system of doing it. Again,
there has to be a better system.
The one thing I would say that I'm a huge proponent of that, Pan, you're probably going to say no, is like unionizing Uber drivers, so that they can create a better way to like contract for what they're going to get paid per delivery and shit like that. Like that's where I would probably go with it. We unionize taxi drivers. We unionize every other.
Yeah, we unionize taxi drivers, and they cost like $50 to drive me to the airport.
You know what's funny is I was actually on a
Uber
panel.
Driver will cost you $50 to drive to the airport too, because they have to have a special license in there. At Sky Harbor, you have to have a special license just to even go there. I know.
Maybe it's different in Phoenix, but in Tucson, like I can get to the airport for like $16 with an Uber. It's the world's best thing ever.
That would be amazing. I would be all on board for that shit. They need to fix this shit here. Pan, come handle this shit up here. I need to get.
It costs you like fucking $100,000 to get a fucking taxi license to be able to drive a taxi in Toronto.
Yeah, that's like, so dumb.
There's so many people who can just do the job, and there's no reason that they shouldn't be part of the same company. It should just, be nationalized, and we can all be communist, happy in space harmony forever.
Fucking God, nationalize Uber. You heard it here.
Oh yeah,
and just Lyft.
I'm switching to Lyft. I'm switching to Lyft.
Your EBT card can function as a transportation card and a cash card. There
yeah.
you
What
go.
What if Metro absolved Uber and Lyft?
That would be great.
And it just became a city service.
But
I will say, Jason, isn't there like
hold on.
A Uber-like company in Phoenix
with
like
free
autonomous vehicles?
No. I see
Yes,
your
sir,
little
it's
smile,
run by
Fresh.
Google.
You just lay that fucking bomb out there. I can't respond.
But they actually ran over somebody.
No, I'm thinking of a different one. I remember that. It's not the one by Google.
I know you're right. We are a testing market for a couple of them. There's the one from Google, and there's another company too. And you're right. The name is escaping me, but there is more than one here. We're big on that shit.
It's really cool. That's so exciting.
Who's suppressing your ass, Captain Jones?
All of you. I've been trying to talk forever, and you guys just talk over me. You act like you can't hear me or something. Fresh Ink just lays out a fucking bullshit ass claim. Nobody even challenges him on this shit. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, I would just like to say, first of all, I was on a panel yesterday with on Prime Guys on the small council talking about this very subject. So maybe me, having just talked about this shit. Maybe I'm like, a little qualified to say something, right? Right?
No, I had to stop watching that panel. It triggered me so hard, to be honest.
Bullshit. Okay, look. Uber and Lyft are not the fucking problem. Okay, let's just get over it. Like, what did Uber and Lyft do? All they did was they fucking poured a bunch of money into a bunch of fucking dumb AI driverless shit that failed. It failed, and then they had to dump that shit because it was like, fuck, wow, we really failed. And then now all they're doing is they're just dumping money into getting more drivers. They're actually having a driver problem. This is why I think the whole nationalization of it is horrible. This is why taxis are so stupid. Taxi. What was the last time any of you took a taxi?
Not since Uber.
I don't think I've ever.
Not since Uber?
I'm not old enough to have
I used to take them all the time.
Really? I've taken two taxis in my entire life.
I wouldn't take the name brand ones. Like, I'd go and take the ones from the little contractors, like the Nigerians and the Sudanese people and stuff and the Ethiopians that have their own like little taxi companies, because they park outside the bars, and like I would much rather give them my money than give my money to Discount Cab or some shit, because those people are trying to
like
make their way in this
freelancer
country.
taxis.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you still have to get a license and shit. You still have to get a license. You still have to do shit to do it. Like, it's not like it's like, oh, just anybody can go get their car and become a taxi. But no, they did. They took care of their shit and they handled their business. And you can tell these people were like working people that were trying to build themselves up in this country. So hell yeah, I was happy to take those cabs, and they usually were a little bit cheaper, but overall they were much more expensive than Uber is. Like, still, you know. And so
yeah, which is whack. It disincentivizes actually using the services. Like fucking taxis are so expensive. That's why I've only taken 2 of them. I took one on my friend's birthday. I didn't pay for that shit. There was no way I had $2 at the end of the night after the fucking strip club. So like there wasn't any me paying for a taxi cab. I was gonna walk home, go take the fucking subway or the BART rather.
Right.
I'm just saying, like the I don't want to call it the democratization of people being able to give people rides, but like the ability for people to take their cars, which is like an asset, and essentially transform that into cash if they need it. Because what you're doing is you're sacrificing your car for money.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't make much when it comes to like the grand scheme of things. But what you're doing is you're taking an asset that you might have for 10 years otherwise, and like you might have a car for 10 years and it runs perfectly fine. You put 100,000 miles on it. You know what I mean? And that's like that. And that's okay. So, but you could maybe put 150,000 miles on it and earn a little bit of money on the side. Or like in my case, I'm actually getting my car repaired right now to do Uber and Lyft because I live in San Francisco. So I'm already a step up above on most drivers because they come to the city to give rides. So like, I don't know. Like, I just think that and maybe TBD, maybe I'll be like Uber and Lyft are fucking horrible after I start driving for them for a bit. But like, I have a vehicle that's 4 years old with less than 30,000 miles on it. And it's essentially this asset that I have untapped. I have time that's on my hands with nothing to do. Like, I don't know. I just think this is a great opportunity for me.
That's rookie shit.
There's nothing wrong with
it. Having a car with under 200,000 miles is rookie shit. I don't know what you're doing.
I know, dude. It's a fucking brand new 2017.
Like, let me tell you something.
Toyota. Like,
get your if you have like a hybrid or an electric vehicle, or a hybrid or electric vehicle, you probably could come out ahead. Like, those are the situations where driving Uber, you definitely have more of a possibility of coming out ahead, because what you save on gas is astronomical. It does make a big difference, because I drove a little bit even in my hybrid, like a couple times. I did a couple of runs after I sold my old car and got a new one, and it's not new. It's a 2012, but it's a hybrid. So I was getting way better gas mileage. Like, oftentimes when I was doing those runs, I was getting about 40 miles to the gallon, right? So at that rate, like, yeah, like, that works. And maybe that's part of it, is there is an encouragement through these systems to create a more efficient vehicle so that you can do these jobs and actually make the money you need to make, right? Like, because gas is the numerator here, right? That's the numerator. That's what's going to determine whether or not you get rich or not. Not that you're going to get rich, but whether or not you are able to sustain, right?
So I think that the number one thing to being, this is just from my looking it up and doing research into it to prep for doing it. Like the thing that you want and you need to be able to actually make like decent money, like $200 plus a day, is you got to be in a really high traffic area. I'm in San Francisco, so I'm like one of the number one spots for it right there. And you need to just give constant rides for like 8 hours a day. But like, the thing is, you're going to put a ton of miles on your vehicle really quickly. Like, you can, if you do it full time, you'll easily make, a good amount of money. But then when you factor in the cost of your literal vehicle that you just sacrificed to do it, like, that's when, that's when you start reading the articles where they're saying stuff like, you're making less than $1 an hour doing Uber and Lyft. And that's so when you think about it like that, people go, oh, that seems really fucked up. But like, I don't know, just from my personal view, I have this asset and I have the choice to put miles on it and get money now, essentially, and sacrifice money in the future. But like, I'm also trying to buy time while I, look for a better job. And like, it's one of the reasons that and this is just like me personally, why I don't take my stream that seriously is because like I don't know, to be able to live in where I live in the Bay Area, I need to be looking for a fucking 6-figure job. Like, I'm sorry, I can't stream full time and ever wish to achieve that. So like I need to be I need to be, hustling to do that shit. And Uber is definitely not going to be a 6-figure job for me. But
I don't know, you could be the next Hassan. Why not?
Yeah, really.
You could start a streaming like cab show where like you stream your Uber drives and you pull practical pranks on your customers.
Oh yes.
You can be like the 3-star Uber driver, the only one who ever gets rated below 3 stars.
Might I suggest getting a job and then stealing from that business?
Impractical Joker's Uber edition.
Exactly. I think it'd be fantastic.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a Debbie Downer, and
No,
like
that all the like negative reviews and stuff of like working for Uber is exactly why I haven't done it yet, or like I probably won't.
So I was able to supplement income. Okay, I'm not gonna lie that I wasn't able to supplement income like I was, but this is not something that is ever sustainable as a 40-hour-a-week job. Nobody should ever consider that as that being the possibility. What you can do is you can treat it as like we're talking about as gig work. Sure. But I would tell everybody, don't ever depend on that as a primary income. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to work. And the only way it does work is, like I've said, you got to unionize that shit. And a lot of people don't want that. And the companies don't want that. So you got a lot of contention to try to make something like that happen. Although nationalizing transport would just take care of the issue altogether, which I would totally do.
Oh. But then it would make it hard to unionize as a Uber driver, right? Is you don't share an office, you don't share a workspace. So like you're like a bit like the easy.
You share a workspace. Your roads are the workspace.
Yeah, I would just shout at people. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if we nationalized like every industry, it would probably just be better. Like I'm just thinking a nationalized bread industry. I mean, I don't like having all these different types of bread. This is ridiculous. There's like 7 seed, 12 seed, 13 grain. How many fucking grains do you need in your fucking bread?
It's hard to make bread.
Driving a car to and from do you need?
We need
like,
one
seriously,
type.
How many?
We need one type of bread.
You just need to get people to and from. This isn't like bread. Bread's delicious, and absolutely bread should be capitalized because people should make delicious bread and feel incentivized to make better bread than the other person made.
I mean,
but
arguably,
when it comes to driving to and from outside of like limo service, like Uber's not doing anything a taxi service isn't doing, and really. There could be light rails and shit like that in place, so it would be even better service than what those guys are doing. Come on,
light rails are so shit.
Yeah, and here's the thing: is that we already tried the nationalization of the driving people around industry. It was called taxi cabs and giving out these fucking medallions to taxi cab drivers to have a limited amount, and so we don't have anywhere near the amount of drivers in terms of taxis that we need. And so first, nobody uses them.
It's an inefficient mode of transportation.
Agree.
That's what happens when you nationalize
people in cars.
All need trains.
Exactly.
Trains.
You don't have
on point. Hauling people in cars is wholly inefficient. The whole process of moving people in cars as a means for, unless you're driving your own car and your own family, like to do that as a service to others is highly inefficient. Everything about it is inefficient. Unless you're going to stop and pick up other people on the way while you're driving homeboy or homegirl, it's inefficient. It's totally inefficient. It's gas inefficient. It's horrible on our environment. It's trash.
Okay, so I agree with you, but as a car driver and owner and forever car driver and owner, someone who exactly. Someone who absolutely fucking hates public transportation. I agree. I want as many people to be taken. Hold on. I want as many people to be
Beautiful, Dan. Beautiful.
I want to be taking.
I
I want
love,
as
okay.
many people to be taking public transportation as possible, because that means less drivers on the road for traffic, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Fuck you. You
I mean,
suck.
I think that's a good argument. I will say though, fuck all these fancy public transport things. If you want more public transport, get more buses. They're very cost effective. They transport a shit ton of people. We don't need a fucking light rail that goes 4 miles and costs $100 billion. Just buy some buses. Get
I'm
more
with you.
buses.
We already have it here.
I'm gonna push
Buses,
back
you
on
will
that.
not hear me get mad about buses.
I will get mad about
There's
buses.
electric buses too, and
There
they're
are
great.
Yeah, why not?
electric and
Electric
solar power
buses.
buses now that do just as good.
They're-
They can create just as many mileage and take on just as many passengers as like the diesel fuel buses that we had when we were kids and shit. So I am all
That's
for
a
that.
short-term solution, though.
Why is it short term? Why is it short term to get a lot of buses?
Because trains go choo choo and they're way fucking better. Okay,
How are they better?
Yes.
because they go choo choo. I just
Because-
said.
I
Okay.
will say,
Choo-choo. Did you not hear the
device to
choo-choo?
the
Come on.
buses.
all right, I haven't heard
No,
from Dan in a minute. Hold on, guys. We've all been.
They don't
like
take up
ranting.
where,
I want to hear from Dan the Step. What do you think about this? He's been on mute.
The first thing is that we tried to have a electric bus system in my city. We have a very extensive bus system. However, the issue is that the company who did it messed it up to where we had to we sent it back to them and all of that.
Was that
It's
when
been
Gary Johnson was doing shit out there?
No, God, this is more recent than Garrett. Jared Johnson's
World's
in the
best
90s.
ever fucking governor.
What
I'm
is
so
it?
jealous
He
of New Mexico.
destroyed your public transit. What are you talking? He destroyed. Okay.
Oh, man, I would-
that's
if
another
I could
conversation.
move-
Go ahead, Dan. Do what you're saying.
Okay, to be clear, yes, Gary Johnson was a great governor when he was governor of New Mexico. But as I'm talking about Albuquerque as the business for buses and all of that, they tried to switch it to electric. It didn't work out due to the issues of the buses. But I do think they should try again, and if they have more funding to do for the company, because the company was from China, and they messed it up.
Well, I mean, if China can't do it, they're like the solar fucking manufacturer, the best solar manufacturers in the world. I don't know. I trust China solar power stuff. Maybe it just couldn't be done efficiently.
I think we should just try to move the manufacturer here.
They are suing the company because the first thing is that they claim that these buses are going to go this long with this much battery, and it end up not being true.
Yeah, I think we should move solar production here, and we need to cut off our revenue ties with China. I think we are way too close with our economy with them, and with them being hostile towards us. I think that we can do things outside of tariffs and outside of what would you call that? There's another word I'm looking
Quotas?
So just trade war the meter?
Not necessarily
Fuck
trade
that
war. I
shit.
think we should upgrade our workers, teach our workers who are in the mining industries and in other fossil fuel industries that are dying out how to work in solar and windmill technology, and there's just as much of a booming industry there, and we should compete with them on that level. I think that would be better, because what it would do is it would force us and them into a yes, kind of a trade war, if you want to say that, but really it would be a competition as to who could generate more clean energy, right? And isn't that what we really want? That's a good competition to be in. That's a good solution to getting away from fossil fuels, and you would even get the buy-in from a lot of the people from the right, because we'd be contending with those damn China communists. I don't think they're communists, by the way. I think they're authoritarians with a centralized economy, centralized resource-based economy, but it's wholly authoritarian.
Not a lot of well, I don't want to say not a lot of, because I don't have these numbers, right? But there are people that are not just comfortable with their job, but their position is that they think it's too much of a inconvenience to get retrained, and so they wouldn't just prefer to keep their jobs. But what I was going to say about that, right, is like instead of just like retraining, we still offer to retrain, but anybody that doesn't want to take it, because if they take a new job, they have to move, right? We just let them stay where they live rent free, and we just let them we just ship their town like food and supplies, and that's it, because we can pretty much afford it, especially if we're just going to be racing for green energy instead of like traditional like economic like just bullshit consumer goods and shit.
I think at that point it would
We
be
have to care about the economic bullshit too.
We could make an incentivization to actually accommodate exactly what you're saying, Fresh Ink. I think you're right on the money with that.
Yeah, it's called retirement benefits. They
Yeah,
can
we
fucking
should
retire.
We should give it to we should let them retire even if they're just 18 and they only just started in 9.
Nope. If they're 18, they don't get to retire. Sorry.
I mean, some people that are 18 get
Well,
to
we
retire.
could give them a massive payout that would substantiate, saying, hey, well, you've at least got over a year's worth of income to figure out what you want to do. And otherwise, the country's moving green, and we're going to transform all our fossil fuels, as much of our fossil fuel industry, to green energy. We will bring you along, every single one of you that wants to come along. But if you choose to stay, we'll make sure you get a handsome enough to payout to where you have opportunity to either re-educate yourself in another career or sustain yourself for long enough for our liability to no longer be existent. And I think that's a place you have to draw the line, because ultimately people have to help themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I think that we just need to stop being so rosy-eyed about the situation. Like we're going to be able to retrain these people. No, we're not. Same with the truck drivers who are going to get replaced by AI truck drivers. They're fucked, And the only thing that we're going to be able to do is offer them a social safety net. Hopefully, when the time comes that they begin to be poor. I mean, this is called capitalism. You cannot change market forces. When something goes extinct, it goes extinct and it never comes back. You know what I mean? And the market makes sure that it doesn't come back. And there's going to be something that, that's just the horse and buggy.
Yeah,
Thank God. Fuck the horse and buggy drivers. Thank God we got fucking cars.
I'm just saying, like, blacksmiths used to be a thing. Blacksmiths. They would have a blacksmith in every fucking town. And blacksmiths was this prestigious thing. And
metal workers still exist, though. Metal workers are still a major industrial component to what we do. Not in the blacksmith sense, but it's evolved. The work has evolved.
They're one of the most powerful unions in North America. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But okay.
The most powerful private unions.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is that blacksmithing used to actually be something that was like a large part of the economy, and you can't say that that's a large part of the economy anymore. It's just the same thing because we had so many
part of the economy, like Boeing and like welders. They're metal
not
workers.
As much
welders
as they
are
were
not
in the
blacksmiths.
days of blacksmiths.
I'm sorry. That's stretching what I'm trying to say.
You gotta understand though, blacksmiths evolved into a different career set. They evolved into fabricators and welders and people that do that kind of work. They're still there. We call them by a different name, but by the root of the job, it's the same job.
Even plumbers, maybe.
Yeah.
So plumbers.
Hold on. So did the horse and buggy people evolve into taxi drivers or like car drivers?
Exactly what they did. That's exactly what happened. It's an evolution. It's an evolution of a career process, right? Yes, of course. Horse and buggy workers died because they were in the 1700s.
Well, they died as
they turned into like horse breeders or something, maybe.
Yeah,
but then
just like I'm sorry, but capitalism has losers, y'all. Like these people.
Not true. This propaganda. Everyone's a winner.
Yeah. Like when things go extinct, they go extinct, and that's it. Just like 96% of people used to work in agriculture, and that's the exact fucking opposite. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to do that shit anymore. For one thing, there's a different thing out there. But second, the shit got replaced by something else that was way fucking better. It's called industrialization. You know what I mean? And factories and shit. Why would we need a fucking like a blacksmith to be literally create a pair of tongs when we have a fucking factory that creates tongs.
And that
Because
factory
we
is
don't need
full
'em.
of metal workers that create.
Yeah, but they're
those
getting paid.
tongs.
They're getting paid
No.
a million
Okay,
times
no, but
less
listen.
than they
You-
were.
People have way more skills than just
blacksmith was getting paid way more because that's a specialized person that was needed in the economy, 100% needed. Now that
Well, so you're
factory
bringing
workers
up the
getting paid a
point as to
million
why they should
times
get
less.
No, you
more
don't
money.
need.
And that's what I'm trying to
need
say.
Blacksmith.
The
Now
taxi
you don't
drivers,
you don't-
they're gonna just have to go. They're gonna have to become
don't
Uber
need one
drivers. Going to be
blacksmith.
paid
You need
a fourth of what they
You
were
need someone who
making.
does plumbing. You need someone who does wiring. You need someone who does welding. You need someone who does tack welding. Like
all
the-
stuff that earns.
that's not a blacksmith. Like for a blacksmith, like that's just like a basic thing. You can order that from anywhere. But like you do actually need specialty items. And back in the day, fucking anything to do with shaped metal was a specialty item. So that's a bad example. Debunked.
Yeah, blacksmith was a bad example.
You're going full Ben Shapiro pen.
Yes,
Ben
it's not Skyrim. It's not Skyrim. We don't need blacksmiths in the way that we do. But go ask people that shoe horses if they need blacksmiths.
Yeah, that's because in Skyrim, instead of harnessing their fucking magic to do something good, like maybe light the goddamn streets or some shit like that, maybe feed everybody, instead they're fucking bullshitting, getting attacked by a bunch of fucking random goddamn creatures and shit. Like, fuck. I'm just saying, they suck in Skyrim. Fuck Skyrim. That
I like
economy
being my
crap.
own blacksmith in Skyrim. I make my own armor. Shit, man.
No,
See,
fuck that. I'm gonna pay someone
No,
else to do it.
I had a dark
Exactly.
I had a dark elf in Skyrim. That shit was dope. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have other communities blacksmith for me.
That's what I'm saying.
Just like export it, like I don't know to. Fuck, I
Export
forget
it
what the
all
other
back
cities
in.
were. To Stormhold or something.
I need
Winterhold.
Pulling me
What-
right now.
you-
You know, you
what
have a
you-
mod.
Let me load
You,
have a
this
mod
you,
into my
don't
Skyrim.
know Skyrim. God damn
Man,
it.
it's been like fucking 10 years since I played. I
How?
don't know
They
what to
release
tell
it
you.
every year. Are you telling me
I
you
don't,
don't
play
it?
it every time they release it.
You're not a real fan then.
I'm a PC
Sorry.
player. I still have it on Steam. Still
And
works.
emulate it 9 times and you'll get the full experience.
I didn't figure you for being PC.
Yeah, I mean I can't.
Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Sad liberals can't have a simple conversation without getting offended.
True.
I
so
was,
offended.
I was.
You're
so
100%
offended. I'm
right.
Love
offended
this
by
dude.
you guys. You guys upset me. I'm tortured.
It's true. It's true. Donald Trump
They
24.
came
These
into
people
the-
easily triggered.
This
They
this
came
is
into
yeah.
the wrong chat at the wrong time.
Hey, that's a lot of copium though. Donald Trump 2024.
Yeah, I know. Like he's obviously going to be in office by the end of 2021. Like,
Yeah.
what is this guy talking about?
I
wanna see-
had somebody like
Clearly he has no
subscribe- I had
faith in
somebody
Donald Trump.
follow the other day, and his tag was Trump 2020 WON 2021.
Oh,
What?
that person was in Queen Janie's chat
I
earlier.
started laughing. I was like laughing
That-
so hard. I was like, that's
That person
beautiful.
got banned from Queen Janie's chat earlier.
I just laughed my ass off. I was like, oh my god, dude, are you kidding me? Like, go on. The cope is strong. The cope
Do you think
is
there's a
strong.
Do you think there's a 2020 Donald Trump 2020? Do you think he's tried it before and this is like the second attempt?
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Hey, and you know what? If you think he's the best president ever, go on with your bad self. I am mad at you. He's out of office. I'm not worried.
Woodrow Wilson
I
was
don't know.
worse.
Well,
Woodrow
yeah.
Wilson was worse.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of presidents that were worse. I mean, even in my lifetime, Bush was
Actually,
worse.
I gotta
so-
call out one of my relatives. I'm a descendant of William Henry Harrison.
He was-
Horrible ass president. Horrible ass president. Died from the flu because the mofo wouldn't wear a goddamn jacket.
Dude.
Okay.
Dude, no, you are related to two presidents. Benjamin Harrison was much worse.
Too, yes.
Benjamin Harrison was much worse than.
I
was-
don't know. I think Henry Harrison was completely on the money. Like, imagine how much better the world would be if all of our presidents died 30 days into office. Like, I think that would be fantastic. They'd never get anything done.
That's pretty base.
In a video game.
In a video game.
No, in America. I don't want the video game characters getting all the best stuff.
We're just trying to not to get tossed.
No, I know. But I'm trying to get you tossed. You're my competition.
If we get a visit from
competitor,
Secret Service,
whatever.
if we get a visit from Secret Service, do you guys want to like trade your like detect the phone numbers of the detective that came to your door so we can like have a group chat with all of them?
Let's just bring him in here. We'll just bring him into Discord with us.
Yeah,
What's
just bring
up,
him into
bro?
Discord.
What's up, bro? We're
Hello?
live on Twitch. Let's do this.
Sir, what is your statement on this specific time?
He comes in. He's like,
I was really high at the time.
The officer comes in. He's like, I have an uncle who's a blacksmith, actually, Captain A. Jones, you fucking dick. Actually, blacksmiths aren't a real thing anymore. Just a jerk.
Go ask your local ranch and horse farm how. I don't know if they call them a horse farm, whatever they call places where they keep horses. If they don't have blacksmiths,
Ranch?
IKEA.
Well, I would say ranch. That's a ranch, but is there another term? Like,
no, it's just a ranch.
ranch is anything that preserves livestock, right? Basically, that's what defines a ranch. And a farm would be anything that would farm produce. Is that correct? Is that how that works? I've always wondered that. And I live in Arizona. You'd think I'd know that shit. We have a ton of farms and ranches and shit out here. But then there's dairies. Are dairies different than ranches?
It's almost like the English language has a bunch of different words that almost mean like the exact same fucking thing, and it's really fucking confusing.
And why? Oh, what do you got? What are you showing, man? What are you showing, JJ? What you got there? You got some shit to show us? I know you're always into some shit that's gonna like stir up some conversation. What are you doing over there, dude?
Don't worry about me, man.
Mike, to answer your question, Trump will win in 2024 because all of America is behind him.
Every single person.
Every single baby is behind him.
All the babies.
It's true. Yeah. Democrats are illegally, bringing in a bunch of illegal immigrants so that they could vote for election. But the illegal immigrants, they're all going to vote for Trump because he's so great. So it's going to totally backfire on the Democrats. That's my prediction.
That makes sense.
Having a libertarian saying that shit on the panel is just such a beautiful thing. I love
JJ,
you,
what are you doing?
Thank you so much for being
I love illegal immigrants as well as regular immigrants. Fuck
JJ,
I love everybody.
Turn that shit off. Turn that shit off, JJ.
He's just getting trippy.
Turn it off. No, that's a...
No.
I'm sorry. Am I? Yeah.
Getting trippy with it?
No.
What did you think
playing
that
something
was?
on Netflix. That is not allowed, JJ. You put that shit off, all right? God damn it. Does nobody get... Excuse me, sir.
Do
you never
not
heard of
toss us. Why do you guys want to toss
fucking
us?
JJ over here. Well, unbelievable.
You're not gonna know. Come on.
Oh my God, I literally just saw you. That's the Netflix screen. I'm looking at the Netflix screen.
Oh my God, this guy.
Do we not all have
Ted
Netflix?
Cruz is gonna win. Ted Cruz.
Yo, I saw that.
Little Ted, little guy. You know he's like 5'8", right?
Not little Ted. It's Lion Ted, isn't it?
Yeah, Lion Ted. But I didn't realize he was short. I always thought he was a very tall guy. I thought he was tall, and I just recently found out he is like 5'8". Or some shit like that, or like he's short, and I'm like, really? I don't know why I always thought he was a taller guy. Maybe because of his facial structure or whatever. Maybe I didn't realize how wide he was, and I thought that it was just because he was tall.
Yeah, I thought he was a little tall too. I'm surprised to hear he's only 5'8".
I was like, holy shit!
I have a feeling that if Ted Cruz or Trump runs, I swear to God, JJ, I'm triggered right now.
I'm moving to Ireland. I'm moving to Ireland.
What about Trump with Ted Cruz as vice president?
I just shit my pants. I just want you to know I shit my pants right now because you said that. It smells really bad in this room.
It's a force to be reckoned with.
Well, so
I
like
hope he does run with Ted Cruz. That would be awesome for like third parties. Like, you want to see a third party get a chance at being on the stage in a debate? That's when it would happen. That would make a third party happen. And I'm here for it. Oh, 5'10". He's 5'10". I'm sorry. He's still a little guy. You know who is small though? Did you know Governor Doug Ducey is 5'6"?
I don't believe you.
Do you mean the Cold Stone's CEO?
Yeah. You know the guy. Yeah, you nailed it, Dan.
The
Yes,
world's
sir.
best governor. What other governor has legalized nunchucks?
I'll give him that. I will not give him banning mask mandates when my daughter just got COVID from her school and half her class is out of class with COVID because of a student there, because they didn't have mask mandates and they didn't have vax mandates. That's my issue with Ducey.
Yeah.
I think he should have just left it up to the municipalities and the school boards, because our school board was game for it, but they weren't going to go over Doug Ducey. They just weren't going to do it because they didn't want the legal battle, and now it's resulted in some issues. You know?
Yeah, that's so cringe. I mean, I don't understand. I thought Republicans liked small government. Like, why would you mandate something when schools can take care of it on a local level? I just don't understand. It feels like such Republican posturing to say not only do we not want to have a mask mandate, but you can't have a mask mandate either. It's ridiculous.
And that's okay if you didn't want to do that on like government buildings or whatever. But
It's a culture war, really.
My thing is like with children under 12, their parents don't even have the option to get them vaccinated. That's my whole problem with it. They don't have, like, it's different if you have the option to get vaccinated and you choose not to get vaccinated, and thereby the people that you surround yourself with, you get COVID because they also are not vaccinated, so et cetera, you know. But these children, they don't even have the option to get vaccinated. They don't even have the option to protect themselves. And then to ban mask mandates and, like, obviously vaccination mandates, I think a lot of people are against that for various reasons. And I'm not even going to get into that part of it. But to ban mask mandates in school where, like, the kids can't even protect, they have no option for inoculation. That's horrible. Like, you're setting the kids up for disaster. Again, which is why half my daughter's class is now out because of COVID.
I don't know, but according to 2024 Donald_Trump 2024, COVID's a joke.
I mean,
we're gonna get microchipped too. By the way, we're gonna get
microchipped. I actually thought we already got microchipped for those of us who got the vaccine.
Well, I put mine in myself.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's savage.
I injected mine in my left testicle.
You know what's crazy? I have a bunch of friends who won't get the COVID vaccine, and when it got leaked that I got the COVID vaccine, they were fucking mad as shit. They were like, clearly you don't give a shit about your health. You were willing to get vaccinated. Like, they literally think it's some super fucking dangerous drug that's gonna, like, kill you. Like, these people would be fine if I took fucking heroin. Because, you know, they're libertarians. But no, vaccines, that's the
back
line.
of a toilet seat.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, they're all, like, super pro drugs and wouldn't judge me if I did super fucking hard drugs. Well, I mean, I have, and they haven't judged me. But nope, I got a COVID vaccine, and that's the line. That's me taking it too far, not giving a shit about my health.
That's
It's
big pharma's
crazy.
drugs.
Damn
That's
it,
not
Pan.
drug.
Damn it, Pan. You're
Do
an
you
AC.
and your
Anytime
friend
you
group,
wanna
like,
come
know
over and
people-
smoke or hang out, you're more than welcome, dude.
But, like, did you guys know people who have, like, died or got really sick from COVID? Like,
I have
people who
two
are
uncles-
shaming
I
you
have two
about getting
uncles
it?
that died from COVID. I have two uncles that died from COVID. They were vaccine resistant. They're reluctant. They would not do it. They absolutely swore by the fact that it was a bullshit government conspiracy, that vaccines were, like, corrupt. They're huge Trump supporters. And I'm like, but it's the Trump vaccine. I talked to them before they died, before they got COVID. And I was like, but it's the Trump vaccine. You said it yourself. It's a Trump vaccine. Why wouldn't you get it? It's the Trump vaccine. You're a Trump supporter. Why would you not get his vaccine? No, it's a government conspiracy. This is all just bullshit. It's not real. Bro.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Both of them on their deathbed said that they had the flu. On their deathbeds, they said they had the flu.
That's crazy.
And then I have a cousin who was absolutely trying to get the vax, couldn't get it in time. She just wasn't in the right age range or whatever. She was a marathon runner because this was when they first dropped the vax, when they first were getting it out. Dude, she got COVID and she got spots on her lungs. And now she's on oxygen for the rest of her life. She ran marathons, dude. So the struggle is real.
What the fuck?
I'm lucky that literally everyone I know who's gotten like COVID has had almost no problem. Like, I don't know anyone with serious side effects. Maybe that's because like I don't know that many old people or stuff. But I know a lot of people who had it, and luckily none of them had problems, which is good. Obviously that doesn't mean that no one has problems, but
well, I'm sure the young people that you knew that had it, like they knew old people, and those old people are fucking dead.
I already told
maybe.
what I told you what my long-term symptoms from my COVID were to Jason.
Yeah.
But do you guys want to hear what these ridiculous friends told me? So the reason I got it was because one friend of mine was having a wedding, and she wanted all of the guests to be to have vaccines. I was like, that's completely reasonable. So I got the vaccine and shit. And when it came out, and I said I got it, she was like, I wouldn't go to my best friend's wedding if she made me get the vaccine. Clearly, you and I have different priorities. I prioritize my health, and you prioritize your social status. Like some people are absolutely crazy. This is why I don't think vaccine mandates will work, because these people literally think it's poison. Like they literally
vaccine mandates do work. They do work. Like I've seen people like say, "Oh yeah, like the only reason I was never going to take the vaccine, but then I learned that I wasn't allowed to go to a fucking party because if I couldn't get the vaccine, so I just did it." Like it works. Like for the most like extreme among them, yeah, maybe we need to fucking strap them down and jab them up. But vaccine mandates for now, that'll work, and a little bit of social ostracization.
Well, I mean,
I think the social
the
pressure
norm
can be a huge. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Freshink. You haven't spoke for a while.
I want to say the norm here is the exact opposite how it is in like the cities that are actually practicing like mask mandates, where like at first they came out and said, all right, we're doing a mask mandate, and nobody paid attention to it, nobody followed it, and then eventually just like in Texas, right, it just boiled down to like up to the stores in the cities like will determine it. So here it's like you wouldn't just have to enforce it for the patrons of businesses, you'd also have to like enforce it for the people at the businesses themselves, because like at their own volition they absolutely won't.
In your city, like some stores would have mask mandates and other stores would not, and how would you tell which was which? They would like be like, hey, please put on a mask, or like what?
There's two offices in town that have a mask mandate, and they have a sign out front, and their office is not big enough for them to have more than like 10 people in their lobby at the same time anyway. So those are the only places doing masks and social distancing. Like even Walmart here for a while was handing out masks, but then I think they ran out, and so they stopped.
That is so fucked up. Like I can't imagine like the American response to COVID is like just beyond my imagination. Like I thought my country did a bad job, but holy shit. Like how can you not just enforce masks in stores?
It comes down to that Texas is historically so individualistic. It's like why Texans will vote along Republicans traditionally. It's because of taxes. It's the only thing they give a shit about. This whole thing about like Texans will like, bust over backwards for Trump. Like, sure, you got like sections and towns and shit, but predominantly nobody gives a shit about Ted Cruz. Nobody that votes for Ted Cruz likes Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is an objectively terrible human being.
Yes. It's very upsetting.
But they vote for him because taxes. Because they've been sold that lie that they're going to save money on taxes, which oftentimes are not. They are actually more burdened.
One day you can be as big an asshole as Ted Cruz too. Haha.
Cancun
I mean,
cruise? Cancun cruise?
If we got rid of the
Yeah,
military,
what a
the taxes would
fucking
be a lot
asshole.
lower.
Okay, I'm all for it. Get rid of the military, lower hell yeah, man. Let's do
Let's
it.
do it.
No standing army.
Way ahead
we
of
don't
you.
need that shit.
Costa
That's why
Rica's
we
fine.
have militias.
Exactly.
Yeah, you guys could just get all your people off of America and just like surround America with all the army bases you have across the world. You can just surround America and Russia and China, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that like
I'm
even
high on
all
America.
I am.
The good thing about that would be there would be no more fucking stupid ass fucking American military assholes in the fucking country. That'd be great. These people suck.
I can't hear the haters
taking
over
the
all this
night.
freedom.
Yeah, clearly. We keep you
Yeah.
safe, Canadian. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
America
Yeah,
Junior.
thanks for keeping me safe from the possibility of ever having socialism in my lifetime. Thanks so much.
Although
You're welcome.
I'll say this, the Canadian Mounties beat back the American military like 3 fucking times and ruled our asses. They ran over us.
Okay, but that was
3
like
times.
back when they were still Britain, basically.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, one to one, we're equal, but
Well, yeah.
like you guys just have numbers and money on us. So yeah, obviously you'd beat us in
Your
any
Mounties are
sort of
pretty
modern military
badass,
thing.
so like people need to not discredit the Mounties. The Mounties are some serious shit, dude. They're no bullshit.
Maybe, but what are the Mounties going to do against some fucking tanks? Nothing.
You know,
They'll get
you
crushed.
think Mounties are just riding around on mooses?
I do.
Kind
Yeah.
of actually. Yeah. That's actually exactly what I had in mind. A big red suit with the big old stupid looking hat. That's exactly what that's
I
Yeah.
think
I
mean,
we're
if
about
they
to get
didn't,
taught
what-
something different from JJ.
That's why they're called Mounties. They have to be on a mount. Otherwise, they're just like E's, you know? Like, there's nothing.
God,
I
they're
don't
fucking
know.
feds, dog. They're just feds.
Not, I
they're
don't think they
feds.
are.
That's
Don't-
what I'm saying.
Don't be
They're
fucking
feds.
fooled by like the handsome horses. No, they're fucking feds, and they're not to be trusted.
What about the horses?
told you.
The horses are
Yeah.
even fucking worse. The horses just, I have I got a hoof to pick with horses in my city. Especially the cops on horses. They fucking ride around on their horses like they're all fucking strong and shit. All they do is shit on the street, and no one picks it up until like a garbage truck comes fucking pick it up like 4 days later. It's bullshit. Fuck the police. Fuck the police horses. Like the horses don't want to fucking trample people and maybe get shot at or something. You cops don't fucking deserve horses. Fuck you guys. ACAB.
No, I agree. Like,
I give up my time.
Can we just say that actually nobody deserves horses? That horses are a pretty stupid animal, and that they're incredibly outdated given today's modern society and transportation upgrades and advances. I'm just saying.
what do you about the families that like collect horses and like keep them in a barn that like
They're
some
like the most
company, like,
annoying
manages
people
for
ever. Fuck them.
Yes.
I don't want more horse people.
Hey, I just want to
Horse
say,
people are
JJ,
notoriously rich as
Please,
fuck,
please
too.
be
Fuck them.
careful. Like, I really don't
Well, I
want to
want
get my
rich
stream
fuck
shut
people.
down. Okay.
Yeah, JJ, why don't you just stop playing something that why don't you just stop? You're just like,
Is it even
What?
reversed?
I swear to
would
God,
just
JJ, you're triggering the
please
fuck out
err
of
What,
on
my
the side of
background?
caution. I just don't want to get my stream shut down. Okay. Like, I'm just
Yeah,
Oh,
asking you
it's
as a
like
favor.
it's
in
like
the background.
color shifted, zoomed in, all fucked up.
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
turn it
that'll
upside
cool.
down as well.
That would
I
actually
do
help.
know that 20%, once you change 20% of the artistry, it's kind of like they can't do much about it, but it's also still a slippery slope kind of thing. And yeah, I'm not
All
usually,
depending
I'm
on
not
where-
usually a dick about that kind of shit. I'm like, do whatever you do.
There you go. No one will ever like. How
There we
that?
go.
That's fine.
That
I
actually looks
could be
cool.
okay with that. I whatever. All right.
That
You're
looks
getting
cool.
away with it this time, JJ, but that's because I only followed today. So I'm working on my mod chip here with your boy. So I'm look, I got my fucking eyes on you, AJ.
Captain A, all you had to ask for was a mod chip. You get
Oh no.
mod chip.
I get it offered to me. I don't ask for anything. That's the horrible amount of fucking
Actually, this was
toxic masculinity that has been
you're
drilled
already
into
a
me
mod
over
on
my
my
life.
channel.
We're all
Okay, I
toxic
do not.
masculine. Toxically
I do not.
This was a
masculine.
special day for
Maybe
me,
not all of us,
actually.
but, you know,
I don't
wanna-
ask for
I
help.
don't
I
wanna judge
modded on my
everybody.
first channel ever.
Yeah,
I don't ask for help, and I don't ask for anything. Okay, that's just off tops. I don't do that. Toxic masculinity.
It's kind of crazy looking. Though.
It's okay to ask for help.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
for everybody else, it is. Not for me though.
I mean, like let
I
us
mean,
in.
I'm
Why
fine
are
with that.
you?
Fuck that
If
shit.
you ask me,
Everyone,
if
go
you asked me
follow
for
me.
advice and you were like, "Hey, do you think it's okay if I ask for help?" I'd be like, "Totally, dude. You absolutely should ask for help." But me personally, I'll never ask for help ever. I don't give a fuck. I will have 8 bags of groceries in both of my fucking arms. I'll be carrying it on top of my shoulders. I'll make 3 trips or some shit. Okay, I'm not asking for help ever.
That's when one of those
Have
drones
you
with
ever been
the
a
hand
single
on it comes by and
father
smacks.
by chance? Just saying.
Hell no.
Yeah, one day if that ever happened, unfortunately, you'll find yourself asking for help, and you'll understand why. Just
That's
saying.
why he'll never be a single father.
Hopefully not. Nobody
In this
wants to be a
situation.
single father. Believe me, nobody wants to be a single father. Not me.
Hey, you're
not
a single
anyone.
father?
Yeah, I'm a single father. I've
Oh,
raised
man,
my
hey,
daughter from the time she was 6 months old.
Congratulations for being a good one.
A good one.
I'm
What's
just
that
doing my
supposed to mean?
job. That's what I call
It's
it.
supposed to be men are trash. Okay, that's what it means. Okay, men are fucking trash, and when men aren't trash, it's a fucking good thing. Okay, and yeah, you might say that's a fucking low bar to clear, but like,
I'll
just
take
saying.
it. I'll take it.
I don't think it's a low bar. It's very hard to not be trash, in my opinion.
It kind of
Did
is.
I just hear that Jason Society is a single dad to a very young girl?
Yes.
Formerly very young. Well, actually,
Wow.
she's
She's
still very
11.
young.
She's about to turn 12. She was 6 weeks
congratulations.
away. She was 6 weeks away from her vaccine before she got COVID.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
We'll be able
yeah.
to still get the vaccine though.
Worst luck in the world. No, actually, they say if she gets the vaccine after she gets over this shit, she's supposed to be like, you get like super antibodies. We had a microbiologist on earlier this week that was talking about that shit.
Yep. I mean, if you get infected, like the natural immunities are like super, they're better than a vaccine. But if you get a vaccine on top of that, you're just like invincible.
Yeah, and that's what happened. Well, like I got it real bad. I got it in the November before Trump announced it, and they were still calling it a lung infection. It wasn't until they tested me for antibodies later on that they were like, "Oh, by the way, you have the COVID antibodies," and just so you know, I was like, "Holy
Wait, what?
shit!" Yeah.
You had it in like November 2019.
Yeah, I was laying on my bed, almost dying. Like I was. They were changing out my fiance at the time, and my mom were changing my sheets out every 20 minutes because I was sweating through them. And when I wasn't sweating, I was freezing ass cold, and I was sitting in a tub. I woke up.
That was in 2019.
I woke up. I woke up some nights where I couldn't breathe. I was at a point where like. They had me because I didn't have health insurance, so I couldn't go to the doctor, and I wasn't gonna go to the hospital. You know, I didn't have the money. I had a kid. I was trying to take care of my family. My dad had just died. And so like I'm like I can't go to the hospital. I can't. There's nothing I can do. Like all I can do is try to hope that I don't fucking die. Like. Bro, like there were nights I cried because I was like, my daughter is going to lose me. And I am so scared because she doesn't have her mother. She's got her stepmom who cares everything about her. She's got her grandma, but like, I'm going to be gone. Like, I mean, like my fiance woke me up several times over the course of like 3 weeks where I stopped breathing. Like, the only thing that saved me is she had a nebulizer that she had really, really strong albuterol for, and I'd sit there and puff on that shit every time I'd stop breathing, and she'd like pull me up to like wake me up. I'd go and like hit this albuterol like fucking nebulizer to
Steroids.
try to keep myself going, you know, like, and that was it, you know, that's what kept me alive. Like, I seriously could have died, like, no question. Like, I've never been more I've been in car accidents, I've been in skateboard accidents, I've been in some fucked up shit, man. But never in my life have I ever like been like, I need to worry about my kid. Like, there's things I got to worry about. Like, I need to think about my life right now, you know, as when I had that shit. So yeah, I definitely, that's no joke to me. Luckily my daughter's doesn't have any of those symptoms. She's actually doing pretty good with it. Like, she's got a throat cough. It's not in her lungs, you know, little body aches, tired, fatigue, but didn't have it like me.
I'm scared as fuck of COVID because like I was working at Target for like a week and then my fucking knee was like, nah, actually you're not going to be walking anymore. So I was like, well, fuck. But in that week time frame, I fucking got a bum or I fucking caught a cold, and I've been literally dealing with this shit for a week. A cold. I already got tested. It's not COVID.
Ugh.
Like,
good luck.
Damn, how do you get a cold right now? Jesus.
I know, what the fuck? I thought for sure I had COVID. But then I was also like, no, this isn't COVID. I just have really bad allergies. So was I in denial? I don't know. Because and turned up being right. So there you go. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just scared as fuck of catching COVID for that reason. And I also have family members who have died from it. So
I don't want to, again, I don't want to dance with that devil, but I'll tell you, I've like getting vaccinated, having had it, I've taken 3 COVID tests, right? 3 of them since my daughter got it. Not a one has come up positive. Like, I feel great. Nothing wrong with
it's
me.
crazy how that shit happens. Like, you could be in direct contact with somebody, but you apparently you just don't breathe their fucking air in or some shit. I don't know how.
No, that's the vaccine.
Or you got. Oh man, your vaccine's battle tested, bro.
My vaccine's battle tested. That's
Shit.
why I am the living proof that the vaccine works and keeps you from getting. I'm in constant contact with my daughter.
Hold
your
up.
vaccine has notches in it.
Didn't you also say you had COVID antibodies?
I did. No, and that's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you still have it.
To your point, but that shit's supposed to evacuate within about 6 months. It doesn't last forever.
Just directly.
But like, I'm in direct contact with my daughter all the time. She hugs on me. She loves on me. You know, like we have the best relationship. Like, she every once in a while, if you guys stick in our streams, she'll pop in and talk shit to me while I'm talking to you guys and laughs at me. She thinks it's a joke. But you know, she does. She laughs at me.
You almost sounded offended. She thinks it's a fucking joke.
No, because she
little tiny ass girl don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
All the Minecraft streamers, and she won't watch my shit. She watches all the Minecraft streamers. She's like, "Dad, your shit sucks. I'm not watching that shit."
Can't blame her.
I can't either. It's boring. A bunch of old men talking shit. Oh shit. But no, man, like she's doing great. Like, and that just goes to show there is a variance to how it interacts with people. But hey, why err on the side of recklessness? Like, let's err on the side of caution, right? Like, just, if you're able to, get the freaking vaccine, dude. Like, I maybe I'm super immune because I got the vaccine and had it. Whatever, that's cool. I'd still say get the vaccine. As a matter of fact, my boss was vaccine reluctant. She got COVID. She was sick for 3 freaking weeks, and then she's like, "Nope, I already read up everything on CDC. I'm going to get the vaccine as soon as I can. I'm done with this shit. I am never going to have this again. I never want this again." Yeah, that's what it took her though. She had to get it, and then she's like, "Nope, I'm getting the vaccine. I'll be super inoculated. I'd rather be super inoculated."
My girlfriend's whole family now was like sick with it, and I got it from like all of them. But it's luckily her mom, right, just got vaccinated right before they all got sick. So I think her symptoms are coming up. But they got folks that are in like the hospital now because their oxygen dipped too low. So it's just real scary, man. It's like not like they were all vaccine reluctant too. One of them even got ivermectin from like a church hospice.
Oh no, not
yeah,
that.
They supposedly only took like 1 dose before they went in the hospital, so hopefully the doctors are keeping it away from them.
Well, and in small doses, I did. One of my friends that came on, like I said, we had this. She goes by or Millie Billy in my chat. She's not a native to Twitch, but she came on for me because she wanted to talk about that specifically, the ivermectin thing. And she was saying it does have use for humans as an anti-parasitic, and it's very valuable as an anti-parasitic. And we shouldn't discount its efficacy for certain things. And her point was this: it's just not good for COVID. That's
I
it.
mean,
like
I will say there was a study that came out recently that showed that ivermectin does block COVID in vitro. Now the amount you would have to have it in humans is, way too much. So it's probably still not useful for COVID, but there is some scientific evidence that in vitro, ivermectin does stop COVID.
But you'd have to
Yeah, I mean, there's you can't translate that to humans because the amount.
From what I heard,
big.
it's
It
not
also
so much
causes
that like you
ED,
have
though,
to
so you got
overdose.
a
It's
lot
just
of-
that you need to dose properly with ivermectin, and that will soothe some of the symptoms, maybe. But it'll do a lot better is just getting fucking vaccinated.
Yeah. And there's an ED property to it too, just like there is for COVID. There's a property of possibly getting ED from COVID. There's actually a property from possibly getting ED from ivermectin. So, I mean, if you're a male, like, you should have reluctancy towards ivermectin as opposed to reluctancy towards the vaccine, right?
I don't know, man. The
Unless
vaccine
you don't
gave
wanna get a hard
Nicki
dick.
Minaj's cousin's friend big balls.
And we all know big balls are definitely.
I knew that was coming.
And
Nailed it,
that
Pan.
definitely wasn't the cousin just trying to cover up an STI that he had to and then lie to his
Would
wife.
you rather your
Nah.
balls explode or get cucked by Big Pharma?
I'll get
I know,
cooked
right?
by Big Pharma.
It's just
Cuck me,
literally
Big
walking
Pharma,
Big
you sexy
Pharma.
bitch.
I literally watched my girlfriend get the needle too, so I was cucked. I mean, I watched.
Me too, but I felt good after that, though, to be honest, man. I don't know if it's just a beginning of a thing or I don't know. Maybe DM me about it.
So yeah,
I was joy in it.
I was about to say that's a really good point because they constantly saying you just got cucked. Like, what if I liked it though? Doesn't that just and you saying that to me, maybe I like that. I like that. I don't know.
There's no winning there.
I feel like all of a sudden I'm the winner. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, call me a cuck. No, I actually really enjoyed watching my girlfriend get stuck with the needle because she was needle phobic until she finally got the 2 jabs. And the second jab she handled so well. The first jab, it was like a whole panic attack and stuff. The second jab, though, it was she was like, I could do this. And it was good to see that. It was good to see that.
My partner
Didn't make me horny, but it was good to see it.
My partner didn't even tell me. She went and got the J&J, and she went out one day. She went out in the morning, because I was working from home at the time. I worked from home since before the pandemic. So, but she went out one morning, and she just came home. She's like, "Yeah, I don't know. I thought I was gonna feel worse." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Oh, I just went and got the J&J vaccine." What? Because we're both proponents anyways. We're both like people should get vaxxed, And she's just like, "Yeah, I don't know. I scheduled an appointment last week and I went and got the vax." I was like, "You gonna tell me? We could have gone and got it together, It's just like, well, I figured you get whenever you want." She's just
and you got,
whatever, dude.
Did you get it after she got that?
Yeah, I got the Moderna. She got the J&J, so she just got the 1 dose.
But you said you got COVID, right?
No, he got that a long time before the.
Yeah, I got
the
way
vaccine.
before I got the vaccine.
Oh, okay.
Because November 2019, the vaccine didn't come out until way, way, way later.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the disease didn't even.
Sorry, I zoned out and I forgot the timeline.
Because the disease wasn't announced until February.
Yeah.
So I got it in November, right? they knew that there were cases in the United States in November. There was knowledge of that. They didn't announce the COVID virus having hit the United States until February, even though there were already cases here prevalent, especially in Arizona. Because listen, this is just fact. We have a large Vietnamese and Asian population in certain parts of Arizona, and I'm
calling it a night, too, guys.
It may have
Night, Dan.
perpetuated through that.
Good night, Dan.
It may have
We love you.
perpetuated through that through people immigrating. I don't know for certain, and I don't want to.
Well, it's not immigrating. It's just like visiting their
judgment,
family and
but
coming
yeah.
back. It's just like, you know, you have an
Right,
you
right,
have an
yeah,
airport
you
and you have
know.
an Asian community, and it just happened to come up in Asia. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's not racist to say that like that's why it
fucking
hit you
racist
guys
as fuck.
first. It's fine.
Cancel this motherfucker.
I know I'm
No.
canceled. I'm
No.
canceled as fuck right now.
Cancel
No,
this.
no. Totally fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, wild speculation. But like, so my mom
Okay,
also.
no, not wild speculation.
Hold on.
Shut up,
Yeah, it
dude.
is because
No, it's
because-
not.
Yes, it is because you don't know. So thus it is
We
wild
just don't know.
speculation.
We don't know. Like,
It
and that's
is,
why I
it is.
said like I don't want to
Yeah,
come
you put a bunch of
across a
clothes
certain way.
on it.
It's not.
I'm
It's
not-
not supposed to be.
I
Like
was
that,
kidding. I'm not actually accusing you of being racist. Jesus Christ. Just, I'm just.
I gotta lay it out though. You know.
Yeah. Oh my God. See, that's why you just don't make
Clipped
that
and
statement. You
snipped.
don't have to do
Clipped
that
and
shit.
snipped. You know what I mean? Clipped and snipped.
I was just kidding. Okay, so like, but like my
Snipped,
mom,
yeah, that's
my mom
Yep.
also thinks that she got COVID back in November. Yeah, in November of 2019. So I just thought it was interesting. That's all. I just wanted to point that
Well, the
out.
interesting
And
thing
troll
to
at
me
the
was
same
is
time,
that
oh,
when
man.
I finally did go into like an urgent care, because I was like, all right, like I'm gonna tail into this. Maybe they can just give me something to get me over the hump, you know, like, and I paid out of pocket. It was like $400. $400 I did not have at the time.
how much ivermectin did they give you?
A fat sack of zero.
What?
They probably didn't
They
even.
gave me
Sue
a
your
Z-
government.
They
on
gave
his
me
way
a
with a
Z-Pack.
pre-roll.
They gave me a Z-Pack.
Oh, Z-Pack. What about monoclonal the antibodies?
I wish they would have given me that. That wasn't even approved at that point. Like, and I don't even know that the Z-Pack really helped. Like, it may have done something to like improve or speed up recovery, but by that time I was so far on the other end of it. Like, I mean, I was already so far back. I was just like, I just needed to be over with so I can go back to work. You know, at that point, that's where I was at with it.
Man, that's crazy, man. Like, honestly, like, you have two uncles who died from it. Like, everyone else, you all know someone who fucking died from this fucking disease. And I know one person who may have gotten it, like, in March. Like, what? Like, how did it go so wrong?
So there's this dude, right? And he was like, one day I want to become president. And then he became president and he fucked the country over more than it was already fucked over. And he was just like, and then when this disease, this deadly pandemic came around, he was like, stonks or people's lives? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
did I
fuck
even
Woodrow
did I even
Wilson.
make that a question? And he was just like, stonks. And but then the stonks didn't do good, but that was only for like 3 weeks.
I was hoping to get like a point of view that would make me understand the stupidity, but you just like outlined the stupidity and it made me feel so bad.
I mean,
So bad.
if here, I'll give you something. Okay, so there's this thing that's really hard for idiots like you and me to understand called exponential growth. So people are like, oh, there's 1,000 cases. Well, there was 1 million cases of flu last year, and then fucking, you know, it doubled. Oh, well, 2,000, that's not that bad. It kept fucking doubling, and all of a sudden, whoa, now we're at millions of cases. It's like doubling is scary. We don't understand it. We're humans. Our brains don't understand exponential growth, you know. And once we did understand it, it was too late.
I actually think there's a lot to that. Like, people don't understand how numbers work just in general. I don't think that, like, I mean, it's like your math teacher always said to you, like, trust me, all this stuff is applicable. And we were like, you're a fucking bullshit artist. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're just trying to justify your fucking existence, you sorry ass math teacher.
It's the difference between
And-
100
but,
and
like,
1,000 and 1,000 and a million and a million and a billion and a billion and a trillion. Like that, like we don't understand the difference. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's not a
we
number
understand
that
the
we're
difference
used to
between
like
that,
contemplate.
but we don't understand how quickly you can get from one to another.
Well, it's because
Right.
like in our everyday life, we don't interact with that big of numbers.
And like, be honest, how many of you before fucking March 2020 were extremely worried about COVID? Because I don't know like many people who were.
I was.
I've
always
Really?
been
I
conspiracy
didn't know the fucking
as soon
word.
as I heard about it.
None of us
Yeah.
knew the fucking word. Of course not. But
No,
we were
it-
afraid
well,
of like a plague that might happen. Like anyone who was sort of like in like the
So-
skeptic or like, you know, science scene, we all thought about like, you know, the plague, like the next plague is going to really fuck us up. And this was a really weak ass plague and we did not do well.
So we got to stop pretending like COVID is a new thing. There have been variants of COVID that, like, we're talking about COVID-19. Okay, COVID-19
Yeah,
refers to COVID
no, dude, there was SARS.
2019.
There was
There have
SARS,
been
and like
several
I'm
COVID
from
viruses.
Toronto.
Yes, SARS.
SARS was the big thing in Toronto. Okay, like we were like the epicenter, and
That
like
was a COVID
14 people
virus.
died or something. How many people died? Hardly any people died. But like fucking 9/11's a big fucking deal, and like there's a 9/11 dying every day for like 18 months now. Like what the fuck? Come on, America, fucking do your shit. Create
this is
like
time
we did a
where you're
war on
supposed to
drugs.
America,
I'm gonna do a war on
right?
COVID. All right.
Yeah, I
Fucking
agree with you. Like,
shit.
we're so big on war on shit. Let's war on COVID. I'm down with that
War
shit.
on terror in other countries. Want to do a war on COVID in other countries, and then like you'll be able to exploit them through your own fucking disgusting version of capitalism. Do it. Do it.
No
That's
such
better
thing.
than them fucking dying.
ACAB, all capitalism is based.
ACAB, but the other one of that.
I don't
About the
think
cops
all
being
cops are
bad.
There's no
bastard.
bad
I know good
capitalism.
cops. I know very good cops. I know cops that are protecting people right now. That here's
Are they
my
really
thing.
protecting people
Yeah, they're
right now,
protecting
Jason?
bastards.
They're
Like-
probably
like right
sleeping
now?
There
right
are
now.
people that I know that
They're
are
bastards.
Come on, they're
that
probably
are
patrolling or
directly,
sleeping.
Hey, I'm not going to say this for all cops.
Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
But
It was a
there
joke.
are some cops, and some cops I know very well right now at this very point in time, that are protecting domestic abuse survivors. I mean,
You know what? You know what else they're doing?
And, of
They're
course,
protecting
of
the
course, these
fucking
people are-
abusers
these
as well.
These people are friends, so obviously maybe I have a slant.
Hey,
Because
why would they
know
have
that
to
they're
protect
they're
people?
protecting
Why would they have
people
to?
I care
No,
about. So
bullshit.
I'm not going to be
Bullshit.
mad about it.
I call bullshit on that.
What do you mean you call bullshit on his
I call
fucking personal
no.
life?
Fuck that.
Fuck
No,
you,
your
Jason. I
anecdote
call
is fucking
bullshit.
wrong.
You're wrong.
You're fucking wrong,
You're
Jason.
trying to tell me there are some people in a group of fucking millions who aren't fucking evil? I don't believe it.
Nah, that's
Not a
bullshit.
chance.
No,
Yeah.
every single one of them.
Not a one is good.
They all have this. Okay, so they all agree and take an oath to uphold the same laws, and despite the fact that some of them use their like power to uphold those like that oath essentially in a way that explicitly discriminates against people. I mean, it doesn't matter that the cop might be the individual friend, right? May be meaning well and actually doing work that like is like a benefit to society. Like no, like when people say like fuck the police, I don't think they're necessarily talking about like a dog catcher. Like I'm being honest, but
ACAB includes lifeguards.
It's the institution.
I will
it's the
run
institution
at the
or
pool.
organization thereof.
yeah, and that's why all cops.
They're not talking about like the
Individual
rookie
police
cop who
officers
just got
are-
there. They're
are
talking about the
bad.
cop who's like fucking, and this is every cop. Like after enough time, they're talking about the cop who is covering up the crimes of their own fucking comrades, but like they're not comrades to the rest of the fucking country. Like they're the state. The only way that the state can legally inflict violence on people, on like the actual voters, and that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, there should be many other ways to inflict violence against voters, not just the police.
I agree. You know, public flailing. You know,
Although that said, Jason, it does sound like you kind of believe it's not an institutional problem. It's like like these individual cops are extremely bad people, like individually. Like, I agree that the system is broken, but like,
I
it
think the
seems
system is
weird
broken,
to
but
malign
I
the
think that
individuals
we
who look
need to
inside it.
stop treating good cops like they're bad cops, because there are
Yeah,
some
I
good
agree.
cops out there that I have a friend, okay, for example, that worked on the police force in the Mesa Police Department. I can't say his name. I don't want to dox myself. But essentially, this guy was calling out the bad cops, calling out corruption, like had threatening. He was a black police officer in a predominantly white police force. He had racist letters put in his locker. He got harassed constantly. He was told to get the fuck out of the police department, but this guy stayed and stuck in because he wanted to work with IA to fuck these people over and tell them, you know what, you're doing the wrong shit, and I'm not here for it. Like, this isn't why I signed up to be a cop. I signed up to be a cop to protect people, not to hurt people, and you guys are directly hurting people. And he put his ass out there, man. Like, he put his ass out there. He ended up having to go to court over it, and he got all sorts of compensation from the police department and from the state because they royally screwed him over. They royally screwed him over because he was exposing their bullshit. And so, yes, are there good cops out there? Absolutely. I believe it 100% because I've seen
Is that
them.
guy still a cop?
No, like I said, he is not a cop
Then
anymore.
yeah, exactly. He is good. But like, if you're still a cop and you didn't do what your friend did, which was fucking base as fuck, then yeah, you're a bad cop because you're a fucking cop.
I don't know. I don't think that's true. There's a lot of cops out there who, you know, obviously they don't, just because they don't go against the fucking police union and shit, doesn't inherently make them bad cops. They're individuals. They can't go against something that strong and powerful.
Oh, okay, yeah. They can be good cops
If I was a
if
cop,
they're
though, I
just
would.
being
I'm gonna
good
tell you
cops.
straight
Like,
up,
they're
I
not
would
good
be the
people.
most. I would be the most rancid ass cop you ever met, because I'd be that dude that'd be like, "Hey, bro, you selling drugs? Don't sell it to people that fucking can't afford to buy it." You know,
Yeah,
I'd be
that's the kind of cop we
don't
need.
sell that shit to kids, yo. Like, just don't sell that shit to kids. I will fuck you up
Yeah.
if you sell that shit to kids. You know, that would be my take. If I was a cop, hey, if you want to hurt a motherfucker, I'm gonna break your fucking nose, okay? In the video game, in Minecraft, if I was a cop, that's how I would be if I was a cop. But as far as everything else, if
No, just
like,
ignore
traffic
those laws and don't
violations,
even talk to them
traffic
about it.
violations, all that shit, like all the other bullshit. You know what? That shouldn't be something that police are involved in. We should have cameras and shit that do that, and then people can dispute it in court and get off on it because
Let's talk about a dog.
traffic violations are bullshit anyways, and they're nothing more than a tax on fucking people that drive cars.
True. Fuck the road pirates.
If I was a cop, I'm gonna be honest, I would absolutely break all types of fucking laws. Like, I'm like going into Subway and shit and ordering meals and not paying for that shit. I'm giving out like just frivolous fucking parking tickets just so people have to show up in court and just like take a day out of their work just to fuck with them.
Just be like, fuck
what?
you, I hate you. Like, here's your ruined day.
And then
Oh
when
my
they
God.
when they come into the courthouse and like, can I just pay this online? I'm gonna be like, no, you have to pay in cash and you have to pay it on this day.
Exact
I'd be the
change
total
too.
opposite. I'd be like, yo, bro, I'm gonna let you off this time, okay? You get off with the warning. I'll have a bunch of the warning papers and just be like, here you go. You all get warnings. You'll get warnings.
They're just already filled
Give
out.
me that joint,
I think
though,
I'd
'cause I
prefer
want to hit
Jason
that
be a
shit for a minute. But the only
Well,
way
I'd
you
prefer-
get the warning is, can I hit that joint?
Yeah, you know, because if I was a cop, right, like I would just steal everyone's weed and smoke that shit myself. Oh my God, I'd be like, all right, if I catch you next time, though, buddy, okay, I'm gonna really, just take their weed again. No big deal.
I'd get so much free cocaine. You have no idea.
Oh fuck yeah! Oh my God,
You know how lucrative that could be?
that's the holy shit. And because you just like let the rich kids go, like, hey man, you know, hey, my dad, he can really get you like whatever you need, guy. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, JJ brought the dog out. People were waiting for the dog too. They were waiting for the puppers. Look at him.
I don't know.
He's
literal
such a-
rat
he's such
dog.
a punk. That
An
sucks.
actual rat
You don't
dog.
get to win debates by bringing out a cute dog, dude. That sucks.
Yeah, I don't know, Captain Jones. I think cocaine is overrated as fuck. I'll be honest. It's not.
It only
that great.
lasts 20 minutes or so.
That's the.
You don't know how
that's-
bad he smells.
You just
though,
wanna
that
you just
thing.
wanna get like pre-gamed, right? You want to get pre-games really quickly.
I know.
What if you're like?
I spent 13 years playing shows, being in a metal band, and doing the thing. You know, and I gotta say that sometimes the candy helped out. I'm not gonna lie.
Bass player,
Singer.
Oh,
Why'd you assume he was the bass player?
Yeah, I was thinking of that too. Like, that's pretty BM. What the fuck?
That's bullshit.
I don't know. Like he looks like he's got the bass down.
Yeah, he looks like he doesn't fuck. Is
I
that what
can
you're
play
trying
the
to
bass.
say?
He looks
I'm
like-
actually a pretty good bass player, but that's
Yeah.
not my trade.
Sorry, Jason Society. You don't look like
No, I
the
picture you with
lead singer. You're more of a
what's it called,
background player.
mark bass. Oh, it's like the black and yellow amp.
He plays Sith keyboard.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
You play a Sith keyboard in an all metal band.
I would
No,
play a keyboard.
he's a singer.
I thought he played the triangle.
I'm a musician as well. To be
Right
honest,
on,
I
man.
played the Chihuahua.
Hell yeah. Your Chihuahua plays well. I just saw her yawn. She's beautiful. Is that a girl or boy?
He's
I'm
a
sorry.
boy. Look
Boy.
at his big ass dick.
He's a boy. Look, we get to see a Chihuahua peen. Is it circumcised? If it's circumcised, that's not allowed because he didn't have consent for circumcision.
There's no circumcised dogs. Shut up.
How do you know?
Rat dog.
Oh, maybe there is.
Every dogs.
I don't know. I've never been to Israel.
I mean,
look at this boy. Isn't he so cute?
Israel.
Yeah, look, it happens.
I'm sorry, bud. I'm sorry.
The dog's hijacked.
I shouldn't have shown you his
Yeah.
penis.
Dog
So sorry.
hijacking the stream and shit. JJ, what you doing there?
All right, muting.
He backed down from all cops were bastards, and he just got the dog.
Yeah. Because all cops aren't
True.
bastards. Good cops are good public servants. Okay? Like, there are good police officers that are good public servants. And we can have good cops that are good public servants. But they're trained horribly. They're trained horribly. They are given way too much privilege. They're given way too much advantage. They need to be regulated heavily. And there needs to be community oversight that is above and beyond what is our elected government officials. It needs to be people in the streets, neighborhoods. Like there needs to be a more communal effect on the regulation of police. I don't think that the rampant running of cops being able to do whatever the hell they want to do is okay. But are there cops out there that want to stop murderers and stop thieves and stop people from hurting people? There are some people that got into it really for that. And I do believe that. I don't think all of them are dicks.
There are people who did get in it for that. But then,
There's
like,
people who do that
why are
too.
there fucking why are like small towns buying tanks and fucking extreme SWAT armor stuff? Like,
JJ, we don't care. We want to know what your dog has to say.
Yeah.
You want to hear what he has to say?
I'm
Yes.
pretty sure his stakes will be better.
I think
No,
the dog might
he-
say that like something like 2% of crimes get solved by police officers.
He's a libertarian. Like, you don't want to
Base?
hear him.
No, I
No,
want to hear him.
no.
I'm libertarian. I love your dog. Holy shit.
Oh no, you're saying 2% of crimes get solved by cops. Can you elaborate a little bit on that? Because I'm interested in that statistic.
I think it's accounting for like literally all crime. Like it's a entirely like inflated metric, right? Because it's accounting for crimes that a normal police officer just wouldn't like come across and like start an investigation, right?
Right.
Like jaywalking?
Well, like labor theft, because labor theft is like the largest like form of just theft in the entire country. So like a cop doesn't
labor
solve
theft
that.
is huge. You're absolutely right about that. Yeah, big time. And there isn't police oversight into that.
Yeah, that's like an IRS thing. Like but like for all the crime and for how much money that we put into police forces, it's not proportional to the actual like serve and protect that they fulfill. Like it like what JJ is saying, it's like, yeah, they're getting tanks and shit, and it's like that doesn't help them like be better. And then I was gonna say earlier that like like you were saying that like people need to be out in the streets to like help push these kind of reforms because there's people on the inside who got in for like so and so reason, or maybe they just feel like they can't. Like I would say that the people who feel like they aren't able to make the reforms from within the system, because that is a reason why a lot of people choose criminal justice, even like just as a focus in general, not just for police officers, that they should recognize the failure of trying to reform, you know, like policing in the United States for the past 40 years, for the past 60 years, and just accept that they can't do it from while being a cop. So they need to quit. And so they need to join the people in the street or find another like civil position like in the city or something where they can feel like they're contributing to their community.
But yeah, okay.
What if, going back to earlier, when cops weren't doing shit, what if they were Uber drivers for free? So like you could call like if a cop wasn't like arresting a murder or some shit that's important, you could just have them drive us around.
That might incentivize them to go do.
They would be serving and protecting, you know.
That might incentivize them to go
service there.
Put
Would they
more.
squeeze the cruiser for
Exactly.
your
Put more on the fucking service part of their motto.
Can we just take the cage down though if we're gonna do that? Because that seems so menacing.
Just let it run in the front.
No,
seat.
that's to protect you from the police in case they get mad. You know,
That's right. That's right. In case they want to spit and curse at you and
exactly.
They might confuse me for their wife, you know.
And also, it's more upper class because they have to let you out, so they're like a doorman too, because you can't open the door on your own. So they open it for you. They like come. It's like a chauffeur.
It's exactly like a chauffeur. I feel like I'm just being pampered every time.
And
I
the
go to
back
jail.
seat of a cop car is so comfortable. I have to say,
you can smell the guy that was in there before you.
Yeah, exactly.
The smell
Back
that
seat
puke,
of a
that smell that puke
back
on
seat
the
of a
seat
cop
next to you
car.
is so good.
It's nice, except like the wrist area sucks because it's behind your butt. That's not you. I usually don't sit like with my wrists behind my butt and cuffed in metal. But other than that, yeah, like it's pretty good.
So you gotta do some like yoga or something, get some stretches in your shoulders, right? Really focus in there. So when you get in that position, you could just like flip the cuffs like underneath your legs.
I do so many crimes. I didn't realize when I would have to like actually do like the wrist behind the back encased in metal.
If you guys are
strap.
looking at my stream, you should look at my stream right now.
The Uber car.
Yes. It sounds like my idea has already been implemented. It just goes to show how good of an idea it is.
Right? Privatized police? That sounds like some ANCAP shit. Are you getting Fabian Liberty on us, Problematic
Oh my god!
I don't go that far.
ANCAP is the stupidest shit.
I'm not a big fan of the ANCAP. Like I'm okay with some things, like fucking criminal justice not having a profit incentive. I think that's probably good.
Can someone help me out and just say how ANCAPs will do roads? I never get past them being like upset that I asked that question.
They're not upset. They just laugh because it's a meme.
They only build roads that lead to things that they want.
Well, so the way they do it is just like
so it's
a
just
lot
as
of
stupid as I think.
no. Well, I mean, in their defense, a lot of states do have like, I mean, think of fucking toll roads. It's a lot like that. I mean, also a lot of companies that depend on roads would, build the roads. Now, I think it's fucking stupid and inefficient, but they do have some, at least somewhat plausible. Like, I guess, like, I don't think they have to worry too much because
you sound like you're hurting to say this, Pan.
I am hurting to say this. I hate defending them, but like, I mean, let's not pretend like toll roads aren't a thing.
Don't
like,
even try. Just admit that it's stupid.
It is stupid. I'm not denying that, but like the idea that they don't that they couldn't build roads, like.
You showed me one. You showed me one ANCAP
roads, like a road from like their fucking gas station to their golf club, like to their house.
Great. I mean, if every private residence builds a road from them to every other private residence, then they've got a completely
can you hear me, comrade?
Yeah, but okay, my road is like I barely have enough money to like buy even a house, so like my road's gonna be a fucking little just like dirt track that you can ride a bicycle on, and so I can't get electricity like you can because the electricity truck can drive it right up to your place because you're rich enough. And then all of a sudden, it's just like a feudal system.
I agree with that. I'll agree with that. ANCAP devolves into feudalism very quickly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not a big ANCAP fan. It definitely does. It just get taken over.
My road has VIP. Your road has HIV. Oh shit, that's a Mickey Avalon song.
Yeah.
Yo, I get that. It's my dick song. Yeah, it's good. And then, what's her name? Aquafina did my vag. As like the female retort to that. That was good stuff.
I've seen Mickey Avalon concert a couple times. I hung out with that guy. He's actually a pretty nice guy.
Oh, cool.
Flaming, but like in the best possible way. Like so much fun. Like he's hilarious. And
yeah.
Even in the interpersonal, he's the same funny. He's the same like irreverence that he is even in his shows and shit. He's dope. Like he's a good guy. Anyways, that's my piece.
Cool. I like that. I didn't ever clock him as a gay guy. I didn't really think too much about it, but sure. And I definitely clocked the woman as at least bisexual. Who did the response song? Aquafina, I think her name was.
Mm-hmm. She's good too. She's a great artist. She's actually solid. She's solid.
Yeah. She has like a sitcom on FX or something. It's pretty good. Like it's like awkward humor.
Yeah, she's funny.
It's pretty funny.
She's funny. She's got like kind of like a nerd humor type of deal going on. You know, I dig it.
Yeah,
like she's good with that. I
yeah,
totally
she's
dig
like
it.
she's like a stoner nerd sort of thing. Yeah, it's good shit. I like the one where she has an episode where she takes her grandma to a casino. Pretty funny episode.
What is this?
I'm going to bed, idiots. Night.
Oh,
all right.
I'm
Good luck,
Take care, Pan. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. You're
care.
always welcome.
Thanks. Peace.
I think I got to do the same thing. I'm like passing out.
Yeah, it's okay, man. This is a late night stream. Sometimes people get burnt. It's cool.
I don't know how the fuck I could stay up to watch the end of Prime stream and like late night streams, but like look at me right now.
Look at me. Look at us right now.
I'm doing fine.
You're looking magical, baby. You're looking like you're high. Like how everybody should be on this stream. That's the goal.
Yeah, I don't know how. Do you even smoke, Fresh Ink?
Yeah, I got a couple. These
He's
are
been
all
smoking
out.
pens and shit. Yeah.
I ran out of these. I got it. Hold on.
I'm so sorry.
I use my funky field tips. And
My
roll
camera's
dice
just
with
bad
them.
and makes me look like I'm stoned. I'm actually not stoned at all.
I have tons of pens just laying around everywhere.
So Captain A, you're on the West Coast. You know about the funky field tips then.
What? The what?
All right,
Oh,
it's
the
a weed
funky-
smoking stream. I'm gonna do another fucking bowl.
The vitamin E in the pods. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They're the little glass tips by Cypress Hill.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, these guys.
It's
the
from the
funky field tip.
mall.
Yeah.
It's from the
They
mall.
have an awesome Twitch cast. I watch their
It's
Twitch
from the
stream
mall.
all the time. That's one of my favorite Twitch streams to watch. They have the guitarists from the Deftones on there, and they do the thing, man. It's they smoke weed, they talk weed, they talk like doing shows and shit. It's all like music. It's dope, man. I love that shit. They're
One of the
fun.
coolest things I know about fuck, what's that band?
Cypress Hill or the Deftones?
too far.
Sail.
No,
Is
not
that-
that one.
Is it
Oh,
AWOL Nation?
Deftones.
Deftones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Deftones. That's what you're talking about. They made a whole album just using this mic.
Oh yeah.
They made a whole album just using SM57. This fucking microphone is amazing. Like, I sound all right. Correct? Do I sound okay?
SM57s are one of my favorite microphones ever. As an artist, I use an SM
58
7B beta. Beta.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
those are great live. I've used some of the Audio Technica, like I had the ATX 2020. That was all right for a while, but really, yeah, the mic you just said, God damn, I just lost it.
SM57.
Those are great mics. They're great. They're utilitarian mics. You can use them for anything. They're great mics for every aspect in a studio. They're absolutely wonderful mics.
I need to get one for my camera.
Mike Lightyear
just like
says
the-
he loves an SM69. He says that's his jam.
There's
That
no
sounds like
SM60.
No, there definitely is.
No, there is.
He's just bullshit. He's just
Yeah, but
Mike's
no,
trolling.
yeah, the 57 is amazing. I don't know how great it sounds for me right now. I know you guys can understand what I'm saying, but like
No,
I have
you
like a
come through
pretty
really
good
clear.
preamp for this thing. Oh, okay.
You
All
come
right. Well,
through really clear, and there is a little ambient reverb going on because of the like the room you're in. But
yeah, I have a fan. It's hot in here. There's a fan.
But you can't hear the fan. All you can it's just the more like the echo
Like the
shot
echo
of the
in the
audio
room.
in the room. Yeah, the natural reverb, and that's good.
Gotta get
You
some,
want that.
You got to get some egg cartons and start lining up your walls.
How
Get
about
your own
that? Is that a
soundproofing.
little better? Can you guys hear me really clearly? And I'll talk very quietly right into the microphone.
That's pretty crisp.
Crisp and clean.
I'll do that instead. But I feel like I'm a radio announcer talking. Hello, welcome to your morning breakfast brew. Welcome, and I hope you have some eggs because I've got some also sperm to get in that egg, baby.
I've got some tossed salad and scrambled eggs.
Yeah, okay, but I guess I can just put the mic closer. I can put the mic closer to my face, and it's like it's better, right?
I just rolled the shittiest joint I've rolled in a long time, but I'm gonna smoke it anyways.
Wait, how'd you fuck it up?
Like at the end, it's all kind of
Oh
like
my gosh.
doopy.
It's amateur hour. It's like you're in high school again.
I guess I'll take it. As long as it'll smoke, I'll be okay with that. I won't die. It's not like I'm doing a dab.
I'll be right back.
See, I can't actually do dabs, right? Because I don't prefer to get blasted off my ass. If I'm gonna get like just so high, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick another drug.
So here's the reason. Here's my reason for dabs. Okay, like here's the reason why I started. My dog smelled my joint and she straight up walked right in the room. She loves the smell of weed. But so dabs came about because, again, single father, right? I can't sit and smoke a whole joint. I can't sit and smoke a bunch of bong bowls. You know, I get where I need to get to be okay, you know? So the alternative came, like, I could do a dab real quick. Like, one dab, you know, would set me off. Like, I'd be straight. Like, that's all I needed, you know? And so it became a matter of convenience because I could do a lot less in order to get where I needed to be, which meant I spent less time from my kid. And it also meant I didn't smell like weed because I could do a dab outside and like the smell didn't carry as much as like smoking a joint or a bowl or something. But that originally was how I got into doing dabs. And then it just became something like, where like, okay, it's just convenient, you know. I don't necessarily like the torch part. of it, which is why I use a lot of like other methods like the G-Pen Connect or like the Puffco Peak or some shit like that.
Oh, I got like executive dysfunction. I already got memory problems to begin with. I'm absolutely setting something on fire with the torch. Like I'm definitely gonna space and burn something.
All right, not a good look. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Don't burn down your house. But
but you gotta well, I mean, you don't have to, but like, yeah, if I'm gonna I just get so high off of it. I'd rather just do like mushrooms and like just vibe for 2 hours.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, I love mushrooms. Mushrooms are excellent.
But yeah, taking care of someone, it's a little different if you're tripping balls.
Exactly. And see, like, that was the thing. Back then, it was seriously one dab, and like that was it. You know, like I was good. You know, my daughter's gotten older. I've gotten more adept to dabs, and you know, things change. But actually, it's kind of weird. Like, I always wondered how it would be the culture with that, because when I was a kid, smoking weed was so taboo. Like, my parents, I got in so much trouble for smoking weed because I smoked weed from a pretty young age. And that was a big problem. And it was really weird to be like, well, I don't really have that big of a problem with it. And like, what am I going to do in terms of my daughter? How to explain this, you know, right? And well, initially, the easiest way to explain it was it is medication, because at the time, like I was saying earlier tonight, I got ran over by a freaking car. My back is trashed. And it was smoke weed or end up on opioids, because they wanted to put me into pain management and do that whole deal. And I was like, no, physical therapy. I'll work it out. Like, I'll get in shape and get myself healthy, lose weight, you know, whatever it takes, you know. And I would rather do anything but take the opioids, you know. And so pot became the best alternative. And I'm happy that it's the best alternative, because not only does it serve as a great medication, but it's also a great recreational thing too, you know.
You need to get it legal, right?
What's that?
Dude, yo,
It's
thank
legal
you
for
so
you,
much for adding me to your fucking server, because like I really appreciate you opening up like this. Is really, yeah, I feel like I'm making a new friend. That's really cool, dude.
Oh yeah, I try to be real about it. Like, I got nothing to hide, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I really respect that.
But for like, it's illegal here. So I mean, like, even as recently as like a year ago, people were trying to sell like Doritos flavored dabs and like Cheetos like Takis flavored shit. And it's like all fake. And so it's weird.
I would be
like,
sketchy about that shit too.
Yeah, you have to. Well, if I went to like this, if I went farther south, so like the really rich towns, like I used to work at the docks there, so there's like people I know that also work on the lake. That's they would like on a weekend just go to California or the closest state, whatever, and they just stock up. And so if you in the rich towns, right, you have access to the actual real shit. But for here, it's like a hit or miss, just depending on who's selling at the time, and it's gonna be like sketchy as shit no matter what.
Yeah, I was in Corpus for a while. I had to go visit some family there. Actually, you want to hear something funny? My sister-in-law lives in Selena's house.
So like Selena
Who?
Q?
Like Selena, like the Tejano
Holy
singer.
Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she lives in her house.
Like Selena, the singer, like the J-Lo singer.
Yeah, the Tejano
From the 90s,
singer. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she lives. Well, it's not. I shouldn't say her house. It's next door to like what was supposed to be the main house, and it's the house where she actually hung out and spent all her time with her band, and her band lived in that house, and it's like right next door. Like it's literally next door. Like there's 3 houses, then they're all in a row, and the band's house is like the one towards the more inside of the street. And so, like, it's weird, man. Like, she was convinced like, Selena's ghost was in there.
I would too.
The only weird shit I ever saw is I noticed that there was this coffee cup that even when nobody was, like, in the kitchen or whatever, you could move it one place. And if you walked out of the kitchen and were out of there for any length of time, it would end up in a certain spot on the counter, and it was just kind of freaking weird. I don't know if that was like a ghost or some shit, but it was just odd. It was just an odd circumstance that it always ended up like that.
Does it like leave it on the coaster?
Well,
if you, like, forget
it was a certain place on the counter. Apparently, she was known to like where she sat, you know, like where she would sit and like talk to them or whatever.
That's pretty sick, actually.
But I don't know if that's legit or whatever. I don't know. I noticed it, which I'm not a ghost person. I'm totally usually fuck ghosts. That shit's not real or whatever. But that shit had me thinking, because that was something I had never seen before. Not a physical object, you know, be replaced somewhere, you know. But no. The sad thing is the house has got a lot of work that needs to be done on it, because it's been hit with like so many of like the hurricanes and shit like that. So like every time they go to start working on it, like it gets hit with another hurricane or a tropical storm or some shit, and they're like constantly starting all over. Because like Corpus gets a lot of that shit. Corpus gets tons of those hurricanes and shit. You know?
Yeah, they're like the first people to get hit in our area. But same thing with hold on. There's actually a lot of like really obscure like celebrity homes that I've known people have lived in, and specifically in Houston. And I think it's just because we're so big. But I had a friend in like Frank Sinatra Jr.'s like home.
Hell yeah, dude. That's
like,
pimp.
And it was bullshit too, because she would always ask me for like a ride to class, right? And there'd be a Porsche just sitting in like their fucking driveway. And I was like, why am I spending the gas money? Why don't you come out of the city and come pick me up? This seems nice.
Right. Gas is expensive. Gas is expensive.
I know you don't talk about these things, but I need help. No, and oh God. No, there was some other so I went to high school in a town called League City, right? And it's like supposedly the yachting capital of like the South. Like it's adjacent to that. There's a huge like dock in Kima, Texas, and like a huge marina.
Okay.
And one of my friends had a family member who happened after Ike or Katrina or I think it was Ike actually, to like purchased a shit ton of property out in Galveston, like one of the island that got hit like with the full front of the storm. And he became a billionaire after the fact. And he was just telling me like the properties that he just picked up. It's like, oh yeah, this is like I'm gonna say Tom Hanks, but like it's not Tom Hanks. It's like he had like a whole list. It's like, yeah, owned.
Oh shit.
And he just
buying up everything.
Yeah, he was in like some kind of contracting to like help repair the island, and like he was like buying up properties that like weren't under his like authority or whatever.
So do you think that's really predatory? Like I kind of get a predatory vibe from that.
I learned about this because my friend showed me a picture of him on the $4 billion speedboat.
Holy shit! What the hell?
And apparently the guy had one for every color for that they made it in.
That sounds like some predatory shit right there to me. Oh my God.
Yeah, and I don't know. That sounds like some shady shit, but I bet he's doing all right still.
Where you at, JJ? What you got? What you got? I know you got some things on your mind down there. I see you rubbing your beard.
Oh no, my computer was fucking up. I was just trying to fix it, and I just got back, and then you saw me be like, okay, here I am.
Computers are too capitalist.
Honestly, anything with technology is too capitalist, and we should like liberate ourselves from our like post-industrial like comforts.
I would agree.
I think the USSR, while it was actually communist, like did do some pretty great stuff. Other than the genocide and the eventual just hemorrhaging of resources.
Yeah, I think the stuff that the USSR did in the Ukraine was both based and Ukrainian build. It was very for the Ukrainians. It was very good.
So do you think that the breakup of the USSR was totally damaging to the Ukraine then? Caused more problems than good?
Well, I would say Ukraine is not doing so hot, but it's also because Russia is still like a problem, and they're essentially just like a plaything for U.S. foreign policy. So I would say yes, they're in a bad place. Like they're worse off.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for their president because he got really put on the spot, and I don't think ordinarily any leader would be put into the position that guy was put into, you know, and especially in a small like fledgling company. Small fledgling country like theirs. Like, I feel like what happened with Trump put him so in the bullseye for so many different things. And it's like, I felt sorry for the guy because I'm like, all you're trying to do is get your country together. Like, you know, trying to actually get your government wholly established and deal with a you know, basically,
just like wrangling militias. Like that's all they can do.
And it's like he's trying to deal with all this shit. And then all of a sudden he's got to deal with U.S. like policy and he gets stuck right in the middle of a presidential fucking crisis in our country. Like, that's not fair to him. You know, like he is a president or a leader of a small country where they're trying to advance. They're trying to fight back against Russia invaders as though they feel it in their home, you know, and like, here, America comes in, and instead of being somebody that can actually help them, we just turn it into a political freaking disaster for them, like across the board.
I think like America's position on Ukraine is so flimsy too that like, so I think if Russia didn't invade Georgia like many years ago, right? Well, I say many, but like it's within my lifetime. Then I think the Russian claim that, oh, these are ethnic Russians, or like these people speak Russian and they identify as Russian in Crimea, I think the U.S. would have just taken that in stride, and it was just absolutely just let the, like, wouldn't even like put up a farce of this is like a threat to U.S. Interest, and it will not be just like, I don't know what we said pretty much stop, and or you'll stop again is essentially all we ever done. But I'm not advocating that we go to war with Russia.
I don't think we should war with them, but I think that definitely there are avenues diplomatically and through economic means that we could take action against Russia to curtail their intervention in other countries, like governmental affairs and things. You know, like I just don't agree with like how we've stuck our like noses right in the middle of these people's shit when at home we're still not taking care of our own shit. You know, like I kind of think you have to clean your own house first.
I think there's like enough people that we can do both. Like, I think that's feasible. Like, I keep saying like just because I'm trying to think, right? It's totally possible to deal with the dilemmas outside the country without continuing like imperialist practices, like without expecting something in return for like helping or for Greece staying, you know, anti-communist essentially, and for without toppling like democratically elected governments. I think we're capable of actually providing help to people and also like dealing with our own problems. But I also think that we do that like realistically, like by taking all the money that we spend on like the military industrial complex and just dumping it into like social welfare programs and foreign aid, which I don't think it'll ever happen. And I think if we did something like that, then other superpowers couldn't necessarily just like stand by, because it doesn't matter if we disarm all our nukes, right? Like how the other guy was saying on the other stream, it's like deterrent. If we essentially dumped everything into social welfare, like the PR of other countries would be so shit to just maintain a military like or nuclear weapons at all. And they can't use them because like everyone's going to be up their shit about it.
Here's what I think we could do that would be valuable. We could heavily invest in our social welfare programs and then open up the borders. Like I think that would be like twofold. If you want to create an environment in which you're gonna create competition with other countries, open up your borders and offer a incredible social welfare program and protection for workers, and then say, yeah, bitch, fight us now because we're going to be the strongest, because we're going to get more people in who are more solidly advocating for our country's interests. You know what I mean? Like, they will love this country if we do some shit like that. Like, not only that will we get new citizens, but our citizens will have a more invigorated feeling about what our government's doing. They'll feel emboldened, you know, because listen, emboldening a couple rich people doesn't do shit. Like, you embolden a couple rich people, you know. You embolden the entire populace plus a massive immigrant populace. Oh my God, you're turning the tides of the whole freaking world. Like, we could do something and never have to launch a bomb or a missile or anything, because all we got to do is sheer numbers. As those countries watch their people flee, they'll be like, oh shit. America was bad before. Oh my God, dude, what are we going to do now? They've got half our own populace, you know? Like, to me, that's huge.
Have you seen
your
numbers for
your optimism is fucking it made me feel so good. Like, I honestly I really want to say congratulations. That was a fucking awesome speech. I really felt it. I really think that
you're gonna bring the pessimism. Crush me, JJ. Crush me.
Is JJ a nihilist?
No, he's very much a socialist, but he will crush you because he understands the reality of the situation. Go for it, JJ.
No, I was being sincere. Like, that was really like your optimism. Your optimism was really inspirational. I really appreciated it, man.
Have you seen the approved number of Afghan refugees by state count? So, like, how many?
Yeah. See, I think we all kind of agree on the actual major thing.
We're so low, and compared to other countries in what we're willing to bring in for refugees from Afghanistan and the Middle East, we have a responsibility. We directly have a responsibility, and it's disgraceful. To me, it's abhorrent. The small numbers in which we're willing to accept compared to the countries adjacent to them who will be just in favor of sending those people back to the Taliban as soon as the U.S. leaves.
I was listening to NPR in like 2010, and they were like, there are Afghan interpreters who are being abandoned here, and they're getting murdered as soon as like the people that they were translating for left. And that was just like a thing, and it kept happening, and it kept happening, and it kept happening, and then it was only a thing like for the right when it was Biden again. Yeah, I mean, I guess they sort of forgot about that
when Trump was president. There's a Democrat, we can't do this shit anymore. Then it's bad.
We can't afford it right now. It's not really a pressing issue. Like, but no, it's not gonna happen, right? The pragmatic realism.
No, it won't.
No, it's I
wish
honestly,
in one hand, shit in another, right?
I don't think it'll anything will get solved before everything gets fucked. Like, to be honest, bringing refugees into the country, I don't know what we're gonna do with all the people that get displaced here.
I'm not talking about refugees. I'm talking about people like fucking
SIVs,
war
people
heroes,
that cooperated with our military
and war heroes, and their families. Like, they will fucking get murdered if they are. If the Taliban,
murdered, they will get tortured, and their kids will get tortured, and their wives will get tortured. It's not just
here.
They will all get tortured. Babies will get tortured. And that's disgusting. That's revolting. That's horrible. And we have a responsibility to those people to make sure they make it out of there.
I think it's what's like super gross, because I know one of the arguments about like why some of the states were like, no, we're not bringing anybody in. It's like they were saying it's not the state's fault, right? It's the federal government's fault. But a lot of these states, right? Like the governor would volunteer the National Guard for extended service, like overseas, and I'm pretty sure the National Guard served like extensively for all states, like in Afghanistan. So it's weird that Alabama's like accepting 10 Afghanis for the entirety of the Afghan war.
That's some bullshit. Fuck them. I got so many dabs for saying fuck. I owe another dab for that one too.
Oh, are you in you're cleaning up your language?
Well, you gotta understand, when I first started doing this stream, literally every other word out of my mouth was the F-bomb. Literally everyone. That's why there's a dabs ode on my stream.
Ranking?
Damn. I would not have that discipline. I would
So
with it.
What's that?
I would just go with it. Like, I don't know. I swear like a so I don't want to say like, oh, I won't police my language, but you know.
You don't have to police your language. I have to police my language. You can say whatever you want. I just did it because a couple of the viewers were like, hey man, like, you want to get more attention on YouTube, you might want to, like, clean it up a little bit that way. And they're like, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna incentivize you. Every time you say the F-bomb, you have to take a dab. But here's the problem with that. I like taking dabs. So, like, there was one day I came in and it was after work, and work was shit, man. Like, I was having a bad day, dude. And I just rattled off a bunch of F-bombs, and I said, yo, count those up. That's how many I'm doing right now, because I need that shit. I think it was like 11 or 12 or something. And by the time I got done with that stream didn't last very long. I closed up pretty quick because I was like, damn, I'm not operating my computer right now.
There's so like there's videos. I know the videos of like people doing like fat fucking like huge balls of wax like all at once, and right. I know people are just like exhaling that as quick as they're taking it in, but even just like a little like fucking speck or something, dude, it just gets me gone. Like
I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, a good dab is something else. It's otherworldly. There's this shit that I've been getting here, and it's like it's a little bit lower than a THCA kind of thing, but it's like these crystals, and like I can't do indicas because I'll be out. That's it. I'm done. Like indicas.
Can I give my description of a good dab?
Go ahead.
It's like, it's the opposite of a panic attack. It's like a good panic attack.
Kind of like,
yeah, you
oh
don't.
My shit, this feels so great.
Yeah. I've had a panic attack, and I've had a fucking dope ass fucking dab, and I've smoked a lot of weed in between. Like, and I know that there's a big difference between just smoking a joint and doing a big fucking dab. And yeah, it's a lot like a panic attack, but opposite. But it's scary and weird.
But the best part about not getting that high, right, is that I still have moments where like I'll start a blunt or whatever, and I'll finish it, and I'll just be like, oh, I didn't mean to get that high. Holy shit. I'm fucking losing my shit. I can't even stand up.
Yeah.
You still get that with dabs too. You still get that with dabs too. You lying, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. You get that too.
Oh yeah, you do.
I honestly like the combination of the two though. Like for a long time, like my jam was, I would smoke like 1 or 2 like weed bowls, and then I would do like a fat dab off a banger, like a really fat dab off a banger, and like that was my jam. It was like burn those couple like little, and it would be like those little one hitter like pinger bowls off the bong, with some really good fire weed. Usually I I like Tangy a lot. I like Green Crack. I like the Blue Dream. Those all three were definitely big jams of mine. But
Blue used to get Blue Dream like on the street here, and it was the best period.
yeah, Blue Dream's always traditionally been money. That's just a strain that's money strain. Like
it just works, dude.
Yeah. Everybody likes it. You can't be mad at that. The other one that's like that is GSC, Girl Scout cookies.
That was the classic. That was all anybody wanted for like 5 years.
Yeah, Girl Scout cookies is always money. But Tangy is different. Tangy, man, that shit is like a date weed. Like I'm telling you, you have a girl that smokes weed and she'll smoke some Tangy with you. You're gonna have a good night. You have good conversation. You're gonna have good relations. Like, I mean, appetite's right, everything. The Tangy is amazing. That's a really good strain. If you guys
haven't even heard of it.
Yeah.
Nah, like
Tangy's
good. You know what I actually want to do is that A stuff, right? Where it's like just the THC crystals.
Yeah, THCA. Yeah, that's what I was.
That's what it is.
That's what I used to smoke. Like, or actually, I still smoke it all the time. I just couldn't get any this week because they were out of the strain of the THCA that I like. I like this shit called Sour Larry Lemon or Sour Larry Lime, and it's really good. It's a THCA crystal. It comes from this brand called Select. This shit is nice. It has no munchies effect, but like totally, like if you have any kind of back problems or like muscle issues or joint issues, you ain't feeling nothing, and you can talk and interact with people. You don't feel lazy, but you definitely are getting a euphoria. You definitely are feeling a euphoria. Like it's nice.
It's just vibing out.
Yeah, you get a nice vibe. It's good. But yeah, THCA is money. Yeah, and definitely mixing it with like a little bit of something else. Like if you get like some good weed or something, you mix it with that, or you mix it with like a little bit of like batter or some butter or something. Yeah, just throw the little bit of batter or butter in just for flavor, because the THCA crystals usually don't have much flavor. That's the only thing I'll say. So it's kind of like smoking vapor. It's really weird, but it's holy as far as the high goes. It's great,
dude. I fucking bet. Do you think the Delta H shit's bullshit? Because like I'm hearing like my experience buying them is just like wholesalers like essentially send out like every 5 pins, right? 3 will be broken. And people are saying like initially it was like, oh, it doesn't give you like paranoia and shit. And then I have friends that are like, yeah, I don't know, I still get paranoia because I'm still getting high and I think I'll get in trouble for it or whatever.
So Delta 8 to me, here's where I lie on this. And I was a tester for what's called the Earl Cup here in Arizona, which is a like kind of like basically a competition amongst weed companies to assess their product, right? And they have normal people like you and me come in and act as judges. So I got selected to do cartridges, and I did a bunch of Delta 8 cartridges, okay? And here's what I can tell you from the Delta 8 cartridges. Most of them taste like shit. I'm not a fan of the flavor. From the perspective of the high, I will say that they are, I would treat them like the light beer of weed. You know, like they aren't quite as harsh. They aren't quite as potent. However, like especially if you're somebody that needs the analgesic properties, like for physical pain, they do work really well for that. And they also keep you alert enough to where normally, at least most of them that I've tried, keep you alert enough to where you can function in your job, you can do your thing. You might have a slight euphoria. There might be something there. You know, there's a little bit there. But it's not enough to where, like, I feel like it's a much more functional place to be, especially if you're looking for pain, pain abatement, you know.
I think the recreational smoker though is like going through them as they would like a nicotine pot or something,
and it's not going to work like that. It's not going to get them where they want to be. They'd have to like burn through like 4 or 5 of those things to get to
like some places sell for like $40.
High.
Yeah,
and that's ridiculous. I would never tell anybody who wants to get high off of weed to smoke Delta 8. If
Yeah.
you want the analgesic properties that are a little bit higher level than what CBD is, because CBD is dog shit to me. I'll tell you the truth. CBD without a THC carrier is not going to do a whole lot for anybody. Okay, it can on the basic level, especially in like people who are like children, for example. Charlotte's Web has worked very well for children, but the reason that it works for children is because they're much more susceptible to their receptors are much more receptive to CBD. As you get older, especially if you drink alcohol and do the things, your body becomes less receptive to those receptors, those
like
cannabinoid receptors
yeah.
become dulled. Okay, so at that point, as an adult like you and me, like if I wanted to take a CBD, right, I'm gonna need at least a small amount of THC carrier. It doesn't have to be a lot. You can do a 1 to 100 CBD to THC carrier, but with that extra little 1%, you're gonna get a whole lot more out of that CBD than you would just off of the CBD alone. It's not to say that it might not have some properties that help.
I don't think,
but I
don't think
helps.
either of us fucking know the difference between like 0 and 10% CBD, like
I
tolerance or whatever. Who gives a shit? No, it's fine. You like doesn't matter
people
what
who
percentage you're
concentrate
at.
on that care about that. Like, no, I know a lot of older people and people that are very sensitive to different elements of the cannabinoids. They do pay attention to that. They very much so. I don't give a shit. I fucking dab, bro. Like I'm dab out.
And I got street prices, so I'm just going with whatever.
But it's not
exactly like you don't have a fucking say in like what you actually get, unless you're in a legal state, assuming you're American, and then they actually have to
there's a lot of regulation.
They have to abide by the regulations.
Arizona just upped their regulation, and I'm glad they did. It's the one thing they did that was right, because what they did is they said you have to account for mites, you have to account for mold. You can't have that shit in your product anymore, and they're testing for it, and they're bringing people in to test for that shit. And that I am okay with, because I don't want to smoke that shit. That shit will cause lung infections. That's permanent damage sometimes to your esophagus. Yes, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and like in my country, just a little bit north from you.
Well, you've
called
got
Canada.
weed legal for quite a while. You guys did the thing.
No. It wasn't legal. It was decriminalized, but then it was criminalized again. So like, it really didn't do anything. Like, it didn't do anything. It's just like it wouldn't. It wasn't just like a mechanism to put black people in jail. It was just like an illegal thing, and people would get away with it because there was no actual victim to the crime of having weed or growing weed.
BC had like the best weed in the world.
Yeah, they did.
No, really, I've heard that for sure. Like,
yeah. There was and like there was this like. He was a political Mark Emery was like a political guy, like it was like the weed party of Canada, and I thought that was cool at the time. But then it turned out like he's like actually closer to like the fascist party of Canada than anything that's actually about freedom.
He was like, just get everybody high so they don't give a fuck when I take over control.
That's like a really common thing, though, right? Like, there's like a lot of like far right libertarians that like will also like incorporate like marijuana legalization like into their rhetoric.
Hey,
but it's not because
So I'm gonna just because every once in a while I gotta pop into the chat to let them know that we care about them. This is an interesting point. What's your guys' opinions on the recent news on Nicki Minaj?
I think that it was ridiculous to put out a tangent to
maybe say people like, or like a made up story, right? Or like just hearsay, right? To put out like a like just a statement that, hey, people should be like cautious about this, because you could like not air your friend's dirty laundry and like just bring that to people's attention, right? But I personally think it's all like a farce, just like a PR stunt to overlook the like all the stuff that's going on with her husband. Like I think she's vaxxed. I think everybody on our PR team is vaxxed, and I think they did that so that they could perform in certain places.
Yeah, because he's in trouble with some sexual assault or sexual assault stuff, isn't it? It's sexual assault, right?
Yeah, he
that's real shit. Like he's in trouble, and he didn't like register as a sex offender in California.
I think so. Like I want to say it was like in the 90s, and then all this resurfaced, right? And she's like covering up for him because like Nicki Minaj like reached out to the victim, and now the victim is like suing them because they've been pursuing to like buy out her story, just like keep her silent.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and that happened in California. So I do think there's some validity to the idea that she would try to obfuscate responsibility by deterring to a different story. That'd be an easy out, right? Like that'd be the easiest out possible.
Yeah.
On top of that, her ridiculous claim is it's utter insanity. Okay, we know that COVID causes erectile dysfunction. Nobody has ever said, not one person, not one scientist, not one study has ever said that or that taking a vaccine causes swollen balls.
And Trinidad and Tobago, like they spent money like to investigate this too, which is like just so uber ridiculous. It's like I honestly, like, I know it's been said like on Prime's panel, but like I wouldn't give a shit if the consequences weren't so fucking far reaching for her.
Yeah.
And, okay, all right. I mean, this is just the anecdotal thing, but like, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's to do with getting COVID or not, but like I enjoyed Tiger King.
It may have been COVID that caused you to enjoy Tiger King.
Is that a symptom?
It might have been the vaccine. It could be. Yeah. No, I don't think that she's as dumb as her like negative PR like essentially exists, right? Like she's done like weird shit, and she's like harassed fans. I know I only say that because like, I remember like there was a video, right, that went like she was like berating somebody on the street. He was like, "Nikki, I love you," and she was like, "You're not my real fan. You haven't been listening to me since my mixtapes and shit." And I don't think she would have like just stayed that publicly malicious. And I don't know. I think she's learned a lot of lessons. It would have been really smart PR wise.
This is an angle. It's an angle. Right?
Yeah.
What do you think?
What movie is this?
What do you think, JJ?
Oh, I just looked at the time, and oh my gosh, I need to go to bed. But hold on, before I go to bed, have you guys heard of pork floss? Pork floss?
No. Tell us about pork floss.
Okay, it's like beef jerky, but Chinese, and made it instead of beef, it's pork, and then they like fluff it up into like cotton candy. It's like cotton candy, but beef jerky, but pork.
So
sweet and salty pork.
You literally use pork to floss your shit.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's crazy. Like,
do you ever get
I
the
just
pork
heard about it the
stuck
other
in your
day.
Teeth while you're flossing?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, do you just take pork?
No. No,
It's
it's
like-
more. It's more like
Enjoy ham before my coffee. Like, to be honest.
No. It's like it's like cotton candy, but pork.
I dip my bacon in my coffee.
Yeah. Okay. So I just got it today, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty fucking cool. But I'm gonna make like a a McMuffin, like the McDonald's thing.
You're
But
gonna make a pork floss McMuffin.
Instead of ham, I'm gonna put a bunch of pork floss in there. Yeah.
You totally need to post a picture of that in the Discord. We need to see this. What are you doing?
All right.
All
right.
Show the Discord some love by showing them your pork floss.
I'll try.
So awesome.
Yo, pork floss. Like, I didn't even know it fucking existed. It's like some weird Chinese thing, but
this is like really got you. This is like changed your life. This is.
It's my.
Oh no.
It's
yeah.
I don't like it that much, but it's like it's special because it's like new and it's novel in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like a Tesla.
Okay. Yeah, I okay. Yeah.
I dig it. I'm with it. Let's try it.
I'm not with it. I'm not trying it.
I will try some pork floss because sometimes I like swine.
It's the weirdest thing. I gotta tell you. It's like, okay, it's like beef jerky, but made of pork and also turned into candy floss or whatever it's called.
Okay, I gotta admit, I hated the cacti, right? I was telling you guys earlier, I hated the cacti fucking Travis Scott drinks. But the pineapple one kind of slaps. The pineapple one's pretty good. The pineapple one's good.
What was the shitty
one? Is dog shit. The strawberry one's kind of weird, but the pineapple ones, those are kind of good, man. Like, I actually
pineapple and mango are solid for like just testing, like the seltzers and shit.
Yeah, they usually are. Yeah, you're right. The other
I think it's really hard to fuck it up.
The other one I like from the seltzers, I like the White Claw Blackberry. That blackberry shit is.
No, I can't do it.
No, is it too tart?
No,
for
I
you?
can't do. Yeah, it is. I can't do. Okay, so those and the what is it? Keystone Limes seltzers. Can't do those. But I didn't even get try the key lime, the Keystone seltzer, right? My friend or roommate at the time had went through a whole case just on his own because he thought it was just gonna be like water, right? Dude was so smashed. He broke his ankle and didn't even feel it.
They're 5% and 7%. They're really strong. They're not.
But you go through them.
Yeah.
You guys both American?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where in Canada? Are you from? Toronto?
Oh my god, you pronounced it right. That's amazing.
Toronto?
No, you did it right. Toronto.
No, I'm in Texas. So we're both.
You said Toronto though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toronto. You pronounced it right.
Hey, because you're in the group.
No, you're fucking it up now. No, you did it right.
We care about proper pronunciation in this biatch.
No, but as soon as I was like, "Wow, he did it right," he said it wrong.
No, I love going to
3 other ways.
So I've been to Quebec.
Quebec.
Yeah, I love going to Quebec.
Oh man, I love Americans.
Yeah, don't look at us and act like we speak English wrong.
Just don't ask us to speak French. Just don't ask us to speak French, okay?
Be honest, I speak English way better than you speak French.
I mean, everybody's. Yeah, that's probably true.
That's true.
I was gonna say you probably speak English better than me to begin with, but.
All right.
Anyway,
guys.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, speak on it. Come on, you're here.
Oh no, I'm just.
Tell me about the border.
I'm vibing, dog. What? Say what?
Tell me about the border.
yeah, we didn't want to let anyone go to America or let America come to us, but enough people were ready to be fucking revolutionaries. Otherwise, they're gonna fucking just go across the border. So we just let them go across the border, and that really kind of that really encouraged them to think that they were forward thinkers.
For walking across the border, you mean?
There used to be towns that you could just drive through, right? And it was like only after 9/11 that you had to like go through a checkpoint. Like I think
Because through Vermont, right? Like, couldn't you just like drive straight through Canada like fairly easily?
That was like the thing in Super Troopers. Like the kids were just going from Vermont to Canada. You got to remember Super Troopers. Come on.
I love Super Troopers. Oh, both of them are good. The sequel was so good. I was surprised. I was really surprised with the sequel. I was like, there's no way that they're gonna do a good sequel for that movie. There's no way they're gonna do a good sequel for the first one. And holy shit, the second one was like equally as good, if not better. Like it was so good. Yes, yeah. Super Troopers is my jam, dude.
I still think the first one was better. It's just like a nostalgic thing, you know?
It is. Because it's like, damn, you see the OGs, you know.
Those, I forget their...
Broken Lizard, you know.
Broken Lizard, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, all their movies are fucking hysterical. They did
so good.
Dude, there was that one movie like recently. It was like the Hotel or Paradise Island, whatever everybody fucking went to. And it was like there's like some secret trap or whatever. They're all trying to kill each other secretly. Like that was the funniest one that I seen.
Yeah, that one was good. I liked that one a lot. I liked the other one I liked was Beer Fest. How can you not love
Beer Fest? Is solid.
Beer Fest was great. I wanted them to do the Stoner Fest. They were supposed to do Stoner Fest and they just never came out with it. Like I would be as big of a fan of crowdfund Stoner Fest as I would the Super Troopers 2. I would totally try to crowdfund Stoner Fest because that would be great.
We got to get on this Stoner Fest like campaign and like try to force them to do it.
I'm with it. Go fund me. Here we come. JJ looks angry about that. You don't like the idea of a Stoner Fest, JJ?
No, I'm just like stoned as hell. I'm like, I'm not even like fucking following the conversation. I'm sorry,
dude. What is
don't be angry. We love you.
These guys
you are welcome here, and you can be angry and just sit there and look angry, and that's okay.
No, I'm not angry. I'm just stoned. I'm sorry.
I mean, the people in the background are really tripping me out.
Yeah,
I can't even tell what he's watching. This is like the weirdest shit.
Oh, yeah. That's the idea. I should have gone to bed like an hour ago or 2 hours ago, but you know.
But you decided to hang out with us.
Yeah, I'm just hanging out with you guys. Like, I mean, I don't get to hang out with people like these days, so it's nice.
Well, we're happy to have you, JJ. Hell yeah.
Thanks, man.
And just be stoned and hang out. I'm not mad.
Yeah, that's pretty much what's going on.
Oh shit. We just cutting it up in the chat and bullshitting and whatever comes. Dude, have you guys watched Doom Patrol? Have you seen that shit?
Doom Patrol? What's that?
It's a show that's airing on is it on Showtime or HBO Max? HBO Max. It's on HBO Max. Okay, like if you're a Brendan Fraser fan and you wonder what happened to him,
who isn't?
And you were sad about him disappearing from Hollywood, Jesus, watch Doom Patrol. Oh my God, he plays such a good role in that. His role is amazing. He is so good in Doom Patrol. is he plays this guy called Robot Man, right? And you don't see him a lot. Like there are like little flashback points where you see him like physically and stuff, but he is certainly present as far as like his voice and everything else. And he is, oh my God, he is outstanding in that show. And the show is bonkers. It's absolutely out of this world, freaking crazy. Like 100%, just like it's like if you're into comic book type stuff, it's like the crazy end of it. Like, I mean, there's one episode where they like go through a donkey's asshole into another dimension. Like, I mean, that's the kind of shit that happens.
That sounds way better than the DC stuff I've been watching.
Hey, my dudes, I just realized it's very late. I need to go to bed. I love you all from the deepest part of my heart. Okay, you should know that. And I'll see you later.
All right, we appreciate you coming to the inner sanctum. You're a homie.
Yeah.
Have you watched the What Ifs, the Marvel What Ifs?
Yeah, I've been meaning to get on those. I haven't watched any of those yet.
Those are so good.
Yeah. Everything that Marvel's done lately, even in conjunction with Disney, people want to dog on Disney a lot, but you know what? The storytelling is wonderful. Like Loki was great. That whole
Loki was really good.
First season was so good. Yeah, I was into it. It was very good. Falcon Winter Soldier, another one, knockout, like really solid. I might be messing up his name. I think his name is Anthony Davis. Is the guy that plays the main role in that, and he is
the Captain America guy. Or is he?
He takes over Captain America. Like
he's like the replacement, and like Bucky and him and is like showing him around, right? Or like working with him.
And it's like Anthony Davis is the black guy that at the Falcon that at the end ends up becoming like Captain America, you know? And then there's what's his name's son? There's a big actor's son who actually plays that guy that's like supposed to be like the propaganda Captain America. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I was looking up the guys like to get the
last name is Russell. It's Kurt Russell's son, I think, maybe. And he's a great actor too in his own right. He's very, very good, and he plays a good heel. Like he does very well in the role that he's playing. The acting is wonderful. Like they do a wonderful job. And that takes a lot for me because I'm a dick.
Honestly, I think I'm in the same way because I hate the Avengers movies. I think after a while, like the whole like building out this extended universe, like I thought all those movies started getting pretty bad. I thought Thor Ragnarok was good.
Yeah, Ragnarok was amazing. That was a great one. That was really
good. But anything after the Iron Man's after Iron Man 1, like I don't know. It's not even the same level of storytelling that they do.
It's copy pasta.
Yeah.
You know, but the shows kind of showed a different angle, and that's what impressed me. You know, they were able to like turn a corner and kind of flip the script a little bit. You know, I get that. That's cool. Even WandaVision was interesting because it was like you didn't see a lot of shit coming. You know, like.
WandaVision was a trip to watch.
Yeah. I definitely felt like I could have dropped some LSD or ate some mushrooms to that shit. Yeah.
It's like people just like reappearing somewhere, like repeating themselves so they don't like disappear or whatever. It was like one of the most like off-putting shows to watch initially.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm a big Lynch fan, right? Like David Lynch, you know. So that whole idea, that noir feel, WandaVision really captured that, you know, like the 50s Americana kind of thing, but underneath like it's really dark, you know, type of shit. I love that kind of vibe. Like that's gritty. There's something interesting there for me.
this doesn't like fit the. Oh, hold on. Actually, did you ever see Sky Captain and the World Tomorrow? Like the most recent remake of it.
I did not. Was it good?
It's I think just kind of basic, right? It's more like a cult film, so it's either going to be into it or not. But it's like
I'll
just
check it out. I'm always into like me. I like B movies, big time.
Oh, yeah.
Huge fan of the B movies, indie films, shit like that. Shit that's off the normal. Like that's my jam.
I know it was based off of the like one of the original like Superman villains was just a giant robot, and I know that that came from the original like Sky Captain stories.
Oh, nice, very cool.
So it's got like that, like that's why it's a cult film. Like I think you really just have to be like in the know of what it like why it's there, and then that's how you appreciate it or whatever. But some people swear by it that it's a decent movie.
Hey, I might check it out. I'm all for it. Like I check out the weirdest ass movies, man. Like I like there was a Hulu series that they did Into the Dark, and they would release a horror movie every month.
I've seen those. Those are good.
There's one specifically that gets me every time. And it's about domestic abuse, and it's one of the best one of those movies that they have. Hold on, I'll tell you the name of it in a second. Hang on, let me pull it up.
Those in the what was it? I don't think this was it the Blood Book trilogy or whatever that Hulu put out. It was like a mini series.
Blood Book. I didn't hear about that one. Wherever the one I'm speaking of specifically is called it's in season 2, and it's called My Valentine. And the reason I like it is it really strongly if you ever heard of that that YouTube star Poppy, watch My Valentine because it will blow your mind. You'll have a lot of questions about how well she's being treated as an artist.
So I missed this episode because my girlfriend watched it and she was like, "This is the darkest one."
It's very dark, but if you look at Poppy, who is right now, and it looks like it's the story about her. Like it really does, or not about her, but about the girl that was before Poppy. I can't remember her name either, which is really bad because that's the whole point of the thing is to remember the other person. But yeah, man, like it's weird. It's weird. It's like you are seriously watching reality take place all over again. Like it's kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, I highly recommend it. It's so good. And yes, it is very dark, but at the same time, like I think any male needs to see it to understand that we have to do the most we can to protect and be advocates for women who suffer domestic abuse. And it shows the clearest violation of it and how horrible it can go wrong. And like, I don't know, it's like seriously, any male I'd recommend to see it because you need to understand how easy and how quickly you can end up being that guy. You know what I'm saying?
And I think a lot of guys in particular like don't this isn't an excuse by any means, but like some guys don't understand like the communication skills to and they don't understand the communication skills to understand how they sound and like their body language and stuff. And I think that like even that can like intimidate women into like a position that they're uncomfortable with. And so, like there is like a whole spectrum of education that just needs to be present.
So we just had a conversation in my house a couple months ago, right, with my fiance and my daughter, right? Because as a male, as a father, you know, sometimes I raise my voice, right? And I always thought that's acceptable, right, to raise your voice a little bit, you know, to assert dominance, to create an element of, like, you know, obedience, right? And I started reading some articles and watching some videos about how damaging it can be, like, and how scary it can be for a woman to see a man exert dominance like that, you know? And so we had a conversation in my house about how, like, you know, hey, like, I don't want to exert my dominance in a way that is threatening and makes you feel less than, or makes you feel basically in a subservient position where you're scared, right? Like, or you're worried or worried for your safety or something like that. And basically, what my conversation with them was I never realized that raising my voice could create an environment in which you felt like that worried about your safety, you know. And through watching some of these videos, now they said they didn't ever feel that with me, but I wanted to have the conversation because I felt like we need to bring that awareness. And even if they didn't feel that with me, like, I should be more aware of that, and they should be more aware of me doing that. You know what I'm saying?
There's a so like the guys need to like work more towards protecting women. There's a book that's about education in particular, but it has a lot of things like parallels that you could draw to like other aspects of life. It's called The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Have you ever heard of it?
No, I have not, but I'm gonna plug it in right now because I'm all about learning new things.
One of the things that that Pablo Freire is, he's Brazilian. So I'm breaking his name right now, but one of the things he was saying, it was like it's the job of the oppressors to aid the oppressed, because the only way the oppressed can be uprooted is with the cooperation of the oppressor. Right. And it deals more, like I said, with education, but it's not a thing that I think is getting translated into like educational seminars at like a university, right, where they like do a jam-packed session of teaching about like sexual assault on campus. And I think needs to be like a more in-depth like cooperation, like amongst all guys.
Oh yeah, and you know what? Like, I felt comfortable like being able to say, you know what, I'm flawed in that. Like, I need to lower my tone because if it feels threatening to you, like, and through the process of hearing that over and over again, it indoctrinates you or desensitizes you, right, to the idea of a male yelling at you. And I never want for my daughter, or even any woman ever, it doesn't matter who the woman is, to feel that male dominance or the threatening characteristic of that is a valid form of expression, right? So that was me learning, you know, I need to be better. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, that's the thing. Like, you grow up in a system and you think that certain things are okay, but they're not, you know, and you have to be willing to accept knowledge that you can be better, you know?
So like my mom was like physically abused by my dad. And so I grew up with just her, right? And she married somebody who was like very, very verbally abusive, and he yelled all the fucking time. But because she was used to, you know, like model A of like how to be treated by men, she was just totally like looking past it when it came to just being yelled at, because she thought that wasn't bad. And I think it like eats up at the person, that's like the victim there.
It always does. Yeah, it always does. Whether it's the vocal abuse, the verbal abuse, or whether it's the physical abuse, You know what? The one person that doesn't feel it is a person executing it.
Yeah, and there's not much in the way of like you can just make excuses for your actions of being an asshole. Like it's at some point like the responsibility does fall on you to like go out of your way to better yourself. Like if you're just gonna remain ignorant because it's too inconvenient to change, then like I'm sorry, but then you're also admitting that, you know, even though it's your fault, you would not act on it. So there's no benefit of the doubt anymore.
Church. You're preaching, man.
And it's yeah, it's crazy how like the stuff that they do for like education wise for like guys that are younger than me, like going in high school and stuff. I don't know how it would be for high school actually, but for college, like I really feel that they should like make it a core. Like I think they should incorporate a health class into like a core requirement for like higher education, and I think they should include like sexual assault specifically in like high school health classes.
We need to talk about consent a lot. Consent needs to be a big conversation always, and it needs to be a constant conversation, especially in our youth, like high school up through the early years of college. You know, like we need to talk about consent. That needs to be a regular conversation in sexual education. There needs to be a regular conversation in general education at a certain point. You know, like we need to appreciate that, you know.
And it's crazy how like so widespread that there's just major corporations that like have these huge issues with like women being treated like shit. Like it's crazy that Blizzard, like a company so big, is like just sweeps that shit under the rug and thinks that like it doesn't come out ever.
Yeah, and it's sharing
like,
itself now, right? You know, I mean, it's open now, and like,
yeah.
So
and like it's again, it's just men at the top, like it's just like 8 men at a table making decisions for women.
And that's the problem. You know, that's essentially always the problem is like bring people to the table that are representative of the organization. And the problem is that that's not the case. And that's my biggest problem with capitalism is the people who represent the organizations are never the ones that are actually representing the organizations. You know?
Yeah. I'm a pessimist about a lot of things, and like there won't be like a socialist revolution and like all these like major events, right? But I honestly think, despite how much less women get paid for the same job as men, and like for like Texas's laws on control of women's bodies, like they have the bounty system, I think things are generally getting better. But I think it's again just too slow, too little, too late.
Too little, too late. I agree with you 100%. You know what? I pulled up Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, and I'm going to read this, and I'd like to bring you back on maybe to talk about that for a little bit. Are you good with that? Sure.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
All right, cool. Well, it's about 2:10 a.m. where I'm at, and I do have to work tomorrow, so unfortunately, I'm not a full-time streamer and can't make my money off this, so I got to close this shit out sometime. But hey, you are welcome on anytime that I'm, and usually the way I roll is like, my streams are kind of fluid. So if somebody's like, hey bro, you hit me up in chat and you're like, I want to come on and chat, I'll be like, all right, let's do the Discord thing. We'll stop whatever we're doing. So I enjoyed the chat. You have a lot of really good insights and I want to hear more about that shit. So if you're willing to come back on, you're always welcome.
No, everybody that's been here, I love you guys. You all have, y'all are really solid. I don't think any single one of you has ever like argued in bad faith. Like I honestly really enjoy your guys' like conversations.
Hell yeah, let's do this again then. Let's plan on it. And
let's do it.
Rock and roll. Hey,
absolutely.
Freshinkcartel, if you have a Twitch, Twitter, whatever you got, go ahead and post it in our Twitch chat. Make sure that people know how to get a hold of you, because I want them to be able to subscribe to you, follow you, whatever it is that you're up for. And let them get awareness of what's going on with you, because you're important, and your voice is important. You're bringing a lot of good things to light, and I appreciate the content that you bring. I appreciate the words that you have to say. You know, it's important.
Thank you. I try not to be divisive or like actually get into arguments, but it just, you know, it happens sometimes.
Well, in the blood sport arena of the prime, you know, walk-on panels, it's going to happen. But here, you're going to just chill out and have a conversation. So that's good.
Smoke some weed.
That's right. Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed.
All right, I'm going to close it out. Take care, brother.
See ya.